Hello, everybody, and welcome to the TeacherCast Educational Network. My name is Jeff Bradbury, and thank you guys for joining us today. Welcome to Live from NCCE, featuring all of the great things that are happening these days over at Microsoft Education. We have a treat for you today. We have a fantastic morning of learning. We're going to be live on Facebook, on YouTube, on Periscope, on LinkedIn, and all of your favorite platforms. And we've got some great speakers today. I hope you can join us. Of course, if you're looking at great things happening this summer, you can check out all the good stuff over on TeacherCast.net. And I hope that you take a moment today to share this live stream with your PLN by sharing it out on Twitter, using the hashtag MIEExpert, and of course, letting everybody know that you guys are here by sharing this out on Twitter. We have a great lineup of speakers today. Let me just kind of go over some of the great speakers that we have. Coming up first, we have an amazing educator talking all about the ways that you can stay productive with Office 365 and all the Microsoft 365 tools. That's happening in just a few minutes. At 9:30, we have an amazing educator talking all about Wakelet, something I like to learn about, and I'm looking forward to Wakeletting up and smelling the coffee. And then at 10 o'clock, we've got an amazing educator from Kansas talking all about partnerships and what he's doing in his school district. And one of the focuses that I'm looking forward to is at 10:30 Eastern. We've got our good friend Tammy Dunbar coming in to talk about how she is hacking her classroom. You don't want to miss that. I'm told she has a special guest. I want to bring on, however, our first guest today. He is a sixth grade math and science teacher from Dallastown, Pennsylvania. He is also an MIE master trainer, MIE master expert, Surface Classroom expert, and he's also the director of PAECT. I want to welcome my good friend, Mr. Eric Verno. Eric, how are you today? Welcome to the show.
Hey, Jeff, I'm well, man. It's great. The East Coast is waking up the Central and the West Coast this morning to kick off this conference.
And what a conference. We've got some amazing things. And what I didn't even mention, Eric, is what's happening at noon today. Stick around. We've got some great stuff. Eric, tell us a little bit about yourself and what are you doing these days in Central Pennsylvania?
Oh, man, it's a great time to be in education, to be in education technology, all the different things we have going. So as you said, I'm a sixth grade math and science teacher. And, obviously, like everybody else, we're kind of anticipating and working on building some things up as far as next year. Over the summer, you mentioned PACT, which I am a regional director for in Pennsylvania, which is a state affiliate of ISTE. We're planning a virtual conference, a little different than this one. We just have it teachers, a 4-day stretch where teachers are presenting for teachers. A lot of great stuff going on there. And then, what's really awesome is my connection with NCCE and how fortunate I am to be working with them. I've been able to touch base with people all over the U.S. from the comfort of my home office. And it's been amazing just seeing how many teachers are really taking the time out of their summer to do what's best for their kids, to learn the tools, to learn the tips and tricks. Because in the end, it's about the educators. It's not about the tools and tips, but we want that to be out of the way.
It certainly is about the educators, but really what it is about today is being productive. Now, you're going to share with us some of the ways that you are being productive with all of those amazing Office apps, something I struggle to do constantly with my schoolwork, with the stuff here on TeacherCast. Eric, I'm going to give you the floor. I'm going to have you pull up your screen and take it away, my friend. Floor is yours.
All right. Well, I will work on sharing my screen here. As I'm doing that, I'm just going to say I'm going a little off script. I'm not going through your normal kind of training. We're going to show you some things that you can utilize and kind of even make it better for educators, giving a little bit of that social, emotional. All right, let's work through our stuff here. So, all right, popping my screen up here. All right, so looking at being productive, staying productive, I'm going to focus on really 6 tools is what we're going to do. We're going to really start off in that Office 365 world. Microsoft Outlook, we all live it, breathe it every day. And for some of us, it's a great thing. And for some of us, it could be overwhelming. So that's really what I want to focus on. We'll talk about the desktop, the online, and then we're going to pull in, I bleed purple, Jeff. I love my OneNote. So we're going to talk about OneNote. One important factor is I put their desktop. What the feature I'm going to show you is only in the 2016 version. I know they have the Windows 10 version. This feature pulls in with OneNote. And then a little known app that I'd like to tell you about. Microsoft back in the day bought a company called Wunderlist, and then they've converted it over, and now it's Microsoft To Do. And it is a phenomenal app. And that's where we're going to tie it all together, where the magic happens. So when we start off with, I'll start off in the browser. I have an email come in. We all know what it's like. All right. And it may be right before the end of the class, right before I'm heading to cafeteria duty, whatever the case may be. I have this email pop in. I know I need to work with it. I know I need to answer it. I could just hover over the email and I get these options here. And you know what? With all the email we get, our first inkling is sometimes let me just throw it in the trash can. But we got to make sure we follow up with these emails. So I have this little flag here. If I right click on the flag, I get options. Do I want to follow up today, tomorrow, this week, next week? I can do no date. And when I'm done with it, I can also go through and complete it and clear it. So I'm just going to I'm going to follow up on this today. Now, just to show you, this is in the web-based version of, you go to office.com or outlook.office.com. So if you're on different devices, and what I love in my school district, we're Chromebook-based. Students can do this on their Chromebook. So let me quickly pull up here. If I'm in, if I am in my Microsoft Outlook here, desktop app, same concept. Here's my test email. And here I can hover over top and I can right click and I can choose how do I want to flag it. All right. In my desktop app, I see all of the items I have to work with. All right. And if you do not see this pane on the right hand side and you are in your app, you can click up in the top bar. You want to go into your to-do bar. So they call that right sidebar the to-do bar. And I want to make sure tasks is turned on. I usually keep calendar at the top and tasks at the bottom. I don't worry about the people section in the middle. And then when I have the tasks here, I have the events that I'm going to look at. Now, I'm starting with Outlook. I'm not going to stay in Outlook because the problem, kind of what I'm saying is when I do go into my Outlook, the scenario is, it's one email I have to focus on, but 6, 7, 20 other emails pile up. And then I feel like I got to deal with those other ones. I want us to really work on let's laser focus. Let's really drive down deep to what I have to, kind of put on my list of my to-dos. So speaking of to-do, all right, we're going to be looking at the Microsoft To-Do app. There is, if you go to your home and in your list of apps, there is a spot for to-do. If you don't see it, you click on all apps and it'll show up. When I open that, it'll pull in here. And on the side section, I can set things for my day, for what's important. All right, planned items. And down here is flagged email. Things I flagged from Outlook that have pushed over to here. And when I click that, they're all selected here. What I love about this app, it helps me, again, zone in, get rid of all the other stuff that's going on. And when I click on it, it'll actually open up the email and give me the body of text. So I can see everything in this app, all right, all showing up right here. If I wanted to open it in Outlook to deal with it, I can. If I'm like, you know what, I followed up with it, I'm good. I can check right here. All right. And it'll clear it out. And a nice little satisfactory little ding that happens when you do that. Now, not only in the browser can I do that, but Microsoft has this app, all right, that you can use. And notice I clicked on it was to do here and it automatically synced up with the desktop app. All right. And I can go down again to another thing. I'm working with one of my former students is coming back to help me in the classroom next year. So I can click here. And just like before, it shows me the body of the text. I can add it to my day. I can choose to remind me. I can have a due date, or I can tell it to repeat, kind of put it in my calendar. So one nice thing is if I add it to my day, before we just click the circle and we canceled it out, we were done. I added this to my day. Now, when I go back in here in the dropdown, if I go into my day, now I've taken those important follow-up activities and I've put them into a super focused area. All right, on today, Saturday, July 11th, here's the one thing I want to focus on taking care of. Now I can kind of put it away. I can go on about my day doing my things, and I'm going to get to that when it fits my schedule. Now, when I hear the words, I'm going to put it away and go on with my day, I'm going to be mobile the rest of the day. So a little caveat, if you're a Windows-based PC person, there's a new app called Your Phone. And when you do, it'll actually sync a Android phone up to this device. So it's great for presentations. All right. It's great to answer text messages on your phone. But specifically, we're going to talk about the To-Do app. So I'm going in here, opening up my To-Do app. I'm clicking on now. We got to wait a little bit for it to sync. There it goes. And I click on today, and it's showing me the activity that I put into my day. So now I've gone from Outlook, where a lot of information comes in. I've tagged or flagged my emails for follow-up. I then was able to push them out to the desktop app. If I'm on a Chromebook, they're sitting in the Office 365 To Do app. And I've also pushed it to my pocket. So as I'm out and about, as downtime happens, and like Jeff, I'm a father with 3 daughters, and there's times where we're shopping and I'm just kind of hanging back doing the dad thing. I may be able to go through and take care of some of those items off of my list while I'm in the store. Which is obviously a little different these days than it has been in the past. All right, so we're looking at those options. Now, I did mention OneNote. Now, the thing about OneNote is it doesn't work on their online. All right, so this feature is desktop only. All right, 2016 version. All right, so let me pull this up here. One thing I did not have set. So one nice thing is if I'm in here and so I have a Spirits Day thing, I was working on cleaning out my OneNote for next school year. And I am, I'm a fan of all sorts of tags in OneNote. And I could put in some different things. Everybody likes to check the box and things of that nature. So I could just insert a to-do tag. All right. And that just gives me some features in OneNote. But where the power is the connection with Outlook is to the right here. I have Outlook tasks. So now I can say, you know what, this Spirit Day page, I need to address this today. Well, when I click this, all right, I'll say work on pulling in information today. All right, so now that's done. Get that out of the way. All right, we're going to wait a little bit here. And when I go into tasks, it says due today, click the OneNote link in the task body for details. So now it lets me know that I've put a task in OneNote that I need to address today. Now, unlike the email, it's not going to give me the actual body to read here. I have to click to actually go into it. So it's a little bit more, you're taking that step to jump into the email, check the things out in that end. But again, it's one place. So I've been to Outlook, I've been to OneNote, and I have one app, Microsoft To Do, that I'm pulling everything in. To me, that concept of being productive is getting rid of the moments where I'm working all of a sudden squirrel and I'm off working on this activity, working on that activity. So I have everything again in one spot. And what I love about the new Microsoft, they want to be everywhere we are. So the app works on Apple iOS. It works on obviously the desktop PC, the laptops, and it works on Android. So I'm able to pull in a lot of those different items. So the final concept of being productive that I'd like to talk about is sticky notes. Okay, so we all have, sticky notes all over our desk. When I was student teaching 20 some years ago, the teacher I was working with, she would tell me the sign of a creative teacher is a messy desk. And I think I've unfortunately clung on to that way too well. And the sticky notes, that were all over my desk. Now we have computers, and now the sticky notes are all over your monitor, right? All right, a lot of you are, out there as big sticky note fans. So Microsoft has brought in their own version of the sticky note app. And what's really cool is not just the sticky notes, I can change colors, do things, but its ability to sync. All right. Now, this one is not so much a feature, all right, as far as online through the office.com portal. This is going to be desktop based and working with iOS or Android on your phone in your pocket. So Microsoft has, all right, an app that you can open here. All right, sticky notes. And when I'm in there, I can add any item. I can copy and paste text from an email, any information that I want to put in here. All right. Here is a new note. Of course, I am a big Surface fan. So if I even have this and I'm doing work with students, I can quick write a note. All right. So now I've just inked a quick note. All right. I can't blend text and ink. All right. But I could put that in there. And now I have that in. But I'm like, you know what? I want it to stand out a little differently. So I can change the color of my sticky notes because we all want to have the ability to differentiate. So when I do that, it just kind of colors the top of it, not the whole thing. And I think this is in dark mode here. I didn't take it out of dark mode. I apologize for that. But the very exciting thing is now if I go over here to my phone, the sticky note team and some of the inking teams and the OneNote team, all right, in Redmond, and I believe they are overseas, work very closely to kind of integrate these concepts. So there isn't a separate sticky note app on the Apple Store, on the Google Play Store. It's baked into OneNote. So when I click on OneNote, I get options. There's the notebooks I have sitting there. And on the bottom, I can search in all of my notebooks, or there's sticky notes. Now, when I click here, the note I wrote in ink, the text of here is a new note, and the good morning is right there that I had before. So now if I want to add a note, all right, just a quick little hello. And notice on my screen, it immediately synced to the desktop sticky note app. So now I'm able to pull that in there. All right. And now use case scenarios, how I like this when I'm, opening class and I'm going through and you're going through checking, who's here, who's present. You're kind of going through, maybe you're collecting homework, who has missed homework, or where I really, truly love this app is in the last second before you're heading out the door for a recess duty or cafeteria duty. And your colleague, pulls you by the arm and says, hey, if you see Eric out there, he owes me something, just send him back in real quick. Or, hey, we just got a note from the office. So-and-so's got to go down, or they're being dismissed. I can quickly, if they catch me in my room and I type it down, it's automatically going to sync to my phone as I'm heading out to CAF duty, or I'm heading out to recess duty. Or if I just do it right there on my phone, I have it. Because a lot of times they hand me a sticky note, and I'm Italian. When I walk, my hands are all over the place. Those things go flying. Or I fold them up, put them in my pocket. I forget about it. This is just right there for me to check, and I have the information. So I've really, truly appreciated their syncing capabilities in the back end. I've really, truly appreciated the fact that they want to be everywhere we are, all right, with our items. So we talked about your phone. I mentioned it. And again, I know Jeff and I were talking earlier, and some of our friends that are on the Mac side of things, this is Microsoft and Android's way to kind of catch up to your world. You have the ability to do iMessage on your phone. You have the ability to do it on your Mac. Well, in this, and I'm not going to go into necessarily my chat section, but on the side here, I have my different options. I can see notifications that have popped up on my phone. I can see messages. Now, I may pop this open, or I may open this app during a plan period to be able to kind of go through it. If I need to answer any messages, I can actually type the messages on my computer, and it'll automatically send through my phone to whomever was trying to reach me. So it just tends to be a little bit easier, cleaner when I'm working. And the other thing is I'm not getting my phone out and having it out. And, in that way, I have it tucked away. If my screen's off, it'll still work. All right. And then, of course, the phone screen, I can pull it up, and some new features they're pulling out with being able to make phone calls from there. But I love this ability to pull in and kind of triage different things on my phone as well, because, in our, so overly connected world, people are kind of tugging at us in all levels. And there are times in my life, I do have a daughter who has a condition where, she has a service dog, and she has some different things that every so often the message may come through during that plan period that I have to quickly answer or deal with. And hopefully it's not necessarily a real bad thing. So the final thing, little nugget I want to throw out there for our Android faithful, we'll call them, is if you have on your Android phone, you can put in different launchers. So this is kind of hitting another level of geek. You can actually do a search for Microsoft Launcher. And the skin that I have on here is the Microsoft Launcher. I have a quick Cortana. I pulled in OneNote, the different widgets that you can do. Apple's catching up now. They're going to have widgets in iOS 14. Welcome to the party. But a real cool thing about the Microsoft Launcher is when I slide to the side, I have those flagged emails here. So now this is the third location. If I don't want to open the app, I can scroll through, see my calendar, and at the top, the sticky notes that I've created will appear. Now, one thing we didn't touch on is there's different profiles. So in here, I happen to have another profile. So now I could pull up things that I've done in school, all right, and things that I was just working on. And it's just got to work a little bit more now that it's open to kind of sync up with what we've been doing. But you have a third area, third location to pull up. So like I said, as you notice, these here aren't necessarily synced up with this because I didn't pull, but the rubber band should catch it up. but it's a live demo, so you just never know what'll happen there. And the cool thing is I can create a note here. I can do a text, an ink, or a voice note, or an image note. So this gives you even more features. So I'll just do a quick one and just say hello again and see if that next hello pops up. All right, but I'm able to put that in there and have it at another spot. And so I have the one hello here, and it's just working on syncing in the back end a little bit. So again, multiple ways for you to kind of work on being productive during the day, still keeping attention to the details you have. All right, but moving through. So hopefully you've been able to, like I said, I think sticky notes and Microsoft To Do are kind of like the little known apps that not a lot of us have worked on or delved into. Android Faithful, the Microsoft launcher is something definitely to look at. They're really doing a lot with that app and beefing it out. And as I've said to different people, it's not your father's Microsoft. They're doing everything to be on multiple platforms. They're working on building out the Mac apps, all right, the iOS apps, all right. So, and then pulling in all of the abilities to, the ability to be productive and working wherever you are. So it's really a great time, like I said, to be in education, to be into ed tech. All right, what do you think, Jeff? Did I teach you anything? That's my question.
We have certainly a great show today, and we've had a lot of people commenting on YouTube, commenting on Facebook. And for that, thank you guys. Keep it up. We're, of course, using our hashtag MIEExpert today as we celebrate all things Microsoft education. We, of course, want to say thank you to all of our friends at NCCE, and don't forget to check all them out over at ncce.org. Eric, I know you have an opportunity to get around, do some presentations, get a chance to meet other school districts. When it comes to those Office apps, what are you seeing other teachers looking for, and what are they asking you to learn?
Well, right now, there's two big apps that are the hotbed. You got Microsoft Teams, based on all the remote things we have going on. It is a phenomenal app. I know in Pennsylvania, every student has access to it across the board. So it's a great way to work with your students. And then the other big one, Minecraft.
Yes.
And it's really, really making some great strides and doing some awesome things. That team is just on fire. I got so much respect for what they're doing. It's phenomenal.
I have all of our kids here playing Minecraft, both on Xbox, on Windows. And by the way, Eric, I don't know if you knew this, at 12:30 today Eastern, we have a Minecraft session here.
Oh, man. All right.
So tell your friends we are doing Minecraft right here at 12:30. And, of course, we're going to be here all day until 3 o'clock Eastern time, Eric, making sure that we are absolutely good. Now, I got to ask you a question about that shirt behind you.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
That shirt with the llama, I see that around from people who belong to a certain amazing organization called Microsoft Innovative Educators. You happen to be one, don't you?
Yes, I do. Proud to be one.
And there's a deadline coming up, right? On July 15th is the deadline for applications for those MIE nominations. I got to ask you, I'm putting you on the spot. Did you fill out your application?
You know what? I was so excited for the MIE application rollout. I got mine in early, which is a very rare thing for this guy right here. But yes, sir, I have mine in. Yes, I do.
And I got to tell you, to do that, it's so easy, isn't it? All you have to do is you head on over to the education.microsoft website. And what you need to do is you need to fill out a self-nomination. You answer a few questions about yourself. You can either create a 2-minute video. You can create a sway. I love sways, by the way. Do you like sways?
Oh, I do. I tell teachers that it's PowerPoint on steroids. It's the ability for kids to create a presentation and not waste 30 minutes just focusing on typewriter text, not doing all those motions that are going to make you so sick that you don't even want to see their presentation. It's so nice.
It's so easy to do. And I love that it's all pre-designed templates. And by the way, if you guys are looking for some great stuff about Sway, we have an awesome TeacherCast podcast that actually dropped this week featuring Scott Bricker, who, by the way, is going to be on this very show here in a few minutes, probably about a half an hour or so. I'm looking forward to having him come on as well. But you know what? It's all about the MIE program today. Reminding you guys today, go to the Education Center, fill out that nomination. It doesn't cost a thing. Eric, I'm going to ask you the question that I'm going to ask every other presenter today. What does the MIE program mean to you?
Oh man. Whew, big question. No, I love the MIE program. It's a family. And the cool thing is, let's see, 2015 or so, I trucked to Philadelphia for ISTE, the international conference, and that's where I was able to attend my first ever Microsoft Innovative Academy. Actually, the cool thing is, I'm opening up for the presenter who's following me, was one of the leaders in that presentation, and ironically was my first introduction to NCCE without even knowing it was NCCE. I was able to go through, learn so many things. We were going through just different things about Twitter, social media, and even 2015, going through learning more about OneNote, the different tools. What's really awesome is got to meet Mike Tolfson, Ari Shore at the time, who was on the team, the OneNote team. Like, that's the cool thing when you have these different connections, when you're doing these different things, you're meeting the engineers behind the scenes. You're working with the people that are building all these things out. And the cool thing is, they're listening to what we're telling them. There's like, oh, educators need this. It doesn't mean it's going to happen on our timeline, but the stuff is happening. It is phenomenal. Even just me being in the Chromebook world and Office 365, it is a dream working through that with the kids. So able to work with these phenomenal educators. We have great chats. When I have a question, it's the beehive. I can throw out a question. On any given day, 15 on the low end to 60 responses, right? And I'm able to work on that. I'm able to help people out because, the smartest person in the room is the room. I don't have all the answers, but I have people I can reach out to. So through that MIE experience, then I was able to connect with and get so fortunate to get connected with NCCE in Illinois at ISTE. And I've been doing all sorts of trainings, connecting with different engineers. I was on a call, Microsoft Edge. They're working on building out their tools for teachers. And Edge EDU is a new hashtag. I was able to work with some people in India in a conversation, working through Microsoft Teams. Like, the PLN growth, the family, just having everybody there has been phenomenal. And even meeting you through those channels as well, Jeff.
It's the connections that you make. It's trying to figure out how to put all these things together. That is often the problem, isn't it? And I've been looking for, really, where's that one place that I can find, curate, share, and really provide resources for my teachers, for TeacherCast, even for my family. We just recently moved to Connecticut, and I'm trying to figure out how to put all these little documents and stuff together. And it hit me. I need to wakelet it up a little bit and figure out what I am doing. And I am so happy that our next presenter is here. She is an amazing presenter. And I don't know if you know this, Eric, but she is from the great state of North Dakota. She is a technology integration specialist for NCCE. She is also a Microsoft Innovative Educator and Master Trainer. And I am so thrilled to bring on Miss Charity Nix. Charity, how are you today? Welcome to Live from NCCE with Eric Verno today.
Hey, thanks, Jeff. And I have to say, I've got my coffee. Good job, Eric.
Yep.
And I have a special treat for you, too. It's a virtual rhubarb muffin to celebrate your 9 years. So congratulations. Thanks for having us with you today.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. We didn't even mention that. We'll talk a little bit about the 9-year anniversary as we go through here. I'm looking forward to hearing about this because we just did a Wakelet podcast on our Ask the Tech Coach show. That's actually going to be going live over at askthetechcoach.com on Monday morning. I'm hearing a lot about how Wakelet is easy, how interesting it is. And you know what? I think that everybody out there who's interested and willing to figure out how to do this, they're going to be catching that Wakelet wave today.
Yeah, I hope so. I have to be honest with you. I was kind of a late comer to Wakelet because I wanted to see what everybody else was going to do first. And then when I started seeing the power of it, I couldn't help but get on my board and start riding. I've been on ever since.
Eric, have you been paddling your Wakelet wave board?
Oh man, I'm working on it. I got my toes dipped in the water, so I am ready to learn from one of the best here and hear all about the Wakelet wave. That's why I brought my coffee. That's why I have it ready.
Yeah.
Eric, first of all, thank you so much for being first on the line. Of course, you can check out all the great stuff that Eric's doing over at PAECT. You can check him out at E_Verno. And Eric, you're doing some amazing things in Pennsylvania. Eric, thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your passions with our MIE community.
Thank you so much, Jeff. And hopefully you're a little bit more productive by the 20 minutes or so we got to spend together. All right, let's kick off some coffee and Wakelet, man. Let's roll.
I'll talk to you later, my friend.
Good to see you, Eric.
Charity, when it comes to organizing, and I think this is a good segue into where we are, it's not just about organizing, but it's putting things into a place where other people can find it and really where you can find it. I know I have problems with bookmarks all over the place and folders, and then I put stuff into Evernote, which is like a list form, and it's not really visual. Today, you're going to talk to us a little bit about Wakelet and how that is helping us Wakelet up and smell the coffee.
That's right. And let me tell you what, I did have to Wakelet up and smell the coffee because I was, like I said, behind the scenes. There were so many people that have done so many great things with it prior to me even dipping my toes, as Eric put it. But since I've gotten in, I have found the power of it. And especially with all of this new learning and remote learning and education, there are so many resources that are coming at you. And how do you organize all of that? Like Eric was showing today earlier, how to create those tasks and how to organize your email and sending that to OneNote. But even that was kind of chaotic for me because my OneNotes just got overwhelmed. And so what I was able to do was I found, and I kind of dipped my toes into Wakelet, I found this great tool, and there are so many different tools, but Wakelet is really awesome because it can be used in so many different ways. So I caught the wave and I started riding. So yeah.
Well, let me help you get your screen all shared if you want to hit that little button.
Perfect.
And then, by the way, and if you're out here watching for the first time on Facebook, on YouTube, on Periscope, thank you guys for joining us today. We're here all day until from 9 o'clock till 3 o'clock Eastern. And of course, if you're checking this out, share this stream out. We would love to get 100, if not more, educators checking this stuff out. And as we go through here, Charity, you got your screen up there?
I do. Are you not able to see it here?
Not yet. Click on the screen share button at the bottom.
Yep. And let's see. There we go. Now we should be good.
All right. We're all good. Flip on over to your... There you go. Add
there we go.
Stream, and I'm going to let you go. Everybody, the great Charity Nix.
Hey, thanks, Jeff. Good morning, everyone. Grab your coffee, grab your muffins. Let's celebrate and ride this Wakelet wave with me. If you have not been exposed to Wakelet before, I'm going to tell you that I'm going to encourage you to stop and take a step back and try it out. It's very easy. It's simple, but it is so powerful also. Wakelet is a great way to organize resources by category, by topic, all sorts of different things. And it's so easy to do. If you simply go to wakelet.com, very simple URL to remember as well, and you create a free profile. What this will allow you to do is to create what we call these collections. And I want to show you how easy it is to start a new collection. Because again, it was a new tool for me, and I'm very, very new. You see that I actually have followers and people that I am following myself. And again, I am fairly new to this. I will be honest with you. It was probably February when I started dipping my toes in, and I started using Wakelet for conference presentations to organize my content and to be able to efficiently and easy share my resources with participants. A lot of times at conferences, you have people coming from all different directions. They may have Office 365, they may have Google Classroom, they may have a Mac, they may have a PC. This really doesn't matter because it's web-based, and I'm able to share various different links with them. Just one link for my collection, and people can access it. But I want to show you how else that can be used and so powerful. I do want to show you that it is social. So when we talk about those social PLNs, I'm an MIE expert and I love being an MIE expert. I'll talk about that a little bit more later. But this is also another way for me to make additional connections. And so those people that may not be MIE experts, you can connect with them as Wakelet users, and you can also become a Wakelet ambassador, which is one of my next steps, and I'm in the process of doing that as well. But here you can see that I'm following people, and so I can just show you that, yes, the wonderful Tammy Dunbar. I'm following the Wakelet community and some other people as well. And so I can come up here and I can do a search for anybody that I would like to search for. And you can put in any particular person that you would want. and do a search for that person. And you will see you can search collections. So if you want to search a specific collection topic, you can definitely do that. And now you will see I did a little search for my good friend Noreen Dooley, and she happens to have multiple accounts. And so I'm just going to happen to follow this one. And it's so easy because I can take a look and find this person. So if you have people on Twitter that you're following, maybe they are very heavy into using Wakelet and they have a lot of great resources. You will see here that this particular profile, she doesn't have any collections yet. So I will go down to this one, and this will allow me to see, all right, does she have things here? Yes, this is her primary. And so I will follow her here. Now I have that connection through Wakelet with Noreen Dooley, and I'm able to see all the fabulous things that she is going to take a look at and share. And now I have these people here that I can follow, and I can search for those people at any point in time, which is so powerful. You can also see your individual collections. Now, what's great about Wakelet, we talk about collaboration, communication, curation. We can curate, we can collaborate, and we can also do that with other people in Wakelet. So we have my personal collections, which are here, and I have 4 of them, but I also have group collections. So now I can collaborate with other people to create fabulous Wakelet collections to be able to share with everybody and anybody that we want to. And so this is a great way to also collaborate with fellow coworkers or other educators that have similar interests with you as well. And you both have the ability to edit them at any time, and they're always updated. Okay, so let's take a look at how easy it is to create a new collection. You will see here that I have some, and I will resort back to my Wakelet and Smell the Coffee that I've been working on specifically for this, but I want to just share with you how to create a new collection. It's so easy. You click create new. You have some settings over here, which are fairly new. They've moved some of the settings into this new setting gear over here where your appearance is here. So once it's created and you add a cover image, you can always go back and change that. If you want, it's like changing the furniture in your office. If you want to give it a new updated look, you can definitely do that. And then you also have the sharing capabilities, and we'll talk a little bit about more that in a little bit. But here I can add a cover image. You can upload your own images, but look at this. They have a great library for you to start from. And so you can do a search on various different things. Let's just start with the water this morning. Okay, and it will bring it up here and show you what that looks like. Okay, and you can add a title. My first Wakelet. You can give it a description. Now, how do you add content? It's so easy. You simply click this plus right here, and you have the ability to include any of these things. So let's take a look at the power. Any URL that you have access to, whether it's a website, any URL. You can add simple text, a YouTube video, tweets from Twitter, bookmarks that you might have. So remember when Eric was talking earlier this morning, if you were with us, Eric was talking about bookmarks and how we used to do all these bookmarks. And I know, Jeff, you have bookmarks. We've all had social bookmarking that we used to use a few years ago. It seems like a few years ago. But what do we do with those? They all sit in our computer, and we have to go back to our favorites bar and find these bookmarks. Well, I can create a Wakelet for my bookmarks, just one idea. You can also add images, upload PDFs. You can access your Google Drive or your OneDrive, and one of my favorites, Flipgrid. So now I can have a Wakelet of my students' Flipgrid topics and the grids that we have for more classes. And so there's so many different possibilities here. And so I'm just going to show you that there, but also your changes are automatically saved. So the power of this is that I could be working on my desktop that doesn't have a battery backup. If the power goes out because we have storms or something happens, my information is going to automatically be saved periodically, so I don't have to worry about losing that. Okay. And also I have the ability to determine who's going to be able to see my collection. And so here I can click on private, and I can go say, you know what, I want everybody to see this because this is great information, and I want people to be able to take a look at it. It's valuable. So, you know, I'll just open it up to everyone. It can be unlisted. This will allow me to share the link for my Wakelet with specific people that I want to have access to it, but only those people that I share that link with would be able to see it. Or if this is just mine, or maybe I've just started this Wakelet and it's not ready to be sent out for the public, or I just want to get it all created and situated before I actually unlist it, that's great. I can keep it private, or maybe it's even my own private and I'm not going to change the permissions. I can do that. I don't have to list it and I don't have to make it public. It can be my own private Wakelet. So think about this in your own everyday work life. If you have resources from all over the place, if you have, Minecraft information, or you have Office 365 information, like Eric mentioned this morning, Teams is a huge thing. There's always these new updates that are coming with Teams, which I absolutely love. But how do you keep up with that? You can add that to your private collection, and then you have the ability to go through and look at it as your own resource, a personal resource at any point in time. I'll give you a couple of ideas about how Wakelet can be used also. So I'm going to go back from editing and I'm going to go back to my collections here. Okay, so I can click on Wakelet here and it'll take me back to what I call my dashboard. But here you will see this Wakelet and Smell the Coffee. I have some various different resources and I wanted to share with you just some of the things that have come about. If you are not sure how you can use Wakelet in your school, I've actually created this new Wakelet that just has some information about Wakelet and how you can get started. So here is an actual Wakelet collection that I've added to my Wakelet, so you can see the power. Not only is it just my resources, but I can add phenomenal people like Robin and add her Wakelet collection with all these great resources into mine without having to take all of the pieces out of hers to put into mine. So now I'm able to reference and share and collaborate with so many other people and have all of their powerful resources in mine as well. And so it's a great sharing community. And so here you will see these are just ways of using Wakelet. Now students can use this. It's absolutely fabulous for student voice. I will tell you that I have done some presentations at universities on for a senior seminar course on digital portfolios. And what does it mean to have a digital portfolio in today's environment? Let me tell you what, when I graduated from university, that was what I did. I had a digital portfolio and I worked in the lab where we created those. And that was a requirement for graduation from my small university in North Dakota at Valley City State. Yay, go Vikes. But what I did is that I helped people to create these digital portfolios. And back then, the easiest tool for us to use, PowerPoint. How crazy is that? We were linking slides to use PowerPoint as a digital portfolio. Now there's so many different tools out there. Wakelet can be one of those as well to demonstrate and show what you are capable of doing instead of just giving a piece of paper. It's so powerful. So these are just some ideas that Robin put together about how to use Wakelet in your schools. And so there's resources for educators, getting students involved. Maybe your school newsletter becomes a Wakelet and you continuously add information to that Wakelet and you share that one link to your parents and they always have it. So it's not a reoccurring thing. Or if you have a classroom newsletter, or if you have, I used to have a snake in my science classroom. His name was Sebastian, and my students had the ability to take care of Sebastian and learn about him. And so we could keep a diary for Sebastian, and that's one way that we could use Wakelet and have that diary for his well-being, so on and so forth. So there's a lot of different ways. You can see here, I am big into Minecraft, and one of my collections is Minecraft education resources. But you know, one of the things that I found that was so powerful is that when this COVID situation happened and our education as we knew it got flipped upside down and no one knew what was coming next, I wanted to have an area where I could just share some resources with people. And so as I used my professional learning networks, both my MIE expert group, my Minecraft mentor group, all of the different networks that I have, my Twitter group. I mean, I use Twitter on a daily basis. That is like my news feed now. I don't even turn the TV on because I actually get the news a lot faster and I get to see the news that I want to see. But here I created this remote learning resources group. And I know most of you know Mike Tolfson, and he is an absolute gem. He is so good on Twitter, and you can always find all sorts of different things. But as remote learning came about, there were a lot of Microsoft tools that were on the forefront, and Microsoft Teams being one of those. So I was able to put this quick start guide that Microsoft put out there as a resource. Using PowerPoint, a lot of people didn't realize, and not only in K-12, but I work in higher ed as well with NCCE, and a lot of those professors use PowerPoint for their lectures, and they weren't aware that they could actually keep the PowerPoint slide decks that they have used in their face-to-face classroom and do voiceovers and do recordings so that they can now enhance that and add forms to it for assessment. There were so many things that they could do. And so I was able to share this with them, that they don't have to reinvent the wheel last minute because everything has to go online. So a lot of different ways that this tool can be used and how powerful it really can be. I can share tweets from other people. I mean, again, the sky's the limit really when it comes to Wakelet. And so this wave, it may start out very small for you. And if you're not a good surfer, you might just start on your belly and just kind of body surf that one. But as you get going, you're going to start to feel more confident. You're going to start to meet new people and explore new resources. And another thing that's here for you, if you are a starter and a newbie like I was, and I still don't consider myself an expert yet, and I'm always going to be learning. I don't know that I ever will say that. I have this showcase that I can go to right on the Wakelet site, and I can find all of these different Wakelets that are created by all these fabulous people, Alberto. And again, some of these names will sound familiar to you. These are people that I have met through our MIE expert program, and being able to connect with my fellow colleagues and see the fabulous work that they do and be able to share that with the people that I'm connected with. So this showcase is amazing resource for you. If you are hesitant to start building your own, that's fine. Take a look at what is already here for you. If you want to learn more about Flipgrid and remote learning, all of these Wakelets are here for you to take a look at. So you can use the Wakelet site. It's a great resource to get started, create your account, maybe start a new private collection for yourself just to kind of get your toes wet and then get going, you know, and you can start sharing these with a couple of people and use that priority for your collections and set those how you want them to be. And maybe once you get going and you feel a little bit more confident, you can share them completely with the whole Wakelet community and everyone. But I do want to encourage you also, excuse me, before my time is up here, I'm going to encourage you, if you are not on Twitter, and this is kind of a plug for Twitter, but not really, because this is just my passion here. Since I have been exposed to Twitter, I have found that my connections, the people that I have met globally, and the resources that I have access to, which is where I find a lot of my information for my Wakelet collections, can be found right here on Twitter. I will also tell you that if you have not created a Twitter account, do that and follow Wakelet. They send out a newsletter every once in a while. They give you all of these updates, and they highlight creative, amazing educators. For example, this last collection that came out in an email, Audrey was one that was one of her Wakelets was selected to be highlighted in that collection email that went out to everyone that you can subscribe to as well, and just have all of those resources coming in. It's amazing. And so if you haven't created a Twitter account, do it and just follow Wakelet. Start out there, start small. The other thing that I want to share with you also, and it's about time for coffee, is to go to that educator center that Jeff was talking about with Eric. If you go to education.microsoft.com, not only can you apply to be an MIE expert before July 15th, which is 4 days, you can take courses within the Educator Center as well and get professional development for yourself. And there is even a course on Wakelet. It's the 5 C's with Wakelet. And it takes, you know, less than an hour. And it's fairly new. So it was published actually July 6th of 2020. So it's fairly new, but you have the ability to go in and take this, and it's a fabulous, fabulous course. And of course you get credit for it, badges and points and all of those good things. So that's really all I have. Jeff?
You know, I'm sitting here learning so much, and I'm really excited that so many others online that are watching us live are learning about this. I never knew all of those things that Wakelet can do, not only to keep me organized, but help keep my students organized. You know, the obvious question is, where do we get started? And for many of this, I'm looking at just jump right in and get started today.
Exactly. Yeah. I tell you what, I went to wakelet.com. It's an easy URL. You go there, create your free account, and just start dipping your toes in. Like I said, body surf that first wave, start your own private collection to begin with, and then just go from there. You'll be riding those big pipeline waves in a matter of time.
Is it possible to use Wakelet to organize your family structure? Things that you want to do with your kids, vacations, quarantine items. How can you use that to keep, uneducation organized?
Let me tell you what, one of the things that I started doing is I do a lot of traveling, not only for work with NCCE, but I love to travel on my own. And so I've been very fortunate to go so many places, but I want to keep track of all of the places that I've gone, the things that I've seen. When you go to this destination, when you're in India, where did you go? The sites that you see. I can create a Wakelet for my vacations, or I also have a Wakelet that's going to be coming up in my mind of places that I want to go. Once all of this is done and I'm able to go somewhere, what's the top place that I want to go and the things that I want to see? You can do a recipe book. This is an easy one. Create a recipe book, and you always have it with you. That's the thing, because you can access Wakelet. There is an app on your phone, the Wakelet app. Get it, use it. It's so powerful. You can access, you can edit. And so if I'm traveling, if I'm camping with my family, I'm staying in a cabin and I want to cook a recipe that I had at home, I don't have to bring all that with me. I have it right there on my phone.
Well, you know what I'm going to do with Wakelet the first moment that I get signed up, Charity? I'm going to be organizing the great websites, Twitter addresses, and resources for all of my MIE expert friends. I know you're a Microsoft Innovative Educator, aren't you?
Yes. Yeah, I'm an MIE expert. Yep.
Talk to us a little bit about the program. Today, we're celebrating the fact that, for so many of us, MIE means family. And I'm going to ask everybody these two questions. Have you renominated yourself by going over to the Microsoft Education website? And have you taken this process yet, or are you still going to do this?
Hey, I will be honest with you. I have not submitted mine as of yet. It is in process, but that is because I'm gathering all of my Wakelets and I'm gathering all of my tweets, and my sway is like going to be big. So yeah, I have 4 days left. I'm not going to wait to the last minute. I will get it in by the end of this weekend, but yeah, I'm still in the process of working on it.
Talk to me about your favorite MIE memory.
Oh my gosh. There are so many, but I have to tell you, because when I first started as an MIE, I was housed and based in North Dakota. North Dakota is not the most populated state. And I actually did teach in a very, very remote school district. We were 80 miles square. And so we had 3 different school districts that were combined into one. And so coming from small school districts and not having a lot of resources, this family has really opened up my doors and exposed me to people not only around the US, but globally. And so I feel like I have these coworkers and colleagues that I can call on at any time. If I have questions, I can reach out, and they're right there to help me answer any questions that I have and give me suggestions or teach me something new. I absolutely love this family. And my biggest, I think, experience was to be able to go to Redmond, to the Microsoft campus for one of the MIE summits. And that was so fun to be able to see everyone face to face. You can see them virtually, but it's just not the same, where I can actually put a face with the name. And absolutely, that was one of my favorite things.
Now, one of the things that we want to make sure that we talk about today is the importance of great professional development. And we always want to thank our friends at NCCE for helping us put this on. I know you're a member of the NCCE family. Talk to us a little bit about the organization and some of the great things that it's doing for educators worldwide.
Let me tell you what, I am part of NCCE. I've been a part, I want to say I'm a veteran. I'm not one of the old people, but I've been around since 2012. And I have absolutely loved it every sense of the way. And NCCE is a nonprofit, and that's what a lot of people may not understand, that we're a nonprofit and we are all educators. And so we understand going into school districts and working with administrators, because we have administrators that are a part of NCCE as professional learning specialists. But what's really exciting is that we have trained over 40,000 educators this year. Just myself, I was able to reach out and train over 4,000 educators from the beginning of March through the end of May. So, that is really exciting for me, being able to touch the lives of educators and kind of empower them to empower our students. And that's something that we really take pride in. And also that we have just started an e-learning branch, and we have a new e-learning director, Dr. Michael Higley, and he's a dear friend of mine, and so excited to have that aspect, because now, education has changed. And so we are really trying to stay ahead, if not intact, with what's happening in education. So that's something that I absolutely love about NCCE as well.
I love the family atmosphere that not only NCCE, but the entire Microsoft education community is. And again, I'm going to say, if you're out there listening to this and you haven't yet gone to the education.microsoft center, check that out. You can get a free account. You can join as an MIE. You can apply to be an MIE expert. And I got to tell you, Charity, that is exactly what our next guest has done. Would you like to meet our next guest?
I would love to.
Our next guest is an amazing educator who is a CIO for Wichita Public Schools. He's helped previous school districts get onto the top 10 of digital districts. He has started Nebraska's first virtual school. And get this, in 2014, he was on the 20 to watch from NSBA for innovation and technology integration work, and was recently recognized as one of the 2016 top 30 technologists, transformers, trailblazers by the Center for Digital Education, as well as the 2017 Administrator PLN Award for exemplary leadership from the International Society for Technology Education. I am so excited, Charity, to bring on our good friend, Mr. Rob Dixon. Rob, how are you today? Welcome to Live from NCCE. Check that mic, Rob.
Good morning. You guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
That was a mouthful.
We are having such a good time. And first of all, I'm asking everybody after their presentations, but Rob, you've got such a background, such a great history, not only with working with NCCE, but I've seen you on that Microsoft stage. I'm going to ask you now, have you filled out your MIE application yet?
I haven't. I usually leave that open for my staff to fill out. I feel like, and I've told Microsoft this several times. I've been on the education board at Microsoft for a couple of years now, and so I've told them there needs to be an administrator recognition, like some kind of MIE expert administrator, because as an administrator, you don't want to take away those opportunities for your teachers.
Well, when it comes to being an administrator, it's all about the relationships. It's all about creating those special moments. I'm going to ask you this one too. Have you created a Wakelet yet?
Absolutely.
Have you? Did you wake it up and smell the coffee today?
I use Wakelets all the time. In fact, we use one of the reasons we use a Wakelet today is our digital parenting series. So we're doing digital citizenship and a lot of training for our parents, because as you guys know, the atmosphere has changed. And whenever we had to go to remote learning, you had to think about how do we prepare our parents for, if they're going to work at home and their kids are going to learn at home, that creates a different atmosphere for learning.
It's all about that atmosphere. And that's what we're going to be talking about in our next session. Charity, I want to say thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for being here on Live from NCCE. Keep sharing those passions. Don't forget to follow Charity over at Butterfly NIX and all of those great things on her Wakelet board. Charity, thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks, Jeff, for having me, and good to see you, Rob.
Hey, good to see you, Charity.
Sorry about that. Go ahead. All right, Rob, first of all, thank you guys out there for joining us. It is 10 o'clock here on the Eastern Time. This is live from NCCE. My name is Jeff Bradbury, and today we are celebrating the great things that are happening with Microsoft 365. Rob, I know you're using Microsoft 365 in your school district.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We use the entire suite of Microsoft products. In fact, here this next week for all of our teachers, there's going to be a newsletter that goes out where we've integrated our phone system into Teams so that we're prepared in the fall, so that in case teachers have to go remote, they'll have their own dedicated phone number that just dials into Teams.
I am so excited about these features that are coming out. My school district in Connecticut is hooking us all up with phone numbers. Every day, it seems like there's new features coming out to Teams. I don't know if you heard this one. As a broadcast teacher, I've been really thinking over the last couple of weeks of how do I do broadcasting? How do I get two people sitting next to each other in front of a green screen? And they've got this awesome new feature coming out. I think it's called Together, where they can take you from different spots, get the background out, and put you in front of each other. I'm looking forward to having that be my news show from here on out. It's going to be an amazing opportunity. And there's so much great stuff happening with Microsoft.
Yeah, Jeff, you think about that focused view inside of Together. So now I can give the focus to content, and if I need accessibility needs such as doing some sign language, I can provide that process in that learning environment virtually now, in which that wasn't possible before. It just toggled back and forth between what action was happening. And so I'm super excited about some of those features.
And you're no stranger to this. Tell us briefly about starting that's my state, Nebraska's first virtual school. What was that like way back before this world changed?
Yeah, so I hadn't been the first virtual school that I helped start. So whenever I was in Andover, we started Andover E-Academy, I want to say in like 2009. And it's growing still even today. And then whenever I moved to Omaha and we started the partnership with Microsoft in Omaha, there was some huge needs there around the state just didn't have a virtual school. And so there weren't legislative verbiage around it. And so we decided to try to provide both opportunities for students that we didn't reach out to before, so homeschool students, but then try to offer blended opportunities. And so having started that, Wendy Lowenstein is a program director there. She's amazing. I just actually talked to her yesterday, and that program's going wild. And here just in the last month and a half, we rebooted the virtual school here in Wichita, moved it underneath my department, and now it's called Education Imagine, in which we're deploying Surface Go-Tos to every student with always on internet. So,
you're doing some great things out there, and thank you so much for your time today. And I wanted just to ask partnerships, right?
Yep.
What is it about partnerships? I'm looking forward to hearing your presentation. On our Ask the Tech Coach show, we talk about relationships, partnerships. Why is this the most important thing in education today?
I think whenever you look at partnerships and you think about how industry hasn't typically affected education, we're at some critical mass right now of where technology has moved so quickly, and our teachers and our staff, we have the largest gap in workforce we've ever had. We have literally 4 generations of workers and about to have a 5th generation inserted in there. And so people live longer, people don't retire nearly at the age that they did before. And so whenever you think about those things, we're creating gaps in what we need for digital literacy. And so the importance of partnerships is that as society changes, and those corporations are way faster at being able to shift their mindset and how they deliver. You think about the Amazons of the world, the Netflixes of the world. The importance of partnerships is helping us to become more agile as an education community, to really make sure that learning is also evolving as we try to change, how we deliver content, how we do things. I mean, think about this. COVID really had to make a shift very quickly how we deliver learning to students.
I completely agree with you, and I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say here on partnerships. I got your screen up. Are you ready for this?
Absolutely.
You sure you don't want to do your MIE application first? I can't get you into that.
I'll do my application this year. How's that?
Here it is. Everybody, please, the great Rob Dixon.
So I'm not new to having a relationship with NCCE. Before, whenever I was in Omaha Public Schools for about 5 years, we brought in NCCE to assist us in our program there at Omaha Public Schools. The story that I'm going to tell you today, and I have some questions actually out there inserted into this presentation that I want you all to think about and even answer in those comments. Kind of help assist in thinking differently. Because I think whenever, as a district, whenever you're thinking about professional development and creating lifelong learners, we've got to change how we learn and also make sure that happens for our students. So I love this slide. I read this book called Create the Future. I totally encourage everyone to read that. It's a great book. Jeremy Geisch is the author of that book, and he talks about a culture of innovation. And urgency is something that we had to really address this last spring. We were in spring break. We come out of spring break, and basically everything shut down. We had a week in Wichita Public Schools to create a professional development plan for our staff and understand what it looks like for the delivery of content for the rest of that fourth quarter semester. And so whenever we, now that we've had summertime and we've been planning, there's just tons of things that are happening that's shifted. And I know for us, the delivery of digital equity and access have become a prime target of that. And so whenever you think about, we were going to, as a district, take about 1.5 years. The district didn't have a plan before for device rotation. And so whenever you look at digital equity and access, at the time, that plan was going to occur over the course of about 1.5 years. And now, since we've had this pandemic, we've changed that to about 3 months. And so we just got through doing some devices. We purchased 24,000 HP devices that have LTE built into them. We're going to provide that internet access to our students to remove some of those barriers that we had in the spring that we identified. And so that, of course, changes how we think about learning. And so that normal is changing for us. And I want you in the chat on the side to talk about what is that new normal for you in your environment, in your school, in your day-to-day. What is our new normal in education? I want you to take a couple moments and type out some of those references there. And I'll continue to go, but I want us to think about, as a community, what does our new normal look like? Because I don't think it's going to go back to the way it was. And I would say there's some information here that would say why. So whenever you think about where students came into technology, it's much different than how we grew up. We're so much digital immigrants into this. I was born in 1976. I really wasn't engaged with Al Gore whenever he created the internet. For those of you who don't know, he claims that he created the internet back in the 90s. And so whenever you look at how technology, and particularly how social media has affected our students over the course of time, you look at, and this has actually been updated for this next year, you look at our kindergarten kids, they're coming into kindergarten having the ability to have 5G, which is an insane amount of access and the abilities of access. And so something like that, and access-wise, hasn't happened since really 2009, 2010. So something huge happened. So you think about YouTube came in 2005. In 2009, 2010, something happened, and it was actually not the iPad. It was really LTE. 4G connectivity came out, and before that, you had to have Wi-Fi. You had to have some type of wired connection in order to consume a YouTube video or video, particularly on any kind of smart device. And so whenever you think about access, at that point in time, that was huge because people could consume an immense amount of content in real time anywhere. And so everything jumped at that time, and all of our access did at that time as well. And so our kids have been exposed to that ever since they were born. And so you think about how the record industry has changed because how we made, we just don't have record stores anymore. And so many different things have changed. In our transformation here in Wichita Public Schools, I have up here the awareness, skill development, implementation, institutionalization. This is actually the ASCD framework for the depth of knowledge. And so when you think about that transformation model of the delivery of content, getting awareness, skill development, if I were to apply that to blended learning, as I do just right here and now, my instructional technology staff can get us to awareness and skill development. And we're developing our virtual schools to get our folks to that institutionalization key to where their depth of knowledge in that area, let's say it's a virtual school teacher around algebra, that algebra teacher in that virtual school becomes a subject matter expert in blended learning to teach those kids and to teach those teachers how much of that content at what interval and what that looks like. And so you see the MIE program there, you see 21 CLD, all those things are important whenever you think about getting teachers to a level of comfort and a depth of knowledge in order to do that. And so that's a part of our transformation model here. Whenever you think about computing in general, and this goes to my next question that I want you to type in the area, is when you think about those 4 generations of workers that we have in our workplace, and Jeff and I talked about this a little bit, how we're actually getting ready to insert a 5th generation into that. Before, when you thought about modern computing, or you thought about computing in general, it was a laptop and a desktop. You had a desktop in your office and in your classroom, and it took up probably a quarter of the space with your desk and your printer. And by the way, we've expanded the teacher area because of just the number of devices that are in a teacher's desk area. And so as you've expanded that, you've made less area for students. Now that we're getting to a more modern age, and you see modern computing devices such as the Surface Pro, in which we're delivering Surface Pro 7s to all of our teachers this week. I think we just finished doing about half of our 2,500 elementary teachers. We'll do the rest of them in August. We have all of our high school teachers we're delivering Surface Pro 7s to now too. And you look at how the age of the smartphone has become our primary device, in which that laptop was before for our mobile, as generations have expanded. Now modern computing devices such as the Surface Pro is becoming that primary computing device. In fact, today I'm doing this presentation via a Surface, and it does everything for me. I do all my podcasts, I do my video editing, all those things can happen on that device. I don't need something else to be that higher level computing device. And so what era of computing are we in? What would you label that? If you had to label the era that we're in computing, what would that be? I want you to type that in the area. When you look at professional development, and this is kind of the plan that I had in Omaha, and it's also the plan that I'm implementing here in Wichita, and you look at how pathways of professional development are developed, I'm appreciative of NCCE, because as we built what we needed, NCCE was really huge in that partnership and making sure that could happen. In a large district, we have nearly 9,000 staff. The ability for 7 to 8 people to be able to provide all of that is really, it's not, you can't have that type of expectation to do that in a short time. And so how do you do that effectively is through partnerships with Microsoft and through partnerships with NCCE. We also have a partnership with Common Sense Media. And so whenever you think about digital literacy, we've created a sub-department now underneath our IST, our technology group, called Digital Literacy. We're bringing on one of my favorite people, Diane Smokorowski. She's amazing. She helped create the Skype Master Teacher program. And so she's coming on board to be our digital literacy coordinator here at Wichita Public Schools. Our plan is to get all of our schools Common Sense Media certified so that we can show the depth needed for digital literacy. Now, where does NCCE come into that? Whenever I look at how we provide, going back to that ASCD model, whenever I need to be the building blocks as we continue to deliver digital literacy, and you're looking at these focuses of functional area, creative thinking, cultural and social understanding, collaboration, all those things need to happen within our tools. And NCCE, Tammy Dunbar, Charity, Darren, all those folks have provided some level of depth of ability to get us down the road faster than we could have by ourselves. Plus, it gives a great sense of another set of eyes and another set of thoughts as to how both the industry and we can make things better for students. And so, you know, through our MIE program, which we'll institute this fall, and thinking about how we create some purpose, because when you look at this graphic, it's really about purpose. I'm trying to provide the right resources and building that collaboration inside of teams, and also the device and device equity to professional development and being able to provide a great environment for our students. And we're doing that really from a teacher level around Surface Pro. So Surface Pro 7, it gives a different level of experience for a user. I can digital ink, I can wirelessly display. I have the ability to now walk around the room and facilitate learning rather than just standing at that board. And having that ability within a classroom and having classroom management is incredible. It's so needed within our classrooms. Now, I'll throw a wrench into this. Whenever you think about how we had to deal with COVID, professional development had to become rapid, fast, and it had to be virtual. And so we created a SharePoint site. I would encourage you to talk to your technology leaders. If you use Office 365, go out there and grab the Learning Pathways SharePoint, and it updates all the time to where it has, I'd say, snackable professional development opportunities. And what we built out of that was kind of a landing space for our staff to go to if they needed something quick around all the Office 365 products. It gave them a landing page to go to kind of get that on their own. Because I feel like there's different levels of professional development. There's really kind of your self-improvement professional development. There's school-based professional development, and then there's district-level professional development. And really, this kind of hits around that self-improvement area. Now, for us, we created that remote learning site so that we could really deploy teams effectively. Because I've only been at Wichita Public Schools for, well, not even a year. It'll be a year, August 1. But we had some incredible work that had to be done over that 2-month period after spring break. And so brought in NCCE, we talked about how we could deliver, and we did a lot of that through Teams meetings and through live Teams meetings. We had literally thousands of people, about 10,000 participants on average a week, going through these professional development opportunities. And I have some of those opportunities up here: assigning and grading work in class teams, empowering student engagement with Flipgrid, accessibility in teams. I tell you, I love the accessibility part of teams that is coming out in the fall, whether that be captions, whether that be the focus together. And, you know, having been on the TAP program and being able to give some insight into some of those things have been great. I'm super excited about, you know, it is true. Microsoft is a different animal than it was, I would say, 7 years ago. whenever I entered Omaha Public Schools, and I want to say about in 2017, we started, actually late 2016, we actually started working on Microsoft Teams. Omaha Public School actually had worked on Microsoft Classroom, which was called Homeroom. I don't know if you guys remember Microsoft Classroom. We worked on that at Omaha Public Schools with Microsoft and developed at first it came out with codename Homeroom, and so it's very much classroom management. But you look at where it's come today inside of Teams, it's very much about conversations. It's very much about building relationships. All the things that we're doing today in a setting for remote learning really stems around relationships. And Teams does a great job of that because it facilitates better conversations. And so whenever I think about that, and I think about NCCE and how they help us in that remote learning, and I have Darren Klee and Anthony Newbold in this slide, they did a great job of providing our principals the wherewithal and the knowledge to be able to deliver a remote learning community within Teams. And so if I had to give, I'll just say this. Usually I have this discussion with administrators and I'd say, you know, one of the most important people in a school is that principal. And we've got to give some great professional development to our principals to be strong leaders and to model for you teachers and to be able to do those processes differently than what they were before. And I appreciate NCCE helping us out with that. Also say, you know, just watching the live event usage in our Teams area was amazing. The amount of people that we were able to do in a short amount of time was amazing. I mean, I can't imagine having done that differently before. And you know, the last thing that I would talk about is providing digital parenting and citizenship. I think, you know, it's so important to think about digital parenting as we go into the fall and as we work with NCCE as a partnership. It's really kind of been every quarter I work with them to kind of build out hey Shannon, what does this look like? Here's what I'm thinking. Can you help me in this area? And digital parenting will be one of those, I know, coming into the fall. Understanding how we build that relationship with our parents as we're building those relationships with our students inside of Teams and focusing on providing opportunities to our students. How do we do that also with our parents and engage them more in that setting? And I think having partnerships and doing that well in a remote learning environment is probably critical to the success of how we do things in the year, because our COVID cases are increasing in the United States. You look at where things are going. I think it's important to be agile, and how you're agile in an environment where you don't have access to those resources face to face, and you have to think about those things differently. Having a partnership like NCCE is so critical in order to make sure that you can produce depth of knowledge, the mass level of professional development opportunities to meet the gaps that are created based upon the number of generations of people that have entered the workforce and maybe not have had that digital literacy level increased over the course of the time of them, becoming an educator and learning over that time. I think it's really a great time in education, because I think we're just now understanding the needs of our educators to be lifelong learners, to learn more frequently and to adjust more frequently. Adaptability and agile are two words that I would say are pretty critical for the success of this next school year. Jeff?
You've touched on so many important things, and I've been reflecting over the last half an hour here, just trying to take everything in. I'm in a school district right now of 12,000 students. We're trying to figure this out. One of the things that we're working on right now is just figuring out how do you install Teams onto 12,000 students, 1,200 adults. Is there any advice? I know you said that you doing Teams training and over again, and you mentioned this slide with 4 hours, but talk a little bit about building this, right? You're building structure, you're building PD, you're building an intranet. This is my personal question because this is my job for the summertime, is building this intranet. First, please share your links with me when you're finished. But number two, talk to us about the inside of what this looks like. How do you get that buy-in, not from the top down, but really from people going, hey, this is what we want to do. I see the value in this.
Yep. I would go back to professional development should be one that is intrinsically motivated. So you can go and read several books about creating lifelong learning. I think intrinsic motivation to learn needs to be there. But to do that, professional development has to be personal. It has to be something of interest to you. And so if you were to go down the path of creating a professional development framework, you really have to start with understanding the needs of those teachers and what would be of value to them from their mindset. So taking a design thinking activity and going through and identifying what are those things that are huge for our teachers, not from a system standpoint, but from a personal standpoint, and creating that. Because once you've started down that path of intrinsic motivation, those teachers are just going to soar, and you'll get a lot more user adoption at that level based upon a more intrinsic motivated path.
You talk a lot about creating that system, creating that environment, and letting your users soar. And I got to tell you, that's exactly what the MIE program is. It's an amazing opportunity to be a part of a community. I'm asking everybody, I'm going to ask you right now, what does the MIE program mean to you?
You know, I love the MIE program, and typically in Omaha and Wichita, I've seen, 9 to 10 MIE experts out of it. But what I do love about the MIE program is it's something that's recognized outside of the realm of our organization. And so whenever you try to encourage teachers to go through that program, it's a bit of validation for them. And I love the badging model, especially inside of MEC, Microsoft Educator Community, where you go down the badging process because it identifies depth of knowledge. And so districts across the nation, if you haven't gone through micro-credentials, you've got to think about micro-credentials and identifying that depth of knowledge. And I think the MIE program is a great start to that. And whenever you look at where our students are today and where learning is, particularly in post-secondary, I think you're going to look at a huge shift in education where we start to look at micro-learning, and micro-credentials will be a huge piece of that.
There's a lot of great things that you can do to be a part of the Microsoft Innovative Educator Network, but it doesn't happen until you fill out that form. Rob, it's very, very easy. All you got to do is head on over to education.microsoft.com, fill out a little bit of information, create a 2-minute video, make a sway, and put together something that is going to help you build that community, build that PLN. Rob, you've met so many great friends. You've met so many amazing people. I know you have a great relationship with Microsoft, but I've got to tell you, you and I have an MIE fellow in common, don't we? And I'm looking forward to hearing what's going on this world with Dr. Tammy Dunbar. Tammy, how are you today? Welcome to Live from NCCE.
I am excited to be here. It's like a big party.
It is a big party. I am looking forward to this. Tammy, you and I have built a great professional and friendship relationship through Office 365. Everybody here knows you are my go-to support when I need things, but also it's building that relationship between the different school districts. Talk to us a little bit about how relationships and NCCE and Microsoft Education, how has that helped you grow as a professional?
Oh, my stars. Well, we talk so much about how relationships are important between students and teachers. It is just as important between teachers, and those training teachers. We went one-to-one in my district, Manteca Unified, about 6 years ago. And at that point, Microsoft came in and gave us some training. I became an MIE in 2014. And as Rob was just mentioning, that community has been so full of support, so on point. Anytime you reach out to anyone in that PLN, best PLN ever, anytime you reach out to them, they'll say, oh, that's a great idea. I never thought of that. Or can I help you with that? So it's like having this incredible digital faculty. I'll turn that off. And it is so important because everybody is kind of on the same level and everybody has the same enthusiasm and excitement, and MIE and at NCCE. As Rob knows, NCCE has been in your district quite a bit, right, Wichita? Doing a lot of online trainings, and you have some amazing teachers there, but they've been reaching out to some of the trainers. I've gotten some emails from Wichita just asking follow-up questions. And that's what it's about, knowing that you've got someone there to back you up and to be there to help out if you get to a point where, throw me a lifeline.
Yep, those supports are huge.
Rob, thank you so much. I know I'm going to be reaching out to you. If anybody's looking for more information, you can check out over at Show Me Rob on Twitter. Rob, thank you so much for doing some of the great stuff that you're doing, and continue sharing your passions with your teachers this year.
Thanks, everyone.
Tammy, I'm excited about today. We are live from NCCE, and this is all about building our community, meeting other great educators, facilitating, and that's something that you've been doing. You're not only a 5th grade teacher in Manteca Unified, but you also did something pretty cool. You went to India. Am I correct in that?
I did. I am a 2018-19 Fulbright Teachers for Global Classrooms alumni fellow. And last summer, exactly a year ago, actually, I was in New Delhi and Kolkata and taught in Kolkata for an entire week, which was incredible. What was very cool is when they found out and talk about an MIE community, they said, you're this MIE expert that does training. Can you train all 250 of our teachers on artificial intelligence and educational technology? We'll have a couple sessions for you in the auditorium. And I said, of course.
Of course. Did you go, of course?
Of course. But they taught me so much too, because as you mentioned, it is all about relationships. So we have actually been doing projects this past school year with some of my friends in India via this wonderful device called the internet.
Now, I got to tell you, there's something that I'm worried about this year, right? We're going into a brand new school year. We're starting off with everybody in the class. And I know at some point in time, there's a good chance something is going to happen. I'm going to need to figure out how to hack my classroom and make it even more amazing for kids that are in front of me, not in front of me, or even for when the times when I might not be in front of them. And I am so thrilled that you are here today to talk all about how you can be hacking your classroom. Talk to us a little bit about some of the stuff that we're going to be talking about in the next half an hour.
Cool. So we're going to be talking about the 4 C's. We're going to be talking about how to hack your digital classroom to help communicate, collaborate, be creative, and to foster critical thinking. So I'm going to hit those 4 C's while I'm showing you things that I actually did in my digital classroom that were effective.
We want to say thank you to everybody out there who's watching live on Facebook, on YouTube, on Periscope. Big shout out to all of our MIE expert friends. Don't forget to share this with everybody. Tweet all about it using the hashtag MIEexpert. And I've got some great news for you guys. Coming up at 11 o'clock, we have Scott Bricker talking about OneNote. At 12 o'clock, we have the fabulous Robin coming on talking all about the MIE program. And at 12:30, we're going to be talking all about Minecraft. Tammy, can you imagine that? 12:30 Eastern Time, Minecraft, followed by great sessions on how to build bridges using Translate. And seriously, one I'm looking forward to at 2 o'clock Eastern. We've got talking about Microsoft Planner, an app that I've been using all over the place. I've been hacking Microsoft Planner. I want to know how I can hack the classroom. Tammy, let you take it away. Are you ready?
I am ready. Can you see my screen yet?
There you go. Have a good session. And don't forget to check out all the great stuff that Tammy's doing, not only online, but over with our friends at NCCE. Tammy, have a good session today.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you everyone for being here. We're going to be talking about how to hack the digital classroom. And I just kind of wanted to start off with the first 4C. And the first of the 4 C's is, as you may or may not know, communication. So communication is vital for building those relationships. And right now, some of us are thinking about how do you go back to school and build relationships when you're not going to be in person? You know, when we did distance learning last time, we actually had 3/4 of the year in person to build those relationships. But how do you do it? So one of the things that I did, especially with families, was to use my favorite first Microsoft Love PowerPoint and create narrated PowerPoints, videos that I uploaded to YouTube and then sent out to families. So every day from the moment that we found out we were going to have digital learning, distance learning, that would have been March 13th. It was Friday the 13th when we found out. So I thought my families need information. So I started creating these 2 to 3 minute PowerPoint recorded videos, because in PowerPoint, as you know, if you've got that recording tab, it's really easy to go over to screen recording and record video, to go to record slideshow and to record sound and digital inking, and then to export the video into an MP4 and use it as you will, or of course, publish it to stream. But since I wanted it to go to families, I downloaded it as an MP4, put it into YouTube. Then what I also did is I took that link and added it into Remind, which is a wonderful little app that we use for communicating with parents. I don't know about you, but sometimes when I call home, they see that it's, you know, the school number and they don't answer because they're afraid it's something bad. But parents seem very comfortable using their smartphones for texting or Remind, which is very much like texting because it works 2 ways. So I was sending these via Remind, plus I was using Microsoft Forms. So my students had a little message from Mrs. Dunbar every day. We were doing attendance. We had a little check-in. How are you doing? Answer the fun little question. And then I also had a wonderful attendance. So think about using, I mean, just look at all the tools that I just talked about in perhaps less than a couple of minutes. So using that PowerPoint to create a video, sharing that out, having a playlist on YouTube, sharing it with Remind, and then also sharing it with your students. Now, it wasn't just me talking. When we got to the point where we were using Teams for students to do assignments, I was actually screen recording Teams and saying, here's how you log in. Here's how you get to your assignment. Here's how you complete your assignment. And most importantly, here's how you turn in your assignment. Please click that purple turn in button, although it became one of those things like, what color is the button? The kids said it was blue. I said it was purple. I said, I don't care what color it is, just hit turn in. But that's what I used the messages for, was to show them what they needed to do, because it's all about communication. And if they don't know the expectations, how are they going to fulfill them? So that's communication. That's one way to hack your digital classroom, to communicate with your students and with your families. And by the way, you can also use that wonderful recording device to record your lessons as well, but we'll talk about that later. So now let's talk about the other C, the second C, which is collaboration. Now, this is a program that we did last year and we started this year, and it's very cool. We used all Microsoft tools. What you're seeing here is my dear friend, Stephen Underholzner. He teaches in my district, Manteca Unified School District, 209 represent. And Stephen is a high school science teacher who is a scientific genius. And he had this idea that his students were going to be working on a weather balloon, but how cool would it be to use Teams to communicate across the district so that students in 5th grades and 8th grades across the district could Skype in and actually be a part of the experiment. So let me just show you very quickly what we did. His students were using all kinds of amazing sensors, and they let us know what they had the capability of doing. And they also were putting all these sensors into, it's just a cheapy little styrofoam cooler that you would be using this summer, for example, if we could go out. And then his students asked us, you know, what do you think? We're going to put this weather balloon up in the sky and we want to run some experiments. So what kind of experiment should we put in that cooler? What would you like to see go up? So we used an interactive Office 365 Word document where students could type in their questions and their hypotheses. And then we sent those in to Stephen, and his students got all those together in, as you can see, an Excel spreadsheet. So we could see what everyone's questions were, what data was needed, what the hypotheses were. And then his students chose which things would go up into the weather balloon. And you can see here, he had a camera inside. We were very curious what would happen if an egg went inside. And of course, they very cleverly said, ooh, if it explodes, we better put it in something. And then, you know, what would happen with the Cheetos bag. So this is inside, but what was very cool was the camera inside the cooler and outside the cooler were actually sending live data back when the weather balloon was released into our Microsoft stream. So students could actually watch the takeoff regardless of where they were. We didn't have to go out to where the takeoff was. We could simply watch from our classrooms in the live feed. And the other cool thing is that he actually used CanSat, which sends back data live into Excel, so it captures real-time data. So we could see the altitude, we could see the air pressure, we could see the temperature. It was extremely cool. And then, of course, students got the opportunity to watch that weather balloon take off and to determine whether or not we had actually charted its course correctly or not. So just take a look at the incredible amount of Microsoft products that we used in conjunction to collaborate on this amazing science project. Something that it was a 12th grade or 11th, 12th grade high school project, but they allowed 8th and 5th graders to help with the hypotheses and be a part of it. So just an amazing real way to get actual data and to draw some conclusions from that. So that is a very cool hack for if you want to collaborate. Don't forget that you've got in Teams and Office 365 amazing collaborative tools that, yes, you can use in distance learning, but not just among your class. You could collaborate throughout the district, and you could even collaborate in a global project. So that's collaboration. Let's talk about creativity. And since I'm a STEM person, I got my master's in it, I love using Flipgrid to show off some creativity because I love math. And in a distance environment, it's difficult for me to hear how students are going through their calculations when they're solving a problem. So as you can see here with my Flipgrid, and if you're not familiar with Flipgrid, why aren't you? Absolutely free account, teacher's favorite F word, free, and get on there and get into a Flipgrid. So what I've done here is you can upload a picture to go with your topic. And you can see here the picture I uploaded is actually 2 math problems. And what I did is I recorded a video showing students 2 ways they could show me how to solve this problem. They could either use the digital inking whiteboard that is in Flipgrid to talk through how they solve the problem, or they could solve it on paper and show it to me. So this allows students to show a little bit of creativity when they go in and solve a problem. So I can go into Flipgrid, and you can see here's Jocelyn's. And Jocelyn, I've turned the sound off, but she's actually talking through how she's solving the problem as she's solving it. So what's cool about this is even in a distance environment, even in asynchronous kind of learning, because this is happening at different times. She's recording it at a convenient time. I'm reviewing it at a convenient time, but we're able to do direct instruction asynchronously, which is really cool. And I can actually listen to her thought process. And I can also, in a Flipgrid environment, give really good feedback. And then I can go back into Teams and talk to her live if I see a problem. Now, of course, there's another way to do it, and this is just adorable. Karina decided to do it on paper, and all she did in Flipgrid was hold up her page so I could sit and look through what she did. Didn't use her voice, but did show me her calculations. But how powerful is this? In a distance environment, I can't circulate around the classroom and look over students' shoulders as they're solving problems, so I can differentiate and I can support, when I see that there's a need. But here in Flipgrid, by having them record how they're thinking about things, I can go through and actually do one-to-one intervention if needed and let them know, yes, you're on the right track. Great idea, great job. Or, okay, let's meet at 10 o'clock and talk about how you actually should be solving that. So this is another way that we use creativity to allow students to showcase their learning. Now, teachers have to be creative as well. And if you are using Office 365 PowerPoint, then don't forget that you also have the option to do digital inking. Now, I love digital inking. You can't record it in Office 365. You can in the desktop version. But in Office 365, don't forget there are colors. And so what you can do is to show students, give them a problem in the PowerPoint, have them pause, let them figure it out. And then in the next slide, what you can do is using colors, show them how the calculations were found. Notice by color, they can figure out, oh, I did the 1 and the 5. I multiplied them to get the 5. And oh, I see what happened. So there are creative ways to teach as well. And sometimes we just have to think a little crazy and be a little creative to do that. Now, I did mention that I use PowerPoint for lesson plans, and you can see here, this is my PowerPoint. I've been using this probably I've been teaching 20 years. I'd say I've been using this for at least 18 years because I love PowerPoint. And I've been doing my lesson plans in PowerPoint, but when we went digital, when we went distance learning, you can see I actually brought in worksheets. I brought in content from actual math and language arts curriculum. And then what I did was recorded my voice on each slide, sometimes my face, and then used this recording tab up here and actually published the whole PowerPoint into Stream. Now, if you've got a recording on each slide, you don't have to save it as an MP4 to get it into Stream. All you do is click Publish to Stream, and it will go into your Office 365. It's in the Office 365 tenant, your district's tenant, and their Stream. Think of it as Microsoft's YouTube. What's nice about it is it's only available to people who are inside your tenant. So for me, if I upload something into Stream in Manteca Unified, only people who have an MUSD.net email can access it. And I can even specify who specifically within Manteca Unified can access it. So this is a really creative way to allow students to go in and to listen to the lessons. This is for asynchronous learning. And so you can see here in Microsoft Stream, I've got my PowerPoints for each day, and also think about naming conventions so it's easy to find them. So you can see here, these are Thrilling Thursday Remote Learning Week 4. And you can see over on this side, I actually brought in curriculum. I actually used digital inking as I'm talking, and that all records and goes into the recording so students can hear how I solve problems, so they can hear my thinking. So think of creative ways that we can do the things that we did in the classroom, because if we go back to distance learning, it's a brand new day of school, and you've got to rethink how class will work. It's not the same as in a classroom. You can't run it like you would a regular classroom, but we can use our creativity to come up with some amazing things to do. And one of the things that we did for this last distance learning, because we at Manteca did distance learning for about 2.5 months, is my students missed out. We're 5th grade. We missed out on science camp. The kids were devastated. But being a clever teacher, I had a great idea. And I said, you know what? I think what I can do is I can go ahead and allow students to, there it is. I can allow my students to have a digital science camp. So what I did is for a week of our learning, I found a naturalist whose science camp was closed. So she became our naturalist. She recorded songs for us. I reached out to our local SJCOE outdoor school. They do a lot of songs. And so they recorded songs for us so the students could learn the songs. Found a lot of great things from our naturalist that they sent me about food chains. We had, build the birdhouse, and the kids had to post pictures about it. We had a lot of great videos. Big Red and Dead Fred are 2 trees that are dead, but the kids always do a hike to it. So my students got to see that. We usually drive over the Altamont, so they got to see the wind farms. They did some experiments, and even cooler, we even had an evening where it was an 8 o'clock live on Teams, and my husband told a spooky campfire story, which was very cool, and the kids tuned in for that, and we even joined the hardcore club, which was super fun. So that is another way that you can be creative. And, don't forget that all of the Microsoft products are available as apps on both your iOS, your Apple phone, and on your Android phone. And why not allow students to use those? Because then they can be even more creative and use some of the apps on there to show their learning. Okay, well, I had one more thing I wanted to talk about, and that is critical thinking. And how can I help my kids do critical thinking from a distance? Because that can be difficult. But some of you may have heard of a character named Dr. Dunbar. She loves doing experiments using, wait a minute. Oh, hello. I am Dr. Dunbar, and it is wonderful to be here with you today. Are you ready for science? Yeah? Jeffrey, are you there? Are you ready for science? Yeah? I think Jeffrey has gone to sleep.
I am ready for science.
There you are. Yeah?
Yeah.
Get the yeah back. You got to do the yeah. Is you ready for science? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, you is awake. You must have had your coffee. Is good. Okay. So I want to talk about critical thinking and the scientific method. So scientific method, we got to start with a problem. And let me go ahead and shrink this and go over to this. And you can see that what I got here is called a document reader. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, it's very good. Okay, so the document reader is going to help me to do the experiment to help us with the critical thinking. I got to move that out of the way. Okay, so what I got here is I got some common, everyday gravel. Is dirty, is kind of fun, yeah? So I'm gonna put the gravel here on the white paper. Okay, so not ready for question yet. So wait, but it's coming. So put on your thinking caps. So now what I got is this thing called iron fillings. Is not the kind of filling that goes in your tooth. That would be kind of strange to have iron fillings in your tooth, yeah? But iron fillings is just like that. It's very fine, is very tiny. It looks like sand, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go. Get some more coffee over there. So, oh no, I had an accident and some of my iron fillings fell here onto my gravel. Oh, this is terrible because iron fillings is expensive and I got to use this again. So how am I going to get iron fillings picked out from the gravel? This is difficult. I do not know what I can do. So at this point, I would stop and I would be doing this in Microsoft Teams as a chat. And I would be asking students to come off of their microphone and to give me a thought of how could you possibly separate the gravel from the iron fillings. I'm trying to do this. This is not very effective. I thought there might be suction, but frankly, it just sucks. So we don't gonna do that. Mr. Jeff, what do you think we could do that would help us pick up all those iron fillings that I accidentally dropped? Do you have an idea?
I don't know. How do you do it?
Well, what do you think about, what do we know about iron?
It's dirty.
It is dirty, but where have you seen iron before?
I have seen iron on walls.
On walls, yeah.
I have seen iron on buildings. I've seen iron. Can you use like a magnet or something?
Oh, that is interesting because an iron is magnetic, yeah?
Uh-huh.
So what if I took these as magnets? We know because opposites attract. So what do you think gonna happen, Mr. Jeff, if I put the magnet down here on top of all of this? What do you think gonna happen?
I think it might pick up the rocks.
The rocks? He thinks the rocks. If you have a hypothesis, which is the second step of the scientific method, unless you're crazy like my friend Stephen Underholzer and says that it is circular, although he's right, but you still have to start with the question. Anyway, let's go ahead and see what's going to happen if we take the magnets and put it down here with all of this. Whoa.
Whoa.
What is that?
Do it again. Ooh. That's awesome.
I'm gonna get those too. Oh, I got those pretty good. I think that looks like some of us in quarantine because we can't get the haircut. Yeah,
Yes.
I think that's what it looks like. So this is how we solve the problem. We use the magnets to pick up the iron fillings, and then I got the gravel separate. So this is how we show critical thinking, and we can lead students through experiments by using document reader. And by the way, I'm gonna bend this a little bit. This is a hover cam, which I love my hover cam, because also I can use this for Skyping. It has microphone. Oh, I is upside down. It's okay. I'm good upside down too. So this is what is so cool about document reader. Not only can I do this, but if you is talking about doing maybe mathematical problems, it's too messy. But just imagine I can solve problems here while talking to students as well. Yeah?
There are so many great things that you have been talking about all morning here. Where can we get started to learn all these things? I'm sure you have a place for resources.
A place for resources. Well, of course I do, but you've got to start off by being fearless. You cannot be afraid. You've got to try new things. That is what is so important about the MIE Expert Program. MIE Expert Program is a fantastic PLN. That is a professional learning network for you who don't know. PLN, it is amazing to have educators who want to reach out and help you. And also don't forget about NCCE. NCCE, and there you can see, is on Twitter and LinkedIn. And also the website, ncce.org, is an amazing group. And I also do training for them. And NCCE will come to your school virtually to be safe at a distance. And as Rob before me could tell you, they are excellent at providing the kind of support and training that teachers need, not just for digital and distance learning, but just to improve themselves. Because let's face it, this is all about building relationships with our students. And the more tools and training we have at our fingertips, the better we're going to be at building relationships with our students. I think I'm going to let Tammy finish out. Is that okay?
Well, I was going to actually ask, when we're putting together our Microsoft Innovative Educator applications, does Dr. Dunbar have to fill out a separate application from Tammy Dunbar?
No, I do not, because I am her evil clone. I have always ridden on her coattails, and I intend to do so this time as well.
You know, I got to ask again, because I'm asking every single person that comes up today, what has the MIE program meant to you?
Again, it has been the most amazing professional learning network I have ever been in because of the people. It's because of people like Charity and Eric and Rob and Shannon and everybody, Darren and Anthony, and you, Jeff. It's the kind of place where if I have a crazy idea, I can reach out and say, hey, I've got this crazy idea. Who wants to join me? And people will say, yes, me. Or like you, Jeff, can reach out and say, hey, I have this idea for a TeacherCast. Is it possible that you could join me and talk about it? And we're like, yeah, that sounds awesome. So having this PLN has really increased my knowledge and my confidence as a teacher, which benefits my students. And one last thing, if I may, MIE Expert Program is global. So not only do you have this vast resources of teachers in the United States, you have teachers around the world. So my friend Mohammed, who is from Egypt, and my friend Amita in India, and all of my friends around the world who hopefully are tuned in, I can reach out to them and say, hey, let's do something. Or they can reach out to me and say, can we work on something together and collaborate? And through the miracle of the Office 365, through Teams, through Skype in the classroom, we can collaborate together. And the beauty of all of this MIE Expert is our students benefit. They see us very comfortable using technology to reach out in the world. And suddenly they think, oh, well, if my teacher who's 59 years old can do it, I can do that. Let's go. So that's what's been so powerful about being a part of NCCE and MIE Experts.
Well, Tammy, we want to say thank you so much for joining us. And if you have a chance to, if you see her around, please say thank you to Dr. Dunbar for joining us too. It was great having both of you guys on, and I look forward to seeing you on a future TeacherCast episode.
And I will be there whenever you need me to be there, Jeff. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And we want to say thank you so much to everybody here out there who's watching live on Facebook, on YouTube, on Periscope, and sharing this. We're going to be live all day today from 9 to 3 p.m. Eastern, talking all about how you can bring Microsoft education into your classrooms. We've had some great shows already on Wakelet, on organizing, on how you can be creative. Couple things as we move forward here. We're going to be talking all about Google. Sorry, I said it right there. We're going to be talking all about Microsoft Stream coming up at 11:30. At 12 o'clock, we're going to be talking all about MIEs and how you guys can become an MIE. At 12:30, we're going to be talking all about Minecraft, and we've got some great sessions throughout the afternoon on topics such as the MIE program, building bridges with families using Translate, Microsoft Planner. We're going to actually be taking a tour of the Microsoft Innovative Educator website, and we've got a treat for us at 3 o'clock. We've got the amazing Dr. Michelle Zimmerman coming on to talk about how you can be innovative. But my guest today, I am excited to bring on, he is not only a recent guest on TeacherCast. He's the Director of Educational Technology at Santa Margarita Catholic High School in California. He's also a facilitator of one of the few Microsoft Showcase schools. He's a Microsoft Innovative Educator expert, and he's also a great friend of mine. I want to bring on today Scott Bricker. Scott, how are you today? Welcome to Live from NCCE. Thank you so much, my friend.
Oh my gosh, thanks for having me back again. So great to see you, and super excited to be here this morning.
I'm excited to have you here. I'm excited for your session all about OneNote, but I mentioned something here. You are a part of a Microsoft Showcase school. Tell us what a Microsoft Showcase school is.
Yeah, so it's a lot of things, but kind of what Tammy mentioned right there at the end about the MIE expert community. It's just another PLN of some of the top schools in the country that are using this Microsoft technology. So whereas the MIE experts are individual teachers or maybe small clusters of teachers on a given campus or within a given district, we're recognized for having our whole school using Office 365 and OneNote and Teams. And in addition, I think the biggest piece for me with the Showcase School, Jeff, is how we pay it forward. In the past 6 years, we've done over 25 campus visits from local schools who are interested in educational technology and how you roll this out. And we're super proud of that, being able to kind of pay that information forward and share our successes and our challenges to help others learn. And actually the other, all of the other Showcase schools, there's 4 of them in Southern California now, they all visited us and then took the information they learned from us and tweaked it and became Showcase schools themselves. So we're kind of proud of that legacy as well that we're building here in Southern California.
Now, we know that the application for the Showcase schools is the same due date as the MIE. Scott, have you had a chance yet to renominate yourself for the MIE expert program?
In process. As Robin and Jen and her whole team can tell you, I'm always like the 13th, 14th, 15th. I'm gonna get it in. It'll be there. It's in the works right now.
And if you're looking to nominate yourself to be an MIE expert, you can head on over to education.microsoft.com. You can do it today. All you got to do is register. It's a free account. It's a free nomination. Do that 2-minute video. Create your sway. And you know what, Scott? One of the best ways to organize everything that you're doing these days is through OneNote. I am shocked at how many different ways that OneNote can be used, not only to organize a classroom, organize a building, but really we're starting to use it now to organize our entire school district.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so versatile. And I mean, it's consistent in that you can have people using it the same way across an organization or a school or a district. But yet there's also a bunch of flexibility where you can personalize it for a particular grade level or a subject area or a position. Maybe administrators use it differently than classroom teachers. So yeah, the flexibility of the tool is just phenomenal. And I know Teams has been getting a lot of the marketing and publication, rightfully so. I love Teams. It's amazing. And thank goodness we have it, especially during distance learning. But OneNote and the OneNote Class Notebook are my first ed tech and Microsoft love. So it's definitely a key part of building whether a face-to-face or distance learning classroom, you got to have OneNote involved.
Now, let me ask you here, we can bring up our screen here because I want to give you all the time. There's so much stuff to cover today.
For sure.
There we are. You're all set to go. I want to introduce everybody to Scott Bricker. Scott, take it away, and I'll see you in a little bit.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Jeff. And again, thanks everybody for being here. We're going to cram a lot of information into the next 20 or so minutes, maybe 25. I'll stretch it if I can. Full disclosure off the top, OneNote is a full day type deep dive, but I just wanted to give you a peek into how I've been using it. And so if you're not familiar, this is the Windows app in OneNote. I'm going to demo this because the math tools that I'm going to show off work best in the OneNote for Windows app, and I'll talk about some of the different versions here at the end. But just if you're not familiar, I always describe OneNote as a digital 3-ring binder and spiral notebook. So I can type right on the page here, I can highlight, I can bold this text, italicize it, change it just like Microsoft Word, all that kind of stuff, highlight it if I want to. I've also got a stylus here, so I can write right on the screen. If I go to the draw menu, I've got all these different colors that I can choose from. So I can use my stylus to write directly on the screen, just like that. Pretty easy. I've got an eraser too right at my disposal. So everything we used to be able to do, or we used to do day to day in our physical 3-ring binder and spiral notebook, we can now do in OneNote. We can add pages, we can add sections. You can look over here. This is the notebook that I'm in. It's actually a class notebook. So if you're not familiar with the class notebook structure, it's a great, amazing tool to use with your students because I get a collaboration space where my students and I can all work together. I get a content library, which is kind of like my LMS or my bulletin board, if you will. And I can post all the different pages and resources here for students to view. And then I've got the individual student notebooks of all the folks in my class. So I can pop in and grade work, see how they're doing, analyze their notes, and really interact with them and give them real-time feedback whenever I want. So the ability to add sections and pages, super, super beneficial. And it's absolutely hands down changed the way I teach and work as a math teacher. I teach one math class in addition to being the director of ed tech. So it's certainly altered my world, but also helping my other teachers around campus. It's been essential. So a couple other things just with the general parts of OneNote, and I'll touch on the class notebook briefly. This class notebook add-in, once you build it with all the students in, I can now distribute pages, I can distribute sections, I can review student work and grade it in real time in a very organized fashion. And I can also manage the notebook as students coming in and out of my class, different permissions and so forth. Definitely recommend that you check those things out. But I don't spend any time anymore passing out or collecting papers in class. My students don't have to wait for weeks at a time for me to grade and then repass out those papers in class. As soon as I grade it in OneNote, because OneNote syncs automatically every 5, 10, 15 seconds, the students are going to see that feedback in real time. That's essential for any class, but especially in math. I can't tell you how many times over the years pre-OneNote I've seen students do 20 math problems incorrectly. They don't know they're doing it wrong. They haven't gotten the feedback. There's no way to check, but they've now created a really bad habit by doing the same problem 20 times over, or even 5 times over, right? And so now that I can give them that feedback, they can do a couple problems. I can give them some feedback. They can either be encouraged to continue if they got it right, or they can make adjustments and move forward. So anyway, definitely recommend all these class notebook options. They're absolutely fantastic. The other things I'll show off just in general with OneNote before we dive into the math specific stuff is I can use the shapes tool here. So I can insert a shape directly on the page. I have all these options, and I love that they've included 2-dimensional and even 3-dimensional graphs for the math classroom. Love that. Super helpful, especially at the high school level. We can also do ink to shape, which is fun. I don't know about you, but I'm not great at drawing circles. So if I'm in a geometry class and I'm drawing, especially with a stylus, that can be kind of frustrating. Although I do have a coworker here at school who can simultaneously draw 2 perfect circles, one on each hand. It's the most amazing thing. I don't know how he does it, but it's almost perfect every single time. I can't do that. But with OneNote, I can use ink to shape. And when I click on that button and then draw a circle on the screen, it's going to snap it into the shape that I'm drawing. So the closer I get to a circle, it's going to snap it in there. I can do a rectangle, I can do a diamond, and now these are just editable and adjustable, almost like I copy and pasted a picture, right? I can change them, move them around, move them on the screen over to the left-hand side. Super, super flexible. You've also got ink to text. If I want to take my text here, I don't know if it'll read it because that morning is kind of a little bit. You can tell. Oh, there it is. It worked perfectly. Awesome. Love that. I wasn't sure on a Saturday morning if that was going to work, but so I can take my handwritten ink now and put it to text. Maybe it's a more professional look to your documents or the pages that you're sharing with your students. But a great space, and all these different markers. There's a bunch more that you can add: pens, pencils, highlighters, and really personalize how you use OneNote as a tool. All right. So let's dive into the math part of it. One of the first things and one of the most important things that we do as you move on in math is graphing functions, right? Especially as you get into algebra and algebra 2, pre-calc, and on up. We graph functions all the time. And if you're a math teacher, you've probably seen a graph like this where students plot points and then they do that and they go, okay, yep, that's my line. That's not really accurate, right? We get the idea. Maybe you plotted the points right. The line's kind of going in the right direction, but I mean, we want some precision here, right? We want students to be able to be confident and know what they're doing and really have an answer that looks smooth and clear, right? So one of the great new additions to the OneNote for Windows app is this ruler. This is unbelievable. I have no idea how Mike Wolfson and the OneNote team figured this out, but it's absolutely incredible. So I click on the ruler button here, and this ruler pops up. So I'm just going to use my fingers. I'm on a touchscreen device here. So I can turn this ruler all the way around. So I can slide it over here right on top of these 2 points. I'll try and get it as close as possible. Move it down a little bit. And so that snaps into place. And now check this out. I take my stylus and draw right across the ruler, and boom, there's my line. I have a perfectly straight line that connects those 2 points. So now this would work for anything, right? You could even do this if you were in graphic arts and drawing straight lines, geometry, other classes. If you were doing like a T-chart, you could use the ruler. But certainly in drawing graphs and straight lines in the mathematics classroom, amazing, amazing tool. I love the ruler, and I love the ink to shape as well for the geometry component anytime you're working with shapes. So super cool tool. Love that. Definitely recommend using that when you're using OneNote. So obviously, we all have different ways of managing our workflow in the classroom. And I think on some level, we all use worksheets, right? Whether it's problems or questions or diagrams we fill out, everybody uses worksheets on some level. One of the great things you can do with OneNote, I keep saying great things, one of the other, right, additional great things, there are so many, we can take any document and print it directly to OneNote. So I've got this PDF here. It's just a worksheet that I downloaded from the internet, just a very simple worksheet. This could be a Word document. This could be a PowerPoint, Excel, website, anything you can get a physical copy of printed to a printer, you can print to OneNote. So I'm just going to go to my printer here, right? I'm just in Adobe Acrobat. I chose, that's how I read my PDFs on my device. I'm going to click print. And under my list of printers, you're going to see OneNote for Windows 10. So instead of printing it to a physical printer, either in my office or my classroom or somewhere on campus, I'm going to send it to OneNote for Windows 10, the Windows 10 OneNote app. I'll click print. It's going to take about 5-10 seconds to go ahead and print that out. And then I'll minimize this. And what you notice on the bottom of my screen is OneNote is blinking. So let me minimize the PDF here. So OneNote has received this message. So basically the Adobe app kind of emailed OneNote, if you will, right? It sent a screenshot or the PDF over to OneNote. And now OneNote's asking me, well, where do you want me to put it? So I can search any of my open notebooks down here. Or if you notice, OneNote recognizes that I have this worksheet 1 as the current page. So I'm just going to select that, click OK, and it's going to take that PDF and print it out right on the page. Now, why would I want to do that? Well, what can I do? I can just take my marker here. I can zoom in. I can go right to solving this equation. That's a really thick red pen. And I'm pretty sure 26 minus 8 is 18. If I didn't get that right, that would be really embarrassing in front of all my educator friends around the country. All right, so now I can write directly on top of that worksheet. I don't have to do it, as a paper and take a picture or scan it back in or anything like that. I can print the document directly to OneNote and then use my digital ink to write right on top of it. And you can write on the document. You can make notes off to the side. Anything you want to do right there on that document. OneNote continues to work with that PDF kind of placed in the background here. You can also print if you use a web browser like Edge or Chrome as your PDF reader, you can print directly from there. You can also drag and drop too. If you had the file directly on the page, you could actually drag and drop directly from your desktop onto a OneNote page, and it will insert the printout right there on the page. So super, super easy, amazing workflow. And whether in a distance classroom or face-to-face, I never have to run back to the copy center anymore because I never forget anything. If I didn't print a worksheet out in the old days, right, I would have to go back down to the copy center or send a student or ditch that lesson for the day. Now I just find the file, drag it to OneNote, send it to all my students, and we're up and running in like 10 to 15 seconds. So again, back to that flexibility and ease of workflow as a teacher. Just phenomenal. I never have to worry about anything. It's just all right here at my fingertips. So obviously we also know that assessment is key, especially if we have to go back to distance learning or some sort of hybrid environment. Being able to accurately assess our students is really, really key. So while we don't have time to dig deep into Microsoft Forms, I absolutely had to mention it on a couple of levels and how it integrates in with OneNote. So I'll take a look here. I've got this sample math assessment that I drew up, and just very, very quickly, you can build both forms and quizzes with Microsoft Forms. So you can see this green check mark. I've created these answers and I've indicated this is the correct answer so that it's going to self-grade once my students take the exam. You also see this little icon up here. You can do branching with forms now. So what I have this set up to do is if students miss number 2, it actually takes them to question 3 where they get to watch a video and then answer another question similar to that. So I'm remediating on the spot, kind of that personalized learning, if you will, to really help my students that may be struggling with circling back. I don't have to wait for the next day for them to ask questions. If they get a question wrong, I've got it built in so they can right away go back and redo that and look at that again. So love the interactivity of this. All you have to do is, here's the shared link. So just to be clear, this is the link where I'm editing it, right? And this is the share link. So all I'm going to do is just copy this, head back to OneNote. And the great thing about this is when I paste it, it's going to embed it directly on the page. So I don't have to click. I don't get taken, or my students aren't taken to an external web page. Everything is right here in the OneNote page. Now, full disclosure, if you have a branching forms quiz, the branching does not work when you embed it. Notice it prints all the questions here. Okay, so the branching's not working, and I have to look that up to see if it's coming. I couldn't find anything on it. I feel like I've heard about it, but right now it prints the entire quiz to the OneNote page. So you may want to design quizzes without branching if you're going to do it that way. Or what you can do is just delete. I just kind of clicked on the embedded form there. You can just delete that, and now I've got a clickable form. And now students can click this. It will take them to the internet, but not a big deal. They'll still have it here, right there on the OneNote page. And I should also mention too that you can do this through Microsoft Teams as well. So you can add forms to assignments in Teams, which is also a great connection as well. So you have a couple options about how you can use forms to assess your students. All right, Khan Academy. If you're a teacher, and especially a math or science teacher, and you're not using Khan Academy or not encouraging your students to use it, shame on you, jump on board. It's absolutely another just wonderful tool. So I've got this Khan Academy here that I will call up. Again, it's that same video that I had embedded before. So any YouTube link, stream, anything like that, I'm just going to copy this link, come back to OneNote. And just as the form did, when I paste this into OneNote, that video from Khan Academy from YouTube is going to embed right on the page. And now I can resize this, move it around the screen, and notice the URL changes from the actual web address to the name of the YouTube video. So for searching capabilities and easy reference, it's going to post that title right there on the top of the screen, which I love. And again, the students now can just come to this page, click play, and it will play right on the page here. Now, another tip, you do still have to have internet access, right? Even though the video is embedded, it's still accessing the internet. It's not actually physically placing the video file in OneNote. So you have to make sure that students have internet access to be able to watch it. Otherwise, it will ask them to connect before they watch that video. But love being able to embed videos. I can also add notes off to the side here if I want to. Maybe it's reading notes. I can do a bulleted list, right? If I want to here of different, maybe, reading questions, guided questions, food for thought, vocabulary terms, things like that. I can put those right off to the side and move those around the page as well. So this flexibility of how we can bring different modes and methods of content and communication together within the OneNote class notebook, also just mind-blowing, super, super effective. And really, the most important thing it does is it increases the student learning, right? And that's, after all, the most important thing here. So everybody has some aspect of homework in their classroom, I'm sure. Again, as I mentioned before, rewind 5, 7, 10 years ago, students would go home and do, 1 through 19 odd from their math textbook. And who knows if they were doing it correctly or incorrectly. They had no way of checking other than looking up the answers in the back of the book, which we've all done, right? Raise your hand if you have. I know we've all done it. But we didn't know what we were doing right or wrong. We just knew whether we got the right answer or not, which, as we all know, is not the whole point. The answer is not just the main point here. It's the process of learning and the steps and the critical thinking and all those kinds of things, many things that Tammy touched on in the previous half hour. So if students are home doing this problem and they have a question, they can click to highlight this problem. And if they go under the draw menu, all the way to the right-hand side, the one tool we haven't touched yet are these math tools. So once I've highlighted the problem and I click math, watch what it does. It instantly calls that problem up, okay, recognizes the text from the screen, right? If it's wrong, I can click fix it here, right? And it's going to tell me to circle. Maybe this is supposed to be 8x minus 7, right? So I can highlight that 3, and it gives me some options. Is it a 3? Is it a B? Oh, yeah, it's an 8. It's supposed to be 8x minus 7. Perfect. Now I've got that. Okay, I can click done. Now, here's the great thing. Students being able to check their work on their own. The teacher is doing nothing here. Just imagine you're watching a student do their homework. So from this problem, I can ask it to solve for the variable. It's going to solve that, give me an answer. It gives me both a fraction and a decimal in this case. I go, okay, well, there's the answer, but how'd you get that? I'm not really sure how you got there. So I can click show steps, and it's going to ask me to solve the steps for solving this linear equation. And it gives me a step-by-step guide about how to solve this problem. Notice many of you Microsoft experts or OneNote experts will note this icon, the immersive reader. I can actually have OneNote read the solution to me step by step, which is amazing. The last piece of this, if I'm looking at this going, gosh, I'm just not sure I get it, I can actually use forms from within OneNote to generate a practice quiz. So if I click practice quiz here, I go, okay, I think I want to practice 5 of them. I click generate quiz, and directly on the page, it's going to build a form with 5 problems, just like the one I highlighted, with correct answers and check and all that kind of stuff for me to practice. So this student can take that, get some feedback, find out how they're doing, and then maybe move forward. Again, all on their own, self-guided, student-driven, student-centered type learning. Amazing, wonderful tool. And the ability for students to use higher problems, even into like pre-calculus and calculus, has been coming. I've seen more and more complex problems kind of be added into the mix here over time. But certainly at the early grades, elementary school, middle school, early high school classes, wonderful, wonderful application of OneNote and the OneNote class notebook. I'll touch quickly on one last thing, Desmos. If you're not using Desmos for math and science, again, I encourage you to jump on board. It's an interactive online graphing tool. You may have a graphing calculator or some other calculator in your class, but the Desmos community is much like the MIE expert community. very, very closely connected group of educators who are constantly sharing and pushing the envelope and pushing each other. But you have a graph like this, instead of just graphing one equation, I now have these sliders. So if you're familiar, this is slope, right? Just slope, point slope form of a line. And now as I change this, I can see in real time how the graph changes. So instead of graphing 8 or 10 or 15 different problems, I can take one problem, adjust the slider, and see how the problem and the graph changes in real time. Translate the graph up and down, translate the graph left and right, so on and so forth. Super interactive, same idea. Copy and paste this, head back over to OneNote. I can paste this right on the page, and it's going to embed that Desmos activity right there on the page so students can interact with it, right? Just another way for students to learn and interact with the content without me as the teacher having to be there. So many great applications. As I mentioned off the top, we could go on and on about OneNote for days and days. I want to show just a couple things. There's this, the math tools are part of the Learning Tools suite. Oops. I don't know why it's not clicking over there. Part of the Learning Tools suite, there we go. So we have this kind of periodic table of elements, if you will. So you can look at all the math equations down here. I was using the OneNote app, but this is available on the web. You can do this in Word and PowerPoint. Obviously, you saw the equations and forms. Love all these capabilities. And then I've got a couple links that I'll call up, and I know Jeff wants to pop on. But if you want some more resources, definitely these websites, all the OneNote websites, and certainly follow Mike Tholfsen on, among others, on social media, and his YouTube channel has been fantastic for Teams, OneNote, and all of that great stuff. So that's a crash course, a lot of information I know, but please feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Definitely get on social media and follow all the folks that are using OneNote, and I certainly hope that these tips are very helpful to you as you move forward.
Scott, I never knew that Microsoft had so many great tools for math, for equations, adding it with inking. It just seems so easy to do.
Yeah, you know, it really is, Jeff. I think that's the great thing. There's a quick learning curve in the beginning, just figuring out where everything is in the menus, the different pens and the tools and whatnot. But once you get comfortable, if you immerse yourself with it, like most technology, right? Within a matter of days, you're off and running, and the students are obviously the same.
And I got to ask, you learned all this stuff probably because of your deep integrations with the Microsoft Innovative Educator community. Tell us a little bit about your favorite MIE experience.
There's not enough time in the day to talk about this group. Some of my favorite people in the world, not only has their knowledge and experience and insight changed me as a teacher, changed our school, but it's changed me as a person. It's my favorite group of people. They're my go-to for professional and personal guidance and advice and tips. Tammy and I have the great pleasure of working with Tammy in California. We're both MIE expert fellows. We help lead the California and Arizona MIEEs along with Brittany. But just, I mean, I could go down the list of all the amazing people. It's just an incredible, incredible group. So if you're looking for great educational and professional resources, come on board. But if you also want to hang out with just some awesome, amazing educators and human beings, I definitely recommend you applying and being part of the MIEE tribe.
You know, one of the things that I'm looking at when it comes to OneNotes is not just what you can do in it, but really how you keep it organized. We have a couple seconds left here. One of the things that I get the urge to do is to create 1 million OneNotes. Like I get the urge to create 1 million Teams. What is your philosophy of OneNote and Teams? Do you create one notebook for yourself for the whole year and then populate that, or one for this, one for that? Like, how do you keep from just having files all over the place?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I'll answer that two ways. In the class, obviously, we recommend one team, and within a team, you get a class notebook. For those who don't know, we do one team for every class. So period 1, you know, at math gets one, period 2, English, so on and so forth. I recommend that certainly for the classroom, just to keep it specific to those students. As a professional and as a teacher, I keep one notebook. I call it my Director of Ed Tech notebook. So it's one notebook for everything I do. And then I break that up with sections and section groups by committee that I'm on, or I have a conferences section group for all my prep and planning for TCEA and NCCE and ISTE and all that kind of stuff. So I like to keep it simple, I think, is the short answer to your question. One notebook, and then build all the sections and section groups and pages within that.
Well, we'll just have to have you on another TeacherCast podcast to talk all about that and maybe get behind the scenes of how you're doing things. I know one of the big things all about OneNote Teams is the fact that you can integrate video. Scott, you do a lot of stuff with video, don't you?
Tons, yeah. Tammy mentioned it a lot. The PowerPoint recording and Microsoft Stream. Yeah, across our campus, we're doing a lot of video recording and lesson recording.
You know, our next guest is going to be talking all about Microsoft Stream, how it can work. And before we get to that, Scott, I just want to say thank you so much, not only for showing up twice, I think it is in the last couple of days, to being a guest on the show, but really using everything that you're doing to not only inspire us at NCCE, inspire us online, but really to help share your passions with our MIE expert community. Don't forget to check out all the great stuff that's going on here in our MIE community, Scott. And I got to remind you, applications are due on Wednesday, July the 15th, for not only the MIE Expert Program, but also for
Showcase Schools.
Don't forget to check all that stuff out. Scott, thanks so much for your time today, and I appreciate you jumping on.
Thank you, Jeff. Look forward to being back on with you soon. Thanks so much, man.
And of course, we are here live all day, live from NCCE. You can check out all the great stuff that they're doing over at ncce.org. We have done sessions in creativity and collaboration. We've done great sessions all about OneNote. My next two guests, two for the price of one, are amazing educators. Jennifer Marshall is the Regional Director for Integration Specialist for West Ada School District in Meridian, Idaho. We'll get this right. She's also an NCCE Professional Learning Specialist and an MIE Expert and Master Trainer. And her co-host today, Lisa Bray, is the Regional Digital Integration Specialist for West Ada School District in Idaho. She's also an NCCE Professional Learning Specialist, an MIE Expert and Master Trainer, and MIE Fellow. I want to welcome my good friends Lisa and Jen. How are you today? Thank you so much for joining us here on NCCE Live.
Good morning. Thank you for the invite. We're excited to be here.
I'm so excited to have you guys here. Thank you so much. You guys are going to talk to us about something that I'm just learning about and I'm really excited for. You're going to be talking about Microsoft Stream.
Yes, we are.
Yes, exactly.
I got to ask, is Microsoft Stream just as good as going to another famous video platform that, by the way, we're recording live on right now, so share this with everybody. But should teachers be looking at these two platforms as equals?
Yes.
Well, I think, as Tammy mentioned in her session earlier, I think the big benefit of Stream is being secure within your organization. So when we're talking about students, that's definitely important. Lisa?
Yeah, I the biggest advantage to have on Stream is being able to use that is the security and knowing what you can do to set those permissions and knowing it's going to stay secure in your organization.
Absolutely. And you know what? There's a lot of stuff I'm here to learn about. I want to give you guys the full time here. I'm going to add your presentation up. Again, thank you guys for being here. And by the way, if you're out there watching live, share this with your community. Use the hashtag MIE Expert, and maybe while watching this on a separate monitor, fill out that MIE Expert application. Lisa, Jennifer, have you guys filled out your applications yet?
We are in the process,
like Scott.
of filling it out. We have a couple more days.
I've had one only today that have filled out that application. We got to get this going here, guys. We're here all day live. I'm going to get off the stage. I will let you guys go. Jen, Lisa, take it away all about Microsoft Stream.
Thank you.
All right. Lisa, did you want to talk a little bit about your MIE experience?
Yeah, I will. Thank you, Jen. Yes, I wanted to just let you know that I am in the process of filling out my MIE Expert application, and we'll have that completed very shortly. But part of that is I just want to make sure that I gather all my resources and put all the information in there of all the experiences that I've had over the past year. In the program, it was created to help you learn, help you grow. And as many of you have said today, it's all about that relationship building. And In the MIE expert program, you know, they're just self-driven educators who are passionate about their teaching, they're passionate about their learning, and they inspire students with creative thinking. And they are very collaborative. Anytime I have a question about something, they are more than happy to jump on and help us figure that out. So I just love the MIE expert program. What you see here in this little PowerPoint presentation is a couple examples of the underground summit that I got to participate in this year. And we had an opportunity to go to Redmond, Washington. It's a beautiful campus for the Microsoft community. And you're able to see a few of those pictures right there. And then the one thing I was going to point out is that is an actual tree house that the Microsoft people get to use as an office space when they just need to get away from their regular office and just go in there and just, you know, hang out in a tree house. How fun would that be if that was your office every day? So again, that's been my experience. My additional experience this year was I had an opportunity to become a fellow. And so what that means is that I got to help other MIE experts in our area and surrounding areas and kind of just guide them along the way and be collaborative with them and share ideas and experiences. And it's just been such a great opportunity for me, and I've enjoyed every single minute of it. And so I love the MIE expert program, and I hope that many of you, if you're out there watching, that you will get in there and you will fill out your application as well.
Yes, thank you, Lisa. Okay, let's jump into Stream.
Yes. So Stream, as we mentioned, is a space where people can organize and upload and view videos. It is secure and it's within your own organization, and there's ways that you can set permissions and so forth. So let's jump in. If you have a Office 365 account, you're going to go in through that. And then once you've logged into your Office 365 with your credentials, you are going to look for Stream. Now, Stream is a bright pink arrow. And once you find that on your application dashboard, go ahead and click it. And we will be in Stream. And the very first place that comes up is this dashboard. And inside this dashboard, you're going to notice that it starts with these training videos. And they are just videos that have been uploaded in your organization, and a lot of colleagues have been watching them, and if you have comments turned on, they've been commenting on them, and so that's just like a little preview. If you scroll down just a little bit further on this page, you'll notice the very first thing you're going to notice is Microsoft is really good about offering different ways of learning and just taking little snapshots. And right there in the center right there is just they're chunking out little pieces of the stream so that you can go back and you can watch and see how you can use this service for you. And then if you go down just a little bit further, you're going to notice there's some watch lists. That's something that you may want to come back to, a video that you've been interested in and you want to come back to because you just haven't had time to watch it. So there's a way that you can identify those and come back to them. And then finally, the followed channels. And those are just some channels that you're following, makes it a little bit easier for you to get easy access to your content. And it's right there on your dashboard. But what we really want to look at is, let's go up to the top. I usually use the navigation bar the most. And so across the top is that navigation bar. And in each of those navigation bars, when you choose drop down, you're going to find some different information in each one. But today we're just going to really kind of dive into the permissionings right now. So Jen, I'd like to go into one of our videos. So she's dropping down the My Contact, and we're going to go to video.
And one thing just to add, Lisa, is that Stream is really for the user and the producer. So as a teacher, you might have videos, you may have seen some channels as we were navigating that show videos I could watch from other people in my district who have posted videos and made those available to me. But it's also, like Lisa's showing here, a place that you can store your videos and then make them available to students or other colleagues. So there's really two sides of how this tool could be used in your organization. And I would say for us, we're really just diving into Stream. I think for a lot of educators, it's been there. It's been part of your Office 365 account for quite some time, but it's not that there wasn't a need, but there's definitely been more of a need for recordings, and whether that's a training or providing instruction for students, there's definitely been more of that with remote learning and distance learning. So if you're watching today and thinking, I didn't even know this was here, Lisa and I were in the same boat. We've been hearing about Stream probably for the past year, and we kept saying, we need to learn more about that. We need to learn more. And sure enough, come March, I think our date was March 13th. I heard Tammy that on an earlier segment this morning. We were figuring this out. I mean, we were trying to just jump in there. So it has some great potential.
And what forced us over really was that we were using Microsoft Teams. And when you use Microsoft Teams, if you record a video inside Microsoft Team, that video is housed someplace. And where it's housed is inside your stream. And so we were forced to come back and say, let's really dive into stream and let's see what it's about. Let's see how you can set those permissions. We want to make sure that the right people get access to it. And so that's really what made us come over and really dive into it and figure it out on our own. We also reached out to some great people that helped us figure it out as well. So we've dived into my content, and these are some videos that I have uploaded and allowed people to have access to these. One thing I'm going to point out is that green icon over to the right. That means, and I love all the visuals that help me identify that. That means that is available company-wide is what they call it, but that, for me, I say organization-wide because I don't think of a district as a company, but more of my organization. So that's what that green mark means. But I am going to show you how, if I set some permissions and what they look like on a video, and talk about that just for a few minutes. So if you will click on that pencil right there. And as you know, Microsoft has many ways of getting to the same spot, but this is the way I usually will go in, and I will set my permissioning inside my stream. In the very middle column, I'm going to focus on that for just a few minutes, and I'm going to kind of go down to some of the things that are going to be able to do. Right now, you're seeing that this is shared with, and who it's shared with is saying that right now it's shared with people, and I have dialed into which and how, what type of people are going to be able to view it. This happens to be a team meeting that I was recording. And so all the people that were in that team are going to have access to that if I choose to leave it set as that, which I've said that that's who I want to have access to this video. In addition, I also wanted a few extra owners. And so you can see that my good colleague and friend that's with me right now, Jen Marshall, is going to be an owner of this video, as well as Aaron Hubler is also a member of our team. And so we are all owners. And so we get a few more additional things that we can do with this video and access rights. You'll also notice at the very top, before it says the people, there's something that says allow anyone in your company to view the video. And by default, that is usually checked off. And we decided to check that off because we did not need all of our students to see every single staff meeting that was being held and being videoed through Microsoft Team that will come over to stream. And so we had it turned off company-wide, but then we get to choose whether or not we want to check that when we come back to it. So that's what's going to allow for that green mark to come about. And so, yeah, we wanted people to be able to access that. So we went ahead and checked that. And then I dialed into those permissionings right there with the people.
And one thing I would just add about company-wide that's a little unique to a school district organization is our company or our organization includes students, obviously. And so when you do say that it is available to everyone, that means all students and all staff. Our professional development department for our district just felt like it made it much easier to make it available for our 4,000 staff members and educators. And if some of our 41,000 students happen to stumble across this PD video, or training, I should say, there's no harm in that. I don't feel like students are probably too interested in learning, in watching those, but it made it an easy way to just make sure all of our staff members had access, and we didn't have to somehow make a team with all staff members or gather up all, not just educators, but even our district office personnel and those types of people. We really want everybody. What we're showing here, this training video was how to grow your professional learning network. And we talked about the MIE expert program. So we wanted that available to everybody. And like we said, if a student jumped in and watched that video, there's no harm in that. So that would have to be determined, I think, by each individual owner of a video of what would be appropriate for that video. But we just felt like that was a quick way to do that. Just keep in mind, it does include students, is what I wanted to point out.
Thank you. Well, and speaking of students, Jen, what would happen if I wanted to share this video out with my students? Because sometimes, like as you mentioned, there is no harm in showing our students videos. This video probably doesn't really apply to our students, but if it was a video that applies to our student, I would want to share it with my students. And there's lots of different ways I want to share with my students. One would be I want to take a link and put it into my my Microsoft Teams. So over on the right-hand corner, If you want to go over there to the share button,
you'll see this share several places. So here we are.
Yeah, there's a share button there. So if she clicks on that for us, what you're going to notice that comes up, there's different ways of sharing this. And I'm talking about, I'd like to take this link of this video and share it in my team for my class team. And what I can do is I can copy that link just as is, right where it says copy, and put my cursor in there and hit copy. And I can take that link and put into my Microsoft team as a tab. There were a couple other features that were in there when she had shared. There was an embed that you can use the embed, and you can put it maybe in a PowerPoint. You could also put it in we have something called our School Wires. That's our internet site for our teachers. We can use that. There's just a lot of different ways that you can share out this video. Another advantage of sharing out the video is you can start it at a certain spot, and you can let the students see it from that certain position. So again, that's just nice, easy, quick way to be able to share it out. So that's how you were able to share it. And then there's also in this very right-hand screen on this, there's a download button. So if you want to download this video and use it in some other fashion, you could always download that video and take it with you wherever you want to go. It will become an MP4. And so that's pretty universal out there. And you can, most people will be able to watch that video. And then finally, I wanted to talk about how you could add it to a stream channel. So if I wanted to add this video to another stream channel, I could do that by dropping down my permissions over there to in that middle thing again, and add it to, remember I had those channels at the very beginning that I was following. I could add it to one of my channels, and then it would be available to any of the people that subscribe to that channel that I belong to or they belong to. And so that makes it just really easy to be able to share all that information within Stream.
All right, and on that one, I just did a little example there. What we did for our professional development videos, trainings that were created in our district is we could then, like Lisa was saying, we created a channel very similar to YouTube so that we could then link that channel for all of our educators in one place, or they could also choose to follow that channel. So it just groups them together to make that easy. Lisa, do you want to talk for just a minute about groups and how that would tie to a team? As you were mentioning, adding that link to a team, you would have to make sure it's available to that group or team as well.
Exactly, yes. And so again, those permissions, that's a beautiful place that I can drop down. As Jim mentioned, anytime you create a Microsoft team, it creates a group. And if I want to just put this straight right to my group, I can go ahead and type in the group name. It will populate, and I can choose that so I know which team it's going to go to, and then that will give permissions for my students to be able to see that right away as well. So those are just some quick and easy tips and tricks in order to share out your video. I think we want to talk a little bit more about some more features. Jen, did you want to talk about some of the accessibility features? And
yeah, thank you, Lisa. So before we get on, well, let's do that now, actually. So the accessibility features, one of the great things about all Microsoft products is that accessibility application, the features that are built in right to the program. And so Stream has a few of those as well that we just wanted to highlight. As every video is uploaded to Stream, it comes automatically with this transcription. So what I'm looking at right here is I just clicked into that specific video, and this would show up on all videos where the permissions are set. We'll show you how to do that. But it provides this transcription over here on the right. So that's just another place that a user could be watching the video, but also have the written words of what was said. One great feature of this, of being the owner, is that sometimes the audio may not pick up your voice correctly, or there may be some things within the video that are spelled incorrectly. It allows you as the owner to be able to edit that transcription and make it as accurate as you'd like for the users. Also would allow you to maybe clean up the words a little bit. Over here, you can see the word was said. And so if I wanted to get rid of that in the transcription, which would then equate to the closed captioning as well, I can click the little edit button right here, and I can dive into, I just lost that space where that was, but I could dive into any place within the transcription, and I could edit that. So, depending on how much time you want to spend on the transcription, how often you're using this, it is just nice to know that you have a little bit of control over cleaning up that space.
And then that captioning will follow, so that's nice too.
Yes. So the closed captioning, as Lisa just mentioned, is the video is playing. I'm not sure if you'll be able to hear it, but that's okay. But you'll be able to see the ability to turn on that closed captioning is down here at the bottom. we have some teachers in our district, as I'm sure all of you do, that are teaching the deaf and hard of hearing program. Some of those teachers themselves are deaf or hard of hearing. And so as they're participating in our trainings, we are working closely with them to make sure that we're making that accessible to them. So by turning on those closed captions, we're going to actually turn those on, then those words would show up at the bottom here. No, I just didn't click it correctly, I think, but you can see the different options here to turn those closed captioning on. So that is tied to this transcription. And to set that, it is a little bit automatic when a video is uploaded, but as we were showing just a minute ago when we were in the permissions, and Lisa was showing how to share the video and set those permissions, let's just pull that up one more time to show a couple of things that you do need to make sure are turned on. Some of this might be a default setting in your district as it is in ours. As Lisa mentioned, I know when we first started using Stream, there were some defaults that actually didn't work quite well for what we wanted to do going forward. So just a good idea to check that with your IT department. And what I'm referring to with those transcriptions is over here on the left, as I'm in here editing this video as an owner. I think Lisa pointed out the name of the video or recording here. You can always edit that and change that. So if you change your mind, if this is tied to a Teams meeting, it will pull the name of that meeting. So if that maybe isn't as descriptive as you'd like it to be for the recording, you can change that. But right here is the beginning of setting those closed captioning and transcription options. So right here, the video language, this is looking for the primary language of the person who is presenting in the video. And so for us, we've already set that as English. So that's important to make sure that is set because that is what your closed captions will pull from. And then over here on the side, you would want to check this box. Interesting that it's not checked on this one, and it looks like it's not letting me do that for some reason. All of ours, this should be set on our district IT site. So we might need to take a look at that, Lisa, because this is the only one I've ever seen not show that auto-generate a caption file. You would always want that to be turned on. Oops, sorry, because that's what will provide that the captions, the closed captioning. So maybe that's why I was having a little trouble there. We'll need to take a look at that. But you would just check this box, and then that is what will build those transcriptions. One area here about comments, some districts, you may choose to leave comments on. Think about YouTube where viewers of those videos can leave comments. That's sort of up to you or up to your district. We have those turned off just because we felt it was a space that we didn't have the capacity or the resources to necessarily monitor what type of comments might be left. Students and staff could, of course, say whatever they want. And so being somewhat new for us in our large district, we have just turned that off. It just wasn't a space that we wanted to, or were able, I should say, to monitor. So that would be something you'd need to take a look at and what you're capable of doing as well. So I'm going to cancel out of there. But those are just those two areas of accessibility features that I think are super helpful and amazing to have built right in. Lisa, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And as Jen mentioned, some of these things are set behind the scenes. And so as you can imagine, that relationship with your IT department is amazing, that you will need to have be in contact with them to see what they have set up for you. And we are going to be able to go in on Monday and ask our IT department too, as that might have got unchecked accidentally, and we'll get it fixed again. But it's always nice to have some friends back in the IT department.
Yes, for sure. Okay, and the last thing I wanted to show right here is this interactivity option. What this allows you to do with any of your recording is to insert a form, so a Microsoft form. So that's another tool that if you're not familiar with, I would definitely dive in and take a look at forms. We use forms for everything. In our district as far as gathering information. Our teachers are using them to assess students, but how we've been using them on these professional learning videos that we've been creating is we've been taking attendance. We've offered some opportunities for our educators to receive university credit towards their recertification. And so to prove that they did attend or view a video, we've inserted an attendance form. As a teacher, this would be a great way. If you've got an instructional video, you could insert a form to gather some quick data, some formative assessment, or maybe you want students to reflect upon their learning. What's nice about this is as you add this form, it has to be a form you've already created. So you would have created the form in your Forms account. And then when you're ready to add that form, you choose where you want the form to be in the training. And so in our trainings here, we did some sort of introduction and we talked about attendance, and that became a great place that we could pause and insert the form. Some teachers, you might choose to do it at the end or the beginning, but anywhere that it is, what happens is as the video is playing, it will pause. So it just automatically, the video will stop, the form will populate on the screen. Users can click right into those boxes, take attendance in this situation, and then they resume the video. So it's very just intuitive that it pops right up. I will say some of our teachers, they're not used to that interactivity. So we've had to do a little bit of training on, yes, you can touch the screen and you can type right on what you're seeing. They're thinking they're looking at a recording when really it now becomes interactive. So that could be just a great opportunity. So to do that, you just click add form. You would grab the URL. Forms is just a simple URL that you can share out. So you'd grab that fill response URL, paste that here. You can give it a name. And then here's where you can choose where on the timeline you would like that to show up. And so you can do that by just, choose. Usually what I've done is I've just played the video. You can see on our training here, this is where we're talking about attendance. And so right after this, there's a little dot on the timeline that tells me where that attendance is. And it will load like you're seeing here. Sometimes it takes a little while to complete the spin here and load, and it might struggle a little bit since we're also live here recording for our event today. Or give you something like that. But when it works, and we know it works because we've been using it all summer, and then you can see the teacher just continues to the video, or the student would continue to the video. So great way to do that. It can be edited at any time. Teacher can come in and take that form out if they don't need it any longer, but keep the recording available there for students.
Right. And that's a great way to quiz your students, or, just have them reflect on different things as you're teaching along the way. And as an educator, you're going to get used to, pausing and knowing that I'm going to put in a form right there, or a quiz or something like that. And I think that's an excellent tool and a great feature that Stream has.
And definitely for this distance learning, remote learning, being able to just connect with your students in that way. So it's not just a static, instructional video or training or whatever it might be, but being able to really connect. And then, of course, all that data is available to you as the owner of the form on the back side, just like any other form. So you would access that data by going to your forms. You can export it to Excel. Super awesome.
Guys, this has certainly been a fantastic eye-opener about Stream. I know I've only gotten into it over the last couple weeks. I'm using it for OneNotes. I'm using it in Teams. I'm learning to use it in SharePoint. There's so many different ways that you can use Stream video.
Yes, totally. And it is a great video. And the benefit, again, is secure. You get to set those permissions. You get to say who gets to view that video. It's a great tool.
Yes, and especially when we're talking students and privacy. I do know there's times where you want to be able to share videos with parents and those sort of things. So we heard through the grapevine, and this was a while ago. Of course, we never know when these things are definitely happening. But we did hear Microsoft's working on some opportunities to be able to share the stream videos outside of your organization. But for right now, it is locked down to your students and your staff that have your district email address and account, which I think is great for that student privacy. That's so huge.
The whole idea of being able to create a video and share a video, that's actually one of the components of the MIE application that, by the way, I don't know if you guys have heard this, is due on Wednesday. Jen, you know what's coming up in the next little bit here. I'm going to put you on the spot. Have you filled out your MIE expert application yet?
So I've started it. My team knows I'm always last minute, but it always gets done. It always gets done, right, Lisa? We always get it done.
It does.
Sometimes procrastination is the best motivator. So we get it done. We're going to do it. And we encourage anyone who has never done it to just jump in and do it. You will not regret it. Lisa and I are happy to share one of the, in addition to just connecting with others and getting the resources. I know when I first started in this program, it was really about consuming. I was taking a lot of courses in the Microsoft Educator Center and just doing a lot of learning. I loved that because I loved that it was related to the classroom. It wasn't just here's how you use the tool, but it was how do students and teachers use that tool. But through that, Lisa and I have attended the past couple of years, the Microsoft, they called it the Underground Learning Summit. And this is just a place where MIE experts can come together face to face. So you get to see a lot of people that you've maybe interacted online with, but get to see them face to face. Also learn in that. It's kind of a mini conference. And then the past, I can't remember, several years, they've done this E2 education exchange program to be able to travel and connect worldwide. And Lisa and I kind of, again, last minute, we got together right before the due date and we did our application for E2. And we were surprised and thrilled that we both won that trip. We were supposed to go to Australia in March. With the MIE expert program. Of course, plans got put on hold for that, but they've told us that, you know, there are still plans for something in the future to bring us together, but to connect worldwide. I know Tammy Dunbar was mentioning that too, and the benefit of getting outside of your own walls, but also, I mean, out of your own country and just connecting with other educators who have common interests and common desires. And working with them. So there were 10 of us in the US that were selected for that. And it was just amazing to be in that room with Anthony Salcido and other experts. And Robin was there. I think she's in a picture here as we were awarded that prize. So again, that then kind of created this smaller community and the larger community of these people to be able to travel to E2. So we're holding out. We're excited.
Making those connections worldwide, and everybody's so willing to share and get to know each other. It's so awesome. We love it.
You know, I love that the MIE family is worldwide. It's global. It's always there to help you out. Use that connection right now. Take out your Twitter. Tweet to us over at MIE Expert. Don't forget to fill out that application. Ladies, I want to say thank you so much for teaching me a lot about Microsoft Stream. I know it's going to go a long way in my school district, and I'm certainly interested in seeing what you guys are going to be doing this year. Where can we get a hold of you, and what are your Twitters?
Yes. So mine's at Bray Lisa M. And Jen?
Yeah, mine's at Jen Marshall 0806. I know it's kind of on the screen right there for us. But yes, we'd love to connect with you. It's always fun to have new friends in those spaces and learn. And I reach out all the time asking questions. How do you do this? Does anybody have an idea? And you get responses immediately.
It's so great.
Thank you guys so much for your time today. I am looking so much forward to what is going to be happening. It is now 12 o'clock on the Eastern Seaboard here, and we've been going live from NCCE since 9 o'clock this morning. If you guys haven't had a chance to check it out, we are live on Facebook. We are live on YouTube, live on Periscope. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share the MIE community with your friends. We've got a great presentation coming up today, and really it's all about what is an MIE. I want to bring on 3 amazing MIE friends. Let me make sure that I have everybody. There they are. I've got one more coming up here. Ladies, how are you today? Welcome to NCCE Live.
Good afternoon or good morning to those on the West Coast. Oh, look at this, all talking over each other. Awesome.
Yeah. You know, one of the things that I love about this time of year is everybody gets together to figure out what they're going to be doing next year. And it's always a matter of where do we go to find those resources? Where do we go to learn about? Who do we lean on? And how fast can I call Tammy Dunbar with any questions that I have that I need for these different applications? I'm going to let you guys go for a little bit here because I know you guys have a very important conversation all about what is the MIE Expert Program. And guys, thank you so much for being here live on NCCE.
Thanks, Jeff. We're super excited to be here, and I couldn't be more excited to be here with Shannon and Melissa, who are really, integral parts of our MIE Expert community. I'm going to let them do most of the talking here and share their experiences as an MIE expert. But I guess I should introduce myself officially. Robin Rivnatz. I sit on our U.S. education team here at Microsoft in Education and oversee our Microsoft Innovative Educator Expert Program, our Showcase Schools program, and then just do a lot of education transformation support across the United States. So super excited to be here with you all. And I would say if I had to define one thing about our MIE Expert community is, number one, it's family to us here at Microsoft, and every one of our experts inside of our community know that they are part of our family and they feel that family atmosphere with each other as well. The second thing I will say about it, it's not necessarily about professional development per se, although you do get developed a lot. It's more about community. It is the best professional learning community that I've ever been a part of, and I was a part of it before I worked here at Microsoft. It's the friends, the community building. It's the knowing, that you've got someone that has your back on those tough days that we all know we have as educators, and also other people to help lift you up and share awesome things with you, as well as giving you a place to amplify your voice as a teacher. The experience amongst the group is vast, vast. Everything from STEM professionals to early literacy professionals to folks in the higher ed space, even sharing how they're leveraging some of the Microsoft tools inside their classrooms and inside their spaces. And then even beyond Microsoft tools, like I said, it's just a family of educators looking to learn from each other. So I'll toss it over to you guys, Melissa and Shannon, if you kind of want to share your experience and what it's like to be an expert, and then we can show people how they can get started.
Yeah, sure, Robin. Hey, Melissa, I'll go ahead and jump out there first a little bit. So it is just such a blessing to be part of the MIE community. And sometimes people may shy away because we call ourselves experts, but I would say I'm not an expert in anything, but I am an expert in reaching out to my friends in that professional learning network and getting the answers that I need. And so if you or anyone around you is in that point in their career where you think that you might just need something that's a little bit more and you want to stretch and grow yourself, the MIE community is a great place to be able to do that. And earlier we heard Rob Dixon talk a little bit about there's different types of professional learning, and one of them is professional learning that you seek on your own. And so that can be one of the most rewarding types of learning for all learners. And really, I'll say what the MIE community has done for me, and I think lots of other people, is just given us great connections. So now we really have a great sense of empathy for everyone worldwide. We have great connections, and then we're just constantly learning together. And Robin does a really good job of creating that environment for us and keeping that going. And so just a really great network for that. And Melissa is a little bit newer to our MIE community, and I know that she's had a great experience. And so I just thought, Melissa, that you could kind of share what your year's been like and encourage people to jump out just like you did, because you take a risk when you jump into a community like this and you put in your application. So tell us about it, Melissa.
So last year, or the last 2 years, I have been lucky enough to work with some amazing individuals. So after ISTE last year, I am from New York City. And so I've been lucky enough to train with amazing individuals during my time. And after ISTE, I decided I am a late person. So I did do my application the night before. I'm not going to lie. It was the last night. But what I did to make sure when I got it in was I really looked at that sway as something that was all about me, to make sure my personality was showing, to make sure my love of what I did was showing. We all get into this field to really share our passions, and I wanted that to show. So in my application, I wanted to share that. So when I finally found out that I was accepted into this program, I was so excited because the OGs of the New York City Department of Education who have been in this program shared so much information with us that I wanted to use that experience that they modeled for us into what I could model for new teachers. So we've been able to continue to use those experiences. Being part of the MIEE community has been such an amazing experience for me. Having the calls every month, just like you say, being part of that community, learning from other people, learning about different programs that are available, but also the MIE community is kind of like the tree trunk, and then you learn about all these things that branch out. And you learn from cohorts. There's different cohorts all over the country that you can learn from. And that is great. Just, some things that we do in New York City are very different than some things you do on the West Coast, but those can spark such ideas. And then when I look at the people I follow on Twitter, I follow so many more people now because of this community. I actually got into Twitter jail one day because you try to follow so many people from these amazing experiences that you're learning about. So being a part of these calls has been such a huge help, especially in this time right now of being out of the schools. You have a community that you know that you can be a part of and gain information and gain support from. And that's what we're all here for, is to be able to gain information, gain help from each other, and then support our own community. Plus, we have our amazing tweet meets that are always such a support. And also, one of the other things that's great about the community calls is that we have it twice when we have them. And there's one in the morning and the afternoon, and you get a different perspective on each, which is so nice because you get to meet two different groups of people. So I really feel that this program has been so lucky as my first year, and I can't wait to hopefully continue with it, because I have learned from so many different people, so many different things, and have been able to take little bits and pieces and model it for my for the people I work with and the people and my students, and bring new ideas into the classroom and into my role as an ed tech model teacher. It really has been such a blessing. I know one of the partner offers we worked about was Bunsey, and that has been such a huge help. All these programs, Bunsey, Pear Deck, Nearpod, Book Creator, that we worked with were all programs that were so helpful during remote learning that we really were truly lucky to have this program to do. I know that was a lot. I'm sorry. I'm very passionate about this program because it truly was such a support for me, especially as this being my first year and being in as part of remote learning.
No need to apologize, Melissa. If I could just capture all that up, that's just amazing and awesome. And like I said, we want to continue to grow this community. We don't feel like just some people should have the opportunity to be connected with such amazing educators. And like Melissa said, there's definitely a very strong community here in the United States, but this community is a global community as well. And I can say that most people that belong to this community and then they get connected at that global level, there's not a place on this earth that you could travel to once we get to traveling again. I definitely miss some travel in my life. There's not a place on this earth that I could go to that I can't imagine not meeting up with another MIE expert and being able to make a lifelong friend. And so that's really kind of the heart of a lot of this program. It's, like I said, it's just the family environment and experience that we try to provide for our educators. And we really truly want this to be a learning community. Yes, Melissa mentioned we do offer lots of great things and get access to lots of partner apps as well as the Microsoft ecosystem, and share how those tools work in the classroom. But just having access to the people is priceless. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen if you guys don't mind. And let's see how this works. I don't know. I don't know if it'll work for me. Looks like it's giving me some weird error. So let's.
If you share your screen, I'll pull it up.
All right. I'm trying, Jeff. I'm trying to choose my second screen, and it is not letting me pick a screen. Is that normal? Okay. Awesome.
So, hey, I'm going to say this, though, Robin, while you're pulling up your screen. Melissa really hit on that we have monthly calls. So if you're thinking about like, oh, I'm not sure if I'm too busy for that, it's really great because we record those calls, and you can do those calls live. You can do them in the AM, the PM. You always have that option. And then if you're applying for the program, at first, you might want to be just like our students are, and many educators, like we're just consumers at the beginning, right? And then you get a little bit more comfortable and you really start contributing. And I've heard Robin say many times, it is you get in what you get out what you put into the community. But it's okay if you're like a novice learner and you're thinking like, I'm not sure how much I have to contribute. I guarantee you'll grow and you'll feel comfortable and you'll start to contribute. So really think about taking that risk and growing with us.
And just to build off what Shannon said, that we have this NIE playbook, which is such an amazing resource. And I actually keep that, bookmarked on my iPad, because one of the reasons that I love having it is that it just has all of the notes that we take. And that gives me just reminders of things that sometimes you forget. You know, we're overloaded with so much information sometimes, but sometimes when you're in a pinch and you're thinking of something, how can I support my students, or how can I support my families, or honestly, how can I support myself? We all need to, you know, take care of ourselves with self-care. How can I find community members that could help support me? And that playbook has been such a huge support because it's information right at your fingertips that you can use. And also, just one more thing to go back to what Robin said, we have, just going out to the worldwide community, there are so many groups out there with worldwide people, and I have met people from all over the world who are MIE experts, and to see how other countries have programs and how they're running things has been such a support for our multilingual learners, because we're able to see how students and their cultures from different places, it has been absolutely such a support seeing MIE experts, you know, around the world.
Awesome. And sorry, I just feel like a mess today. I couldn't get the technology working. I, you know, got some sweating going on because I was on a workout this morning, and I feel like my robot shark is around here interrupting me. So I apologize. I seem like a little bit out of place, but I know I've got my family here that's going to support me and say, it's okay, Robin. Life happens, right? So as you can see on the screen right now, this is really the heart and soul of our MIE expert program. And there's just really two steps to become an MIE expert. The second step is a little bit more expansive, and I'll double click on that in a second. But basically, the first thing you have to do is be a certified MIE. Anybody can get certified. You can go to the educator community at education.microsoft.com. Take a couple of courses, whatever courses that are aligned to your learning needs. One of the things that we do is try to provide flexibility. We don't try to put everybody in the same bucket and say, these are the required classes you must take to become a certified MIE. If you're a teacher that's wanting to learn about Minecraft, you can take some courses on Minecraft. If you are a teacher who is an English teacher and maybe you want to look at some literacy courses that we have, or how to use the writing process inside Word and some of the features there, jump into those courses. So you kind of take what's relevant for you. You earn some points in the educator community. You have to earn 1,000 points. Take you just a couple of hours to do so. Or, you know, you might be already super advanced and can go right to the exam at the end of the courses and take those exams. You earn your certified MIE badge, and it becomes part of your profile in the educator community. That's the first step. And so many of you probably have already done that as we're speaking right now. The second thing is you must complete a self-nomination, and we open that window every year from April 15th to July 15th. So it is an annual window that you can self-nominate to become an MIE expert. I'll talk about the application requirements in a second. And the reason why we do have an application window where we have an opening, a closing, and then we name our cohort is that we want it to feel like a community of learners. And so we don't have an always always open door for people to come in all through the school year, because then you'd miss out on all the things at the beginning, or you'd only see what's happening towards partial way through the program. So we want to feel it just like a school year where you build relationships for an entire year with your students. We want that to be that same experience in our community. So on July 15th, the nominations will shut down at the end of the day, Pacific time. And our scoring team over here at Microsoft will be working furiously to get all the last applications scored. And then we will be making our announcement, if you would. We'll be sending our acceptances here in the US towards the end of July, beginning of August, depending on how many extra hours have to be spent on scoring more additional nominations for all you procrastinators out there. As you can see, it's okay. I'm one too. I'm a terrible procrastinator. So it's open. We want to see you to be part of this. As they mentioned, really it's the community that's the best benefit of being part of the MIE expert program. But we also do provide a lot of different supports for educators, recognition for you as an educator. I know as a teacher myself, when I was in my school district, it's like everybody in your classroom knows what's going on and things that you're doing, but sometimes you don't feel recognized by your community or even your school leaders, et cetera. So we want to provide that recognition to our educators. you get to feel the impact of your work, because not only are you having that work done in your classroom, but you're able to impact others around the world and sharing those experiences, as Melissa and Shannon both mentioned. And as we all stated, it's the community building that is most valuable with this experience. So I did want to kind of jump in and tell you a little bit about the steps to become an MIE. Like we said, you need to get certified. And then the last thing that you're going to do when you actually go to the nomination to self-nominate is you're going to be creating a 2-minute video, or you can put together a sway, and you have to answer these 4 questions in a creative manner that expresses why you want to be in the MIE Expert program. I would say, as a tip here, the biggest things that we see is when folks don't get into the program, it's usually because they haven't provided examples. By saying you're great is one thing, but it shows us what your students are doing. We want to see artifacts of learning. We want to see why you want to join this community and share the fabulous work that's going on in your schools with others. So make sure you actually give us some information, some examples of what's happening and taking place in your schools. And then demonstrate that you want to share with others. We want everybody in this community to have a growth mindset. Having a growth mindset here at Microsoft is one of our core values. We always try to look to the positive side of things. When things get hard, and they're hard on a daily basis, we all know, how can we dig deep, get that grit, and continue to build each other up and support everybody. And then the one little thing that seems like pretty obvious, but when you share your video link or you share your sway link with us, make sure you're sharing the public link. So many people submit these applications, and then we go to click on the link to see the work that was put in behind here, and we have a private link. We can't even see what people are submitting. So it seems so obvious and simple, but make sure that when you submit, you are submitting a link that is a public link so that we can actually see the awesomeness that you're sharing with us. So that's it. Become a certified MIE. Complete the self-nomination. You've got 4 days, T-minus 4 days and counting, to become part of our program. And I'm just looking forward to continuing to meet more people around the United States and be part of our global experts community of learning.
Robin, there's a lot of great things that you just covered. And as you know, the big common thing here is the MIE program is family. We do have a couple questions, if you don't mind me throwing a couple from our audience in here. We've had a couple people come in today and say that they're a showcase school, they're a trainer, they're an MIE, they're an MIE expert. Could you explain a little bit about the different words that we use in the MIE program?
Yeah, and actually, I think I can just pop back into some previous slides I have, and that will maybe be a better showcasing of the different programs. So we've got what I call our learning communities. These are our certified MIE programs, our MIE trainer programs, and then our MIE expert programs. The one that's currently open for application is our MIE expert program. This is the one that you have to apply to, and we pick folks for a cohort annually. The certified MIE program, the MIE trainer program are always open, always on programs. So the way we look at this is that we feel that every educator on the planet can become a certified MIE. We encourage everybody to do so. Anyone who wants to be part of that program can. It's basically you have an interest in learning some more things about Microsoft and education. You take some courses, you become part of that community. Our MIE trainers, those are usually folks on a campus or work at a district, or they work at a training company who have some sort of role where they're responsible for training other teachers, other staff members, other school leaders, et cetera. And so that's what our trainer program is. It is essentially a program where you take our Trainer Academy program. You can do that in an online capacity right now, which is what we're offering currently to the situation. And then you get access to all of the content. So as a trainer, we have worked with our training partners, such as the fabulous NCCE, to prepare content so that you don't have to spend days, nights, and weekends creating training content to train other teachers. You have access to all that training curriculum. You're welcome to tweak it, change it however you want, but it's a fundamental baseline of giving you some training materials. And then you can train other teachers. You report that into our training system, and then you earn your trainer badge. And so that's how the trainer program works. And then we've obviously talked pretty extensively about the expert program. Now, if we go and take a peek at our Showcase School program. So our Showcase School program is also open for nominations right now. It is, so how we reward and recognize educators is through the MIE program. We do this at the school level with our Showcase School program. So our Showcase School program is essentially similar to our expert program, except for school leaders and schools who are looking to go down the journey of education transformation. Everything that we do for our Showcase Schools is based on our Education Transformation Framework, which is the research framework based on leadership and policy, modern teaching and learning, what intelligent environments look like, and a technology blueprint. So we take together lots of research that's been put together by people way smarter than me. And we work with our schools as they build out their plan to committing to an education transformation framework for their school. They are committed to a culture of learning and growth. They are connected to other school leaders around the world as well, who are part of this program and sharing what they're doing in their schools to drive impact. And so that's what our Showcase School program is about. Again, there are different benefits to Showcase Schools as well that we provide, and just like we do with our expert program. And if someone wanted to become a Showcase School, that process is also open right now as well. So the way someone becomes a Showcase School is they can go to this URL, aka.ms/SCS nomination, and then they submit a nomination as a school. So the school leader would come in, they would submit a nomination, it would come into our system. If you're an existing school, you can be part of the program, or if you are a school leader, about to open a new school in the next, 18 to 24 months, we also work with schools from a new construction level standpoint as well. They come into our system, and then we start working with those schools to devise a plan along the ETF framework and how they want to become a Showcase School. So they are provided with a year-long professional learning series, et cetera, on the different parts of education transformation. They build their own plans as a school, and then they would, so basically everybody kind of is a year, if you would, through an incubation process where we work with you guys. We've got folks that are mentoring and sharing. And then at the end of the year, once you have gone through your transformation, you've got a fully developed plan, and that is actually taking place inside your school, then you would become a Showcase School. So it's definitely more of a lighthouse school program throughout the world. One of the things that's really cool about being a Showcase School in the US, I think, is there are schools all over the world. A lot of ministries of education, et cetera, from different countries come to the US, and they're looking to learn from our US school system, from schools and teachers, and how we educate our community here in the United States. And so what they'll do is they'll come to us at Microsoft and say, hey, Microsoft, and they do this with Google, they do this with Apple. They're coming to these big tech companies and they say, we would love to go visit some schools who are using technology to teach and learn. Can you introduce us to some schools? And so a lot of times these folks, and these are government level ministries of education folks from around the world, they'll come into these schools and they'll tour your school, ask questions, meet with your school leaders. So it can be a very prestigious thing from a global perspective as well, to open your doors to other world leaders looking to you as an example and a spotlight of innovation.
Well, Robin, as we go through, there's one other common trait here, which is Microsoft innovative educators love working side by side with Microsoft engineers. Shout out again to Mike Tolfson and everybody on the EDU team. But from your desk, from somebody who works with Microsoft or in Microsoft, what is it like having access to the MIE program to get feedback, to be able to create tools, create programs? What is it like having access to so many amazing educators who are passionate about the work that they're doing in their classrooms?
It's our lifeline here at Microsoft and Education. Our engineering teams are looking to our school leaders and our educators to get constant feedback. They're saying, hey guys, what do you want next in our tools? Or what is it not doing for you? What pain points do you have in the classroom that you're working with? Or do you have students that need certain accommodations or access to tools that they don't have today? How can we build those and move and make those available for you? So literally it is, it's a lifeline of our engineering team, is to have the voice of the educators, the voice of the school leaders, the voice of the students shaping our technology and shaping the future, really. It's critical. And I say, I've never seen engineering move so fast as they have with the entire, pandemic that took place. Things that our engineering teams may have had on the roadmaps to improve in their tools, maybe in 9 months to 12 months, 9 months to 1 year from now, they put together and made happen in a matter of weeks. So your voices are critical. The community is the one who is connected to our engineers, sharing what's working, what's not working, what they want to see to be different, and literally our products are being shaped by students, by educators, and by school leaders. So we just thank you guys for providing your voice to us and really changing the world.
I got 2 more minutes with you, but I wanted to ask this, and we've talked about this publicly, we've talked about this privacy. Talk about your leader. Talk about Satya Nadella. Why is the Microsoft education platform the pillar? Why is that so important to him? And why is the education arm of Microsoft so important to Microsoft Global?
Yeah, Microsoft, the mission with Microsoft years and years ago when the company was formed was to put a PC on everybody's desks. That was the mission. It's not our mission today. Our mission is literally to empower every person on the planet to achieve more. Every person, every organization. And we take that mission seriously. Satya, who is our current CEO, I know most people think Microsoft and they immediately think Bill Gates, but we've had several, people since then. Satya has been in our leadership CEO role here at Microsoft, I guess for probably 6.5 years or so. He started right in the role right before actually I came into the company. And he's really transformed our entire culture at Microsoft inside and out. And within his first year, he got on stage in front of every employee at Microsoft around the world and said, education is a priority for us. We've done things with education here and there in the past, and this was years and years ago, but I want to put it at the forefront. Education is so important to us as a company, but it's important to our entire world. It is what allows us to have a global economy. It is the great equalizer for every person on the planet. And so if we don't prioritize that, we're saying we don't prioritize our existence as human beings. So every person at Microsoft, whether they work in the education division here at Microsoft or not, is always reaching out saying, how can we help education? What can we do more? Hey, I've got my child's teacher is doing X, Y, Z. So everybody is in this for education. And just knowing that and feeling that as an employee in this company, it's the only reason I even came to join Microsoft, honestly. I would have never left my K-12 education school district and come taken a job at Microsoft if I didn't believe in the mission behind the company and what we're doing. And so that's why this community is so important to me, is because you guys shape what we're doing, and you're allowing us to take your voices and put those on a world stage and amplify them and create products for kids at the end of the day that provide equal opportunities for education. So that we can see all economies across this entire planet grow and be awesome because of education.
Well, Robin, Shannon, Melissa, I want to say thank you so much for your time today, sharing your passions. Melissa, welcome to the MIE program. I'm looking forward to working with you this year and seeing everything. Robin, you got a big job ahead of you, taking care of all those MIE applications. I don't want to let you go, but I know you got to get back to scoring those little charts. Robin, thank you guys, and thank you everybody for checking out here.
Thank you, Jeff, and happy
so much.
anniversary, Jeff. TeacherCast anniversary today. So glad to have be a part of that with you today. So thank you.
Thank you guys so much. And we are, of course, live from NCCE. We're broadcasting live on Facebook, on Twitter. Look, my voice is even going. It's such a great party here. And guys, the moment that we have been waiting for, the topic that everybody is looking forward to, today we're going to be learning about Minecraft education. I know my kids are learning about Minecraft education. Robert, are you looking forward to learning about Minecraft? I know I've got an entire army of triplets here looking forward to Minecraft. I want to bring on my next guest. She is an instructional technology specialist and a great member of NCCE. Shannon, as we bring on Mary here to talk about all this stuff, talk to us a little bit about the relationship between our NCCE specialists, our Microsoft education family, our school districts. Why is it important for NCCE to be a part of the educational community?
Yeah, Jeff, that's a great question. So we said earlier, NCC is nonprofit. One of the facts about NCC is one of the oldest ISTE affiliates. So we have that vision, just as Microsoft does, to empower every person on the planet. We're trying to empower educators just to be better for students all the time. And so what actually has happened is we have had so many people that were in the Microsoft Innovative Educator community, and they're also experts. And then NCC is actually in partnership with Microsoft as Microsoft's top training partner worldwide. We have so many of those experts and professional learning specialists that work for us all over the United States. And Mary happens to be one of them. She comes from Georgia. So we're super excited to have Mary today. But that's what makes our partnership with Microsoft and NCC so strong. It's because Microsoft realizes, as NCC does and many districts, that educators talk best to educators. So we have real life educators working in schools and with districts as tech coaches, as teachers, as school leadership at the state and at top district levels. And then we send all of those people out to help other districts. So they all are educators. They all have that educator heart. And it's just such a great partnership. So you're not getting someone to train you on a tool. You're getting someone to train you with experience, tried and true experience. And that is what makes the partnership so great.
Well, we're certainly looking forward to a great second half of the day if you're looking forward here. And by the way, again, thank you. Don't forget to share out everything. We've got Mary today talking about Minecraft education. At 1:30, we're talking about Microsoft Translate, Microsoft Planner, and then we're wrapping it up today with the amazing Dr. Zimmerman, all about innovation and assessment. Shannon, thank you so much for supporting today, and thank you to everybody at the NCCE family.
Thank you, Jeff. This has been a great broadcast. I can't wait to catch the recordings.
Absolutely. Mary, welcome to the show. How are you today?
I am fabulous, Jeff. I'm excited to be here and to talk about Minecraft. You know, it's pretty much my thing. So
I am looking forward to having you here. I don't want to get in your way. I want to have you talk all about Minecraft. And I got to tell you, you're not just talking to the audience live on YouTube. You're not just talking to the audience live on Facebook, but you're talking to my kids right now who want to learn how to do all that wonderful stuff. So let me bring up your screen here and I'll get out of your way. Welcome to Live from NCCE.
thanks, Jeff. And I have to share, you know, I do love Minecraft so much that I have purchased a Minecraft mask for going back to school. So, you know, just so you know, and I have Minecraft shoes that are pretty fabulous. But so we're going to talk today about creating Minecraft Education Edition challenges for our learners. And the great thing about using Minecraft Education Edition challenges with students is that they can be done from anywhere. They are a great way to engage students and use Minecraft with them no matter where they are. And we're going to talk about how you can access some pre-made challenges and even kind of look at how you can think about making your own challenges and what your own challenges might look like for you and for your classroom from a curricular standpoint. So you've gotten to know me a little bit, and I will share with you just a little bit more. I am an MIE expert, master trainer, and fellow for Cohort 8, which is the great state of Georgia. I am a Minecraft Global Mentor, and I have also was honored as a Fulbright Distinguished Awards in Teaching alumni and spent time in New Zealand doing some inquiry research on educational technology and that kind of thing. And I was a 2011 ISTE Emerging Leader. I do have my Twitter handle. You'll see it on the screen. You'll also see it by my name. I am at the Mary Hoff. And if you would like to access the slide deck, because there are some links and resources that I'm sharing in this slide deck, you will be able to access that because it will be tweeted from my account at the end of the session. So you can actually get those links and have them in a live format, so you're not having to furiously write down web addresses if you are following along either live or later on if you catch the recording. So it's, again, that is at the Mary Hoff. So when we talk about a Minecraft challenge, we talk about something that is engaging and motivating to students, And really, it's just a challenge in Minecraft that poses a question or a problem. Sometimes this could be something that is related to a curricular standard in your classroom. It could also be related to social emotional learning, or it could be related to things like the Sustainable Development Goals. So it poses a question or problem that students need to solve, and they use Minecraft to share their solution. And through that, they are designing that solution. So that's really all a Minecraft challenge is. And a lot of people get really concerned thinking, oh, a Minecraft challenge has to be this really big thing that I do. A Minecraft challenge could simply be something as like if I'm talking about a 5th grade science classroom, it could be having students design a plant or an animal cell in Minecraft and then explaining which blocks they use to represent different things and how they made that work. So it doesn't have to be anything super complicated. But what I want to talk about with y'all today is how you can make that so that it becomes a much deeper learning experience for your students, and ways to make it work for every classroom. So before we go on, I do want to share with you that there are existing challenges that are already made. The Minecraft Education Edition team has challenges that they put out monthly, and you can participate in those challenges live each month, but they also are archived there for you to use as you need to. And those Minecraft challenges are found on the education.minecraft.net website at Class Resources Challenges. They also have a video introduction of each challenge that can give you a better idea of what to expect with the challenge. And in a second, we'll look at what one of those challenges looks like. But I also have to give a huge shout out to Benjamin Kelly, who is a Minecraft Global Mentor, who has done some really amazing work with Minecraft and making it accessible from a classroom perspective for teachers. And one of the things that he has developed is the UN Sustainable Development Goals. He developed challenges for each one in Minecraft that you can give with your students. And so I put a link to that because it really is. They are spectacular challenges and a really great way to help your students and kind of change the way that they look at the world and give them an opportunity to engage with that. So I encourage you to check those out. So again, a huge shout out to Ben Kelly for those challenges. They really are they're a game changer for classrooms that are using those sustainable development goals. So when I look at a classroom challenge and what it might look like, this is one of the examples from the Minecraft Education Edition website. And you'll see that for each of the challenges, it gives you the title. It will tell you how much time it should take. So this particular challenge should take about 20 to 30 minutes. And you'll see challenges that range from 15 minutes to about an hour is usually the largest challenge. Now, if you've ever worked with kids that do Minecraft, you know that sometimes they get big ideas, and those big ideas take a lot of time. But in that's something that they tend to do on their own. They tend to extend it and make it a bigger project. But and it also talks about which 21st century skills. So in this instance, they're using creativity and collaboration. And then it will give you the objective of the challenge. But one of the things that I absolutely love about all of these challenges is that it gives you the opportunity for some extensions and some ideas for how you can extend that or extend the learning in your classroom. And each of those challenges have those extensions kind of built into them. And it also kind of helps to frame the way that we look at how we build challenges from a classroom perspective. So there again, that's a story setting to build the setting of a story. So a great ELA extension or use in a classroom where you've read a novel or your students are doing independent studies. But why would we look at doing a Minecraft challenge? I mean, you know, we've got limited time in classrooms, either if we're virtual or if we're live and in person, right? It's always hard for a teacher to fit in a day. So why is this something that's important? And I think because it gives you an opportunity with your students to celebrate their learning, and it allows them to engage in a platform that they've probably used personally and they've used in a lot of different ways, but they may not have thought about it as a tool that they can use from a school perspective. And so when we start looking at Minecraft Education Edition, it's always the neatest conversation to have with students about how they use Minecraft at home as a personal kind of fun thing, and then how they use it at school and how that's different for them, and how it engages them in learning, and how it excites them about learning, and how it really changes how they learn. it does give you some measurable engagement and learning. And like I can't reiterate enough how inspirational Minecraft is for students. And for me, where it's a game changer is that it engages some of those not typically engaged students in a way that you don't always get in a traditional classroom. And we're always looking for ways to let students be more creative, and Minecraft challenges allow them to unleash that creativity and still work within the bounds of a curriculum or a curricular objective in a classroom. So different challenge types and ideas, when we start talking about the ways that you can do this, you could have a classroom-based challenge like the plant or animal cell or the story setting. They could build it in the classroom. It could just be a challenge. You can also do them across subject areas where groups of teachers work together. I've seen some really great things done with teachers that have done that. You can have it across school grade levels or across the entire school. I've even seen, and in our district, we were very fortunate, we were able to host a district-wide challenge where students were challenged to create what they thought the school of the future would look like. And they had pretty much free license to redesign an entire school or a space in the school. And then they shared and presented those. And that was actually an instance where it was kind of a competition-based challenge. But when we use the word challenge, it doesn't mean that it has to be competition-based. But sometimes that's a really neat way to engage students and get them excited about using Minecraft. And what I love about it is the challenges really are endless. I can engage students in all sorts of different ways with Minecraft challenges. But one of the biggest questions that I get from teachers, I get from students when they say, okay, so I've made this really great Minecraft world, but I want to share it, but how can I share it? So of course they could share the world file. The teacher could open it, navigate it, and go through it. But when we're talking a class of 30 students completing a Minecraft challenge, that's a lot of downloading files, getting into it. And sometimes kids put in mechanics that don't always translate well when it's transferred and your large file sizes and all of that. So how can students share their work in Minecraft with a teacher? And it also becomes that question of how can teachers assess students' work in Minecraft? And so these 6 choices have really been the most powerful ways I've seen for students to share their Minecraft work, not only with their teachers, but even with each other. Because, and I've had students that after they've done this as a class assignment, they're like, oh, I can share it this way with my friend. And they've created these really amazing ways to share their personal Minecraft worlds with their classmates, with their friends, with their family, that maybe aren't Minecrafters. Like I had a student that made a sway to share their Minecraft world with their grandparents because they wanted them to see what they were so excited about. And that was a really cool way to do it. So sway is a great way to engage students in creating an almost website to showcase their Minecraft world. Of course, students can do a live presentation. And if you've ever heard a kid talk about Minecraft, and a kid at any age, and including a lot of adults, if you've ever heard them talk about their Minecraft world, the excitement and that palpable enthusiasm about their world comes through in that live presentation. In Minecraft, we have some really great tools that allow students to create projects within the world. Things like the book and quill, where students can take pictures and add writing together. And by doing that, almost create a published work of what they've done in Minecraft. The portfolio tool allows students to combine pictures with small snippets of text. And then in both the book and quill and portfolio situations, they can export those as PDFs that then they can share in whatever way they want. So they don't have to be restricted to just in the world. One thing that I've seen go really great for our primary grade students is to have them create a photo essay where they pair the pictures that they take in Minecraft with just little short explanations, because then they're able to share their learning in a way that probably communicates more than their writing ability really lets them do at that point in time. And then one of my favorite ways to share, and it's gotten so it's so much more amazing now with some of the upgrades to Flipgrid, but to have students share in a Flipgrid what they've made for their world. So that automatically gives you the opportunity to hear the student's voice telling about their world. But with the screen recording features that are now built into Flipgrid, students are able to share that. And then it becomes this really great place that students can engage with others' work and look at all of the other responses to these challenges. So I love a Flipgrid for a submission for challenges. And it also gives the teacher a way to see the complete body of what the students have done without that time-consuming process of evaluating a Minecraft world, having to download it and navigate through it. So another question that I get all the time about how can I do this with Minecraft is how do I evaluate challenges? Because we do live in an assessment-driven society, education community, right? So what can we do? And my biggest tip to teachers is to make sure that if they are going to evaluate it in some sort of a scoring method, that they use a scoring rubric that has clear criteria. And from a criteria standpoint, to consider the use of the theme or how well they've addressed the challenge, right? The originality of the creation, because I mean, you're going to get a bunch of responses that are very similar, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it may make challenges stand out that are super original. Collaboration, obviously, if it's a group challenge, I think that it's really important to look at it from the perspective to see, have all students in that group really contributed to the project, or was it really just one student doing it? So looking at that collaboration, is the collaboration evident in how they present and how they talk about their world? In a lot of cases, particularly in science-based challenges, looking at the feasibility of the solution, because kids have big ideas, and sometimes, those big ideas may be really fabulous, but sometimes they're not necessarily feasible. So looking at the feasibility of it and the accuracy and realism. So when I'm looking at the challenges and knowing limited time that teachers have, something that I encourage teachers to do is to set up challenges that are tied to their subject area. Because like in the example of the plant or animal cell, that's a set curricular standard. It's something that they need to do. So those challenges tied to subject area can be a really great way for teachers of all levels and of all areas to engage students in Minecraft with the limited time that they have. The tips that I say that are important for that is to make sure that you have a clear objective in mind and have the challenge set up. The timeline for that challenge, if you allow them, kids will take all the time to complete a Minecraft challenge. So you have to have a very clear timeline of what that is going to look like, because are you going to have a 1 week challenge? Are they going to have a week to finish it? Are they going to have a 45-minute period? As long as that is consistent between everyone that's participating, then you've got a good challenge set up. What are your submission requirements? Are you going to require them to submit the world file? Or are they going to submit it through Flipgrid? Are they just going to submit a photo essay, or are they just going to present it live, and are they going to have a limited timeline to do that? Think about your evaluation ideas and think about potential extensions, because the amazing thing with Minecraft is that kids are going to want to take that and do more with it, even if it's not part of the class, because they're going to take that world and they're going to add to it, and they're going to do that on their own. And so what extensions can you offer them, those that really are going to want to jump through that, because they're going to want to do that. And then final considerations to keep in mind as you're setting that up. Do you want to have partner challenges? Do you want to have group challenges? Or do you want it to be individual? And for challenges, you've really got to think through that, because like in the instance of that plant and animal cell, I'm probably going to lean on that one, that an individual challenge is going to show me individual mastery, but a partner or a group challenge is going to show me their ability to compromise, their ability to come up with a unique solution together. So I really have to think about that. Another thing to think about, particularly if you're doing a school-wide or a grade level-wide challenge, is how are you going to evaluate that? Are you going to have prizes? And if you're going to, if you're going to evaluate it, then you need to make sure that you have clear criteria. And particularly if it's a competition-based thing, I tend to encourage folks to have like a jury panel or a group of teachers evaluate it, so it's not just one person making that decision. And then the pre-built, the ideas about pre-built templates or blank worlds. So are you going to have students have to build within certain constraints that come from a pre-built world? Or are you just going to give them the whole wide open canvas sandbox of Minecraft and let them go with it? So all of that works really well. So you can think through that, and those are really the most important things to think through. I'm going to come back to the question slide because what I want to share with you is the resources that I have in the PowerPoint that are available for you when you get that when you get the presentation from my Twitter page. I have linked to a new Minecraft pathway that is spectacular on the Microsoft education community. And that Minecraft pathway really helps teachers get started with how to use Minecraft, even if they are an absolute beginner. It covers from the basics of how do I move forward? Because if you've never been a gamer before or never played PC-based games, that can be a very different thing and what that looks like. There's also My Minecraft Journey, which is a older pathway that covers some of that as well. There's a link to the classroom build challenges, and then there's the link to get the presentation. If you don't have access to Twitter, if you want to access it, you can go to that bit.ly. It's mhoftc. So that presentation is there and available for you. And then I also have some additional resources there. There's a My First Lesson kit that's an entire OneNote notebook that helps teachers with developing their first lesson and gives some really great ideas for first lessons in Minecraft in their classroom. And then the guide for distance learning in Minecraft, because we get a lot of questions from teachers about how they can engage their students remotely with Minecraft and what that looks like. And Minecraft has done some really amazing things to make that possible, even through multiplayer when students are home. So both of those guides are linked there. So those are the resources that I have to share. And now I'll take any questions that folks have.
You know, Mary, I have a lot of questions when it comes to this. You know, as a technology teacher in middle school, I'm trying to figure out how to get started, how to bring this in. Do you just say, turn on Microsoft, turn on Minecraft Education Edition and say, go play and explore? Do you start with a lesson? If people have never done this before and you've got a completely mixed environment, what's that first day usually look like?
So what I always encourage teachers to do is they don't have to be the expert to do this with their classroom, but I do encourage them to take a few minutes just to get to kind of know how that environment works. And one of my favorite first day challenges for students that are really learning how to do it for the first time in a classroom, or maybe they're Minecraft experts, but they've never used it at school, for them to think about how they can use it in a classroom and what that looks like is I like to give students a really simple challenge to tell about themselves by making a small building creation. I usually set a parameter for that. Like it can only be 20 by 20 by 20 blocks. So they have to stay in an area, because you have kids that are going to start immediately building huge creations. But just to share something about themselves, that gives the teacher an opportunity to see how that's going to work in her classroom, how different students are going to engage with it. And it also gives you an opportunity to see which students are going to struggle a little bit, because maybe they're not as familiar with the gaming kind of situation, or it's just a control, like how do I move and how do I use the mouse and the keyboard at the same time, particularly if they're doing it on a computer-based system. So I like to do a small challenge like that before launching into a curricular challenge, just as an introduction. The other thing that I think is super important and teachers have to think through, which is something that we cover a lot in our district professional development, is that the teacher needs to set clear expectations for Minecraft with their students before they get started. Because if they don't set those expectations at the beginning, then students sometimes just start treating it like Minecraft at home. Mm-hmm. And it is different. You'll immediately have the group that wants to battle, right? They want to have a Minecraft battle because that's what they do. But for me, it's always worked to have that conversation of, it's just like when I read at school and then when I read for fun and what those different things look like. And I try to make those comparisons of not digital things for students as well, for them to kind of be able to bridge that gap and see, oh, it's just an educational tool, just like anything else I would use. And I think that that's super important for them to keep in mind. And I've seen teachers walk into a 1 hour Minecraft training session terrified because they've never played a computer game in their life. And then they go back the next day and they're doing Minecraft challenges with their students, because really the kids are going to be the experts and they're going to teach you more than you ever thought. I learn something new every time I'm in a classroom with kids doing Minecraft. And I'm like, oh, that's how you can do that. Like, kids were the first, when my fourth grade students were the ones that taught me how to use Redstone, which was totally foreign to me. And I was like, this is so amazing. So
I love the new announcement that Minecraft is coming to Chromebooks, which means my kids can do this. They don't have to go to desktops. They can sit where they are, socially distanced, but, you know, do everything that they need to, whether they're in class, out of class, around class. I love all those possibilities. And you know what? The other thing that I love is the fact that if you go on to the education website, there are so many online courses that you can take all about Minecraft, starting it up. And look, this is what I'm going to be working on as soon as we're done here. I'm even going to put my kids on here to figure out how we can put together this Minecraft thing together.
And what I love about those courses, and one of the best things is in the Minecraft journey and in the new pathway as well, they start as you are a basic beginner. So that tutorial literally says, press the W button to walk forward. And you can get the touchscreen tutorial that tells you how to do it on touchscreen, or you can do the keyboard and mouse-based tutorial. So it gives a lot of flexibility for how students access it. And with the announcement of Chromebooks, it's really a game changer, because that means that students on Windows 10, Mac, on iOS, on iPads, or on Chromebooks can now access Minecraft Education Edition, which is a real game changer. Not just, I mean, obviously for a lot of school districts here in the U.S., but for our global education community, where Chromebooks are such a huge thing, it's a big deal. So I'm excited for that expansion of people to be able to access more Minecraft Education Edition, because it gives so many more opportunities for safe education learning.
We're talking to Mary Hoffmeister all about Minecraft education, but it doesn't stop here. We've got a lot of great sessions coming up. Stick around, because at 1 o'clock, we're going to learn and teach you how you can become a Microsoft Innovative Educator. Mary, I've asked everybody. I've only got one so far. Did you fill out your MIE application?
Yes, mine is complete and submitted as of 3 weeks ago. So
3 weeks ago. Excellent. It's easy to do, right? All you need to do is to head on over to the, well, you know what? I'm going to wait, because that's the next topic here. I won't spoil how it works. I've got a great guest, and let me bring her up on the stage right now. I want to bring on Miss Maria Turner. Maria, how are you today? Welcome to NCCE Live.
This has been a wonderful, wonderful day, and what a great session, Mary. Thank you so much for sharing your wonderful Minecraft. Every time I hear someone talk about Minecraft, my mind is just blown about what can happen in the classroom.
You're welcome, and thank you guys for having me.
Mary, thank you so much. We are going to make sure that we get all of those links into our show notes. Of course, this is being broadcast live on Facebook, on YouTube. At the end of this session, we're breaking everything down and posting it out on the socials over on TeacherCast. So, Mary, you got to promise me, and the world is watching, I can have your phone number and my kids can call you as a mentor, right?
Absolutely.
The great Mary Hoffmeister, everybody. Thank you so much for your time. Maria, we are having a great day. You know, this whole day has been built up to help educators understand why it's important to fill out that MIE application. We've talked to so many amazing educators and Microsoft Education themselves, and the big word here is family. Now, you are a MIE expert. You're a master trainer, an innovative expert. You're a wonderful person. What does the long day. What does the MIE program mean to you?
Well, it's just a wonderful, wonderful community. You've heard that over and over again. You've also heard people talk about, I can ask a question and have it answered. It's one of the most passionate, creative, and collaborative groups I've ever been a member of. So often educators get a rap of we borrow things and use them in our classrooms. Well, the educator community, the expert community is wonderful about just sharing. All you have to do is ask and you will receive tons of different materials, different perceptions, things. Had they proofed things for me, given me some feedback about wording, even for conference presentations. Do you think this will resonate? You can put it out there. It is one of the most giving communities you will ever be a member of.
I have to echo that constantly. The MIE program, as everybody is saying, is what you give into it. And the MIE program has given me so much, given my family so much, helped with my kids. I mean, look, the reason why my kids are doing Minecraft is because I know, look, if I need something, I can call Tammy, I can call Steve, I can call Mary, I can call any of my friends and go, here, talk to my 6-year-old, and it will help them get through with things. You're here today to talk to us about how to become one, right? And you're going to walk us through that process, aren't you? Could you show us a little bit about the website, how it works, and what does it take to become an MIE?
Absolutely. And if you don't mind, I've got my screen shared, I believe. And if we can pull that up, perfect. One of the things, there's a URL here that'll take you directly to the application process. And you see it down at the bottom of the screen, just aka.ms/MIE nomination. It's an easy way to get there and have everything in one place to submit. Now, there are some things you need to do ahead of time, and that's what we're going to look at. And then we're actually going to look at this application and walk you through step by step. Because as Jeff has mentioned once or twice during our sessions today, the nominations are due July 15th, and there's still plenty of time. Because I really want you to hear me say this. This is not something extra you're doing or something you have to create in addition to what you already do. This is an opportunity to share what you're already doing in your classroom. So even though I'm going out and gathering a few pieces of material and creating that way or video, it's things that I'm already doing in my classroom. The other thing that sometimes a roadblock for teachers is just what you see on my screen right now, where it says self-nomination. A lot of us are very humble and, we don't want to brag on ourselves or anything. This is your chance to tell your story. So look at it that way. This is your opportunity to share those wonderful things that you're doing with your students and that your students, how you're empowering your students. So don't let that self-nomination title hang you up. This is your opportunity, again, to tell your story at the URL you see there. And I'll share that with you a couple of more times. The first process, the first step of this is to actually begin at the educator community. And let me try this again. There we go. You're going to start at the education.microsoft.com, the Microsoft Educator Center. That's where your journey begins. And if you've been with us throughout the day, you've seen a lot of the experts refer to this Educator Center and how powerful the materials can be there. And I believe we've got a special section coming up later today to even talk about and dive deep into what you can find at the Educator Center. But the first step to being a Microsoft Innovative Educator Expert is to earn your certified MIE badge. It's very, very easy to do. You need to do about 2 hours worth of coursework on the educator community. And once you've done that, you'll earn your certified MIE badge. And I think most of you that are watching this broadcast probably already have it earned. And I'll show you how you can tell if you have it or not. The other thing on the Educator Center that you'll need is your transcript. And you'll need to have that downloaded and then shared in some location where you can share it with others through a link. So what I want to do is take just a second and walk you through those first 2 steps on the Educator Center. So once I've gone to education.microsoft.com, I'll arrive at this particular window. Now I can scroll through and see great new resources. I can see some new happenings with Skype in the Classroom, some learning paths. They're a little bit longer series of courses, and then I can even view all the courses. If that's kind of cumbersome to you, up at the top, there are shortcuts that you can just click on training and you can go directly to courses and you'll see what's available for you there. Now, once you're looking at the courses, you can browse through them. You can even search at the top. So if there's something you're interested in, such as accessibility, or we've talked about the transformation framework I heard in another session. You can actually search and locate those sessions very quickly for you right through the search window. Now, anytime you open up a course to take, it's going to tell you exactly how many points the course is worth when you complete it. Now, to be a certified MIE, it requires 1,000 points. That's roughly 2 one-hour classes. You can see this particular one is 2,000 points. So I finished this course and I already have my MIE badge if I don't have it already. Now, also at the Educator Center, I have an opportunity to log in the top right-hand corner. And when I do that, I can check out my profile. So all I do is in the top right-hand corner, head to my profile. Now, once my profile opens, I'm going to see every course that I've taken and any badges that I've earned. So if you're not sure if you've earned that MIE, certified MIE badge, chances are if you're having to scroll, you've earned it, but it'll be one of the first badges that you earned. So you can scroll through the courses that you've taken, and you'll find the certified MIE badge there. That's step number 1 to applying to be an MIE expert. Now, in addition to that, they'll want to see a transcript of the courses that you've taken, and the transcript is very, very easy to pull down. So again, in the top right-hand corner, when I'm at the Educator Center, I'm able to pull in my profile, and when my profile loads, there's a link for View Transcript right there. And when I click View Transcript, it's going to load and look something like this, very similar to what you saw on the previous screen, but it's all right here in a PDF format for me. So I can download it and then save it to OneDrive or any file sharing location and get a link to it to share. Now, it's always important when you apply for an MIE expert that you make sure all of your links are visible to anyone. So you don't want any private links for this, because when they evaluate your application, they'll need to be able to access this. So once again, the first 2 steps in order to apply to be an MIE expert is to go to education.microsoft.com, make sure you've earned your certified MIE badge, and if you haven't, you still have plenty of time to do that. You could even earn it as soon as our sessions finish at 3 o'clock today. You've still got time to earn that badge. Then you'll want to download your transcript from the Educator Center. And very simple, in the top right-hand corner, I view my profile, and then I have the opportunity to download my transcript, and it's ready to go. So you've got step number 1 taken care of. Now, the next step is the part where you share your story. That's the part I was telling you about, that you're not doing anything extra. You have the ability to just share what you're doing in your classroom. Now, it can be a 2-minute video or it can be a sway. It's totally up to you, because one of the things we really want to have join our community are creative people. Educators are all creative. So this is your opportunity to shine. And on your video or sway, you're going to be addressing these 4 questions. The first one is, why do you consider yourself to be a Microsoft Innovative Educator expert? And just like some people shy away with that self-nomination terminology, some people shy away from being called an expert. Now, I heard Shannon Davenport, our Director of Professional Learning for NCCE, talk in an earlier session about she didn't consider herself an expert in any one area, but she considered herself an expert in finding the answers and connecting with the community. And that's certainly a valuable resource. So just share why you think, and again, don't be shy, why you consider yourself to be a Microsoft Innovative Educator expert. And chances are you can look around your building, you can look around your department, and you'll see why you stand out. You're always sharing resources, sharing opportunities, and having your students go above and beyond. So share that story and give some examples. The next question you'll need to address in some way in your Swayer video is, how have you incorporated the Microsoft technologies in innovative ways in your classroom? Think creative, think 21st century learning and teaching. How are you doing that? And share those examples. You might even want to put in some artifacts to show exactly what your students are doing. The third question you're going to need to address is, how have you impacted the learning and the growth of your colleagues? What kind of difference are you making in your surroundings, in your building? You've got lots of stories and lots of resources to share there. So just, again, tell your story. And the last one is, if you should become an MIE expert, how do you hope it will impact your current role in this upcoming year? Do you think you'll be able to share more resources? Do you think you'll be able to go above and beyond by being plugged into this global professional learning network? What are you going to be able to do next year as an MIE expert? So those are 4 of the things you'll want to address in your SWAY. And I have some tips here for you from some other MIE experts. The first one is to be creative. Let your voice, let your creative, authentic, passionate self shine. We got to hear from Melissa Stark, who's an MIE expert in New York City, on an earlier session, and she talked about that was really important to her, to have her voice and her passion shine through in her application. You'll want to tell your story. Again, this is what you do every day. It's not something new that you're having to jump in and create from scratch. It's just pulling together what you already do and sharing with everyone your passion. Now, something that's really important as well is your examples that you include. They really need to demonstrate how you've got this strong 21st century teaching and learning style and environment that you've developed. If you've got any concerns or questions about that, that Educator Center that we went to first has some wonderful resources about 21st century learning design that you might want to check out as well. Great resources. Again, even as I'm putting together my application, my SWAY, and my video, I can still refer back to that Educator Center. Now, another one, and I just added this one from an earlier session I was listening to, is you don't just want to tell about yourself. I told you to share your story, but you want to also include artifacts and examples in there. Really paint a picture for whoever's looking at the evaluators of our applications. Really paint the picture so they can see what you do. Now, if you're not a classroom teacher, you might be saying, well, I wish I could do this, but that's not for me. And that's not the case. This MIE Expert program is for all educators. Even if I'm not a classroom teacher with my own class of students, I still empower others on a daily basis. Sometimes my students are other educators. Sometimes my students are administrators in my role as a professional development provider. So you've got a wonderful resource of empowering and a way to tell your story of empowering others. So think about that. Some of the educators I've been working with this past year have been higher ed educators, and they're not technically a classroom teacher, but they are also empowering professors and instructors. They certainly have a story to tell. So if you're not a classroom teacher, then just share how you empower others. Also, really keep in mind the time requirements, because I'm telling you to tell your story, be creative, share your passion. And if you were to sit down and do a video on that, it could be a 30-minute video or an hour video. Some of you could go for days sharing what you do. Remember, if it's a video, there's a 2-minute time limit. So make sure and watch your times and make sure it's under 2 minutes. Those of you that use SWAY and understand SWAY know that it's not really a length in the SWAY, but you'll want to also, again, make it so the evaluators, as they look through it, they can really get a picture and an essence of what you're doing. So keep those 2 things in mind. And then the last one, and I heard it said on another session, and I said it earlier, when you create your SWAY or your video and your transcript that you include in there, double check that your links are accessible to anyone. It's not such a bad idea to actually send it to an outside person and have them check your links to make sure that they can access it before you submit your application. So those are some tips, those are some ideas, and that's how you go about creating this application. So I've gone out to the Educator Center, I've earned my MIE badge, I've also downloaded my transcript, I've made my SWAY, and I'm ready to put it all together on the application. So to do that, I'm going to go to this website that you see again. I started out our session today by sharing it with you, but the aka.ms/MIE nomination. And I just so happen to have it pulled up because I want to share with you what it looks like. Now, when I go to that URL, I might have to sign in. And if it's the first time you're ever applying to be an MIE expert, you'll need to create an account. So once you've created the account, this is the screen that you will arrive at. Now, Microsoft offers some wonderful programs, not only the MIE Expert program, but also Showcase Schools. And they've combined the applications on one screen. So when you arrive here, it could look like, I'm not sure I'm in the right place. You are, because you'll see MIE Expert and you'll see who's supposed to be applying for that, and that's you. Now, it gives you an overview, many of the things I've shared with you already. If you want to see a list of this past year's MIE experts, see if you have any colleagues on there, you have a link there that you can check it out. And you can also double check the requirements. So when I click this link, it takes me to a resource on our Educator Center that once again gives me the overview of the program and walks me through the steps, just like I've done for you, making sure you've got your badge, you've got your transcript downloaded, and your SWAY. And then I'm ready to go with my nomination. So everything you need is on this landing page when you go to aka.ms/MIE nomination. Now, the reason I wanted to take you here in our time is because I've had some people get here and they're like, okay, what do I do? So I want to walk you through the application process, because applications are due July 15th. You've still got time. When you get here, there's a button at the bottom that says Start Here. Just click it and you are good to go. Now, as my application opens, here's where it wants me to either create an account, or I can, if I already have an existing account, log in. And I can't tell you how many people have tried to recreate an account that they've already had because they missed this tiny words. If you already have an existing account, click here. So with your existing account, I'm going to go ahead and log in and start the application process. Now, one of the first things it says for my self-nomination hub is it tells me I have an account and I can edit any of my information. But what I want to do is I want to start a new self-nomination. So this is a brand new application for this year. Even if you've been an MIE in the past and you've skipped a couple of years, you'll need to do this new self-nomination. Now, remember I told you they've combined the application process to the same website, but they're two different programs. So you'll want to make sure and click your button for MIE Experts. And let me see who it thinks I'm logged in as, because I purposely did not submit one on this login, and it thinks I did. So when I get to the application, it's going to ask me some demographic information, and it's going to ask me for that link. There we go. I'm just going to edit it. So when I get to my self-nomination application, the very first step is all of my contact information. And I can go through and add in any information that I need to. Do I have a showcase school do I work for, or do I work at? And then my web address and all of those things. So once I have the contact information, that's the first thing you'll see. Then it's ready for my application, the self-nomination process. And it's going to walk me through these questions. Remember on our Educator Center, when we downloaded our transcript, here's where it wants me to put the link back to the transcript. Then it wants me to verify that I have indeed earned the Innovative Educator Badge, Certified MIE Badge. And then if I want to, I can put links to my Facebook profile, Twitter profile, and LinkedIn profile, any or all of those that you have. Now, the reason it's so important to share those, because this is a global community. Really want, Microsoft does a great job of amplifying our voices and telling our story. So if you want to stay connected to the community through those social media avenues, you've got the resources there ready to go. Now, something that's brand new this year, and it's taken some people aback, is an Acclaim account. And at the very top of the application process, it tells you about the Acclaim account. Remember on my transcript, you saw the badges that I had earned, and I had the expert badges on there. Well, this year they're going to be awarding our expert badges, if we're selected again, through Acclaim. So you'll want to go to Acclaim, and at the top of the form, there's actually a link here that tells you where to go, and you can create an Acclaim account if you don't already have one, so that if and when you're selected as an MIE expert, your new badge will go right through there. Some of you might have used Acclaim before if you've taken any of the Microsoft Office Specialist tests, or the MCE test. You can have all of your badges there in Acclaim. So it wants to know your Acclaim account. And notice that's a required field. So if you don't have one, you'll need to set one up and then just put the email address that you used. I continue on with some of this information. What is my role? What age students do I work with? Just again, that kind of demographics to paint the picture of who I am, what kind of environment I'm coming for. So I continue on with the demographic sorts of things. And if I've earned any certifications through Microsoft certification exams, I have those there as well. And then it's time for that URL to my video or my sway. So it's really important for me to have all this information set aside ahead of time. I've gone to the Educator Center, I've verified I've got my badge, I've downloaded my transcript, have it somewhere that I can share the link, and I've created my sway or my video. So then I come to the application process, and it's just a matter of filling this out. I have everything at my fingertips. Now, once I've put the URL, and remember it's a URL that anyone can access, I have the option to add other comments if I want to. So that's all that I do is continue to fill out the information, and when it's done, click continue, submit, and you've completed your application. It might seem like it's a lot, but again, remember I told you it's everything you're already doing in your classroom, pulling those resources together, and then coming to this website, aka.ms/MIE nomination, and then being able to share that story and put it together. So I really, really encourage you. It is on the East Coast, 1:21 p.m. on July 11th. You've got plenty of time to get your applications in. It's a wonderful community to be a part of, and we really want you.
Maria, that was absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for putting that together. I know you've had the opportunity to bring in quite a few people into the MIE family. Can you tell us a few stories about how we can go about inviting others that might not be familiar into this amazing PLN?
Absolutely. I have the wonderful opportunity of being able to travel and meet teachers all across, actually, the globe. The United States has been mostly my focus, and I work with phenomenal teachers all the time. And as a routine practice, I share the MIE community with them, and I'm able to tell some of the things that it's brought to my professional practice. Having the opportunity to speak at conferences, having the opportunity to have access to the developers, to the programmers, to the engineers. It's a wonderful way, again, to have your voice heard. So when I work with teachers, whether they're colleagues of mine in my specific site or building, or they're teachers I'm sharing with on a larger platform, you hear those teachers that sometimes feel isolated. They're passionate, and everybody in the other building is like, let's just keep it the way we normally do it. They're kind of getting frustrated, and you see their passion, but it's kind of being tampered down by their environment. That's a wonderful way to share with those teachers this awesome opportunity to ignite your passion and keep it going. So I look at it as a wonderful way, because we need dynamic educators. I mean, I had worked for my school district for 30 years. I taught some classes for new teachers, and I told them we need you so that people like me can step aside, move on to other things, and then bring your energy in. So this is a great opportunity to tell those teachers we see that have that spark, that we want to continue to have it grow even on a larger scale. Share with them this URL, aka.ms/MIE nomination, but also share with them, if you're an existing MIE expert, what it's done for you. But share with them some of the stories you've heard in these other sessions of what it can do for them as well. Keep the fire and keep the passion going.
You know, really, when it comes down to the MIE program is all about professional learning. And you have the opportunity right now to work with NCCE, who is amazing at doing professional learning. Talk to us a little bit about what NCCE is doing these days for the community.
Absolutely. One of the things I'm most proud about with NCCE are our relationship building that we've done. And it's been face-to-face up until the last few months, and we've taken great pride in that we build these relationships. And it's not a training or we go in and we share something and it's one and done. We are ongoing. I cannot tell you an instance where any of our teachers or any of our professional learning specialists haven't re-engaged with teachers. When they reach out, we leave our email addresses, sometimes we leave our cell phone numbers, and we tell them, if you've got a question even after this training, reach back to us. So we've been an awesome organization for building those relationships. Something that has surprised me, and it shouldn't have, but are the relationships we've been able to build in this virtual world as well. Because starting in March, our whole the way we were structured as far as engaging teachers through professional learning has turned to this virtual environment. And being able to reach through that camera and establish that rapport and that relationship, because we want educators to feel supported. That's our number one goal. And being able to support them in this new frontier that's new to all of us has just been very, very inspiring to me. And I'm super proud of NCCE being able to do that.
How does the school reach out to NCCE to get some help and guidance and support?
That's an excellent question. They can go to our website, which is ncce.org. And on our website, there's a link there to contact us. You can reach us through Twitter. You can reach us in any way that you want to, but our website, ncce.org, has all the information on there, from our conference that we host every year to E-rate services that we can provide for districts, to our professional learning organization, fantastic professional learning specialists that are there. You can read a little bit about each one. You can see the courses that we offer, and there's an opportunity there to connect with us, and we can get in touch with you and plan one-on-one for any of your needs that you have.
I am so glad that you stopped by and shared exactly what's going on. And of course, we are here live all day, broadcasting live on YouTube, on Facebook, on Periscope. I know we got a lot of people watching worldwide. What we'd like you guys to do right now, get onto your Twitter, use the hashtag MIEExpert, share a story about something that's happened to you as an MIE, maybe why you should be an MIE. You can, of course, tag me at TeacherCast, and I would love to share that out. Let us know what you guys are thinking. Maria, I want to say thank you so much for checking out all the great stuff here and being with us to be a great presenter today.
Well, Jeff, I need to also just pause for just a second and tell you thank you. This has been a wonderful day for me. Started at 9 o'clock listening to Eric Verno teach me some amazing things about Office 365 and to-do tasks. And then each and every session is just built on that. So thank you for taking time to highlight NCCE and the wonderful professional learning specialist and wonderful work that Microsoft is doing as well.
Well, thank you so much, Maria. And, you know, I want to say thank you guys out there for checking out this show. This is really a product of a lot of work. I want to say thank you to our friends at NCCE, Bobby, Shannon, Maria, Heidi, for helping put this on, believing in this concept to do something. It was only a few weeks ago that I came to them and said, let's do something together. You think we can have some fun? And they said, absolutely. So I want to say a couple things. Thank you out there. Thank you guys, of course, for checking this out live. This isn't the last one of these we're doing. In 2 weeks, we're actually coming back and we're doing a full day, 9 to 6, all about Google Apps for Education and how you could be using G Suite in your classroom. Check that out. We are actually partnering up with NCCE and the global Google education groups. We've got fantastic settings right back here, same time, same channels, all on teachercast.net. And if that's not enough, on August 8th, we're going to be doing Tech Coach Live. That's right, an entire virtual conference all about tech coaches, for tech coaches, from tech coaches, and yes, by tech coaches. We're going to be hitting the great and deep features. How do you become a tech coach? What does a tech coach resume look like? How do you have great working relationships with both teachers and principals? How do you do presentations for thousands upon thousands of teachers virtually, visually, all of those different angles? You do not want to check that out. If you have a tech coach in your life, check that out today. Before we get to our next presenter, who I'm looking forward to learning all about, especially with some of the work that we're doing at my school, I wanted to pause, take a quick moment, and really say thank you out there to everybody. You see, it was 9 years ago today that I couldn't sleep, had this idea, and really it was this apple that came out to me and said, build this. And it really was one of those, if you build it, they will come. 9 years ago, I created TeacherCast, did our first podcast, and it has been an absolute joyride. TeacherCast has not only changed my life, changed my family, helped us get through triplets. And I want to just take a quick moment today to say thank you to everybody out there. Do me a favor, leave something in the comments. If you've ever checked out a show, watched a presentation, done anything like that, I'd love to hear from you guys. Send me your Twitter. I'd be happy to share what's going on. But thank you guys. And it is just the beginning. Many of you guys know I recently moved with my family up to Connecticut, new career, new adventures. Triplets are going into first grade. I can't believe that they're going to be 7 years old this fall. And I just want to take a moment to say thank you to Robin, the Microsoft Education team, Heidi, the NCCE family, and everybody here. And as I always say to you guys, keep sharing the passions with your students. That is what it's all about. And passionate educators is what we have next. My guest is the coordinator of My guest is a digital learning specialist for the greater Atlanta area. She's also a professional learning specialist for NCCE and an adjunct professor for Georgia State University. I want to bring on Miss Rosalind Washington. Rosalind, how are you today? Welcome to Live from NCCE.
Hey, Jeff. I'm glad to be here today.
I am so thrilled that you're here. Could you turn up your microphone just a little bit? First of all, how are you? How are things down in the Atlanta area? A little bit louder. I'm not getting your microphone.
Mic is up. I'm not sure what.
There you go. All good now.
Okay. Hear me now?
Well, welcome to our show. How are things down in Atlanta?
Things are going well. Things are going well. I think we're having a lot of the same situations other people are having across the nation in this time of transition, but we're gearing up to go back to school in whatever format that might be.
You know, as we're going through and looking forward to this coming school year, there's a lot of questions on our mind about how to do it. That's why I'm so thrilled today that we talked about OneNote and Teams and Stream and Minecraft. But today I am thrilled because you're coming at us with a different topic, one that you don't see a lot in presentations. Tell us a little bit about what we're going to be learning today.
Today we're going to look at how we can build bridges for the family using two great Microsoft tools, Microsoft Translator and the Microsoft Translate feature, which is built into Office 365. So really, we've all had a language barrier a time or two. Increasingly, our families are diverse, our schools are diverse, and so these tools will help us in a virtual setting or in a face-to-face setting.
I want to add, before I put you on, I just want to ask you to check your your microphone one more time.
I don't have anything special going on. You can't hear me at all?
It's kind of coming in and out. Do you see where it says cam/mic at the bottom?
Yeah.
Just make sure that you're on the right microphone. It's kind of coming in and out. I want to make sure everybody has a great presentation today.
Okay, thank you. Internal microphone. I don't know which one. Internal microphone. Let's see. Internal microphone. How does this sound, Jeff?
We're good. Have a great presentation. Everybody, the great Dr. Rosalind Washington.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Again, so glad to be here. Okay. I'd like to start off by talking about the MIEE process. It has been an awesome journey. A little bit of my background. I am a former elementary school teacher. I taught for 16 years and I was a reading specialist. Now, as Jeff said, I'm a digital learning specialist for language arts and literacy. I also teach graduate level ed policy and research courses at Georgia State University. Excited to be a professional learning specialist for NCCE. It's one family. Let me tell you a little bit about another family, the MIE expert family. Some people might say, why should I go through this? Why would I put in an application? 3 reasons. You get an official badge, which is awesome, especially if you are into the micro-credentialing. You have an awesome personal learning network that you can reach out to and lean on and learn from. And it gives you quite a bit of street cred, I like to say, or credibility in the ed tech arena. As an MIE expert, I've had opportunities to present on the Microsoft Showcase floor at more than one conference. And when you're out and about, you have instant connections with other educators because you'll see each other and you'll recognize each other from the group chat or from the meetups or from the virtual chats, all of that. So you have great opportunities and instant connections. Now let's talk about how educators can build bridges with families using Microsoft Translator, because we understand that if we engage our families, we can empower our students. Let's think about a time or two when we've struggled to communicate with our families. And this might be as simple as registration day, any parent-teacher conference, or in passing. Often families will bring a translator with them, but there are times in passing when you want to communicate something, when they're getting their child for an early dismissal, or when they came for the school play or the sporting event, and you'd like to communicate something to them important. So let's look at a few tools and a few ways that we can build bridges. The first of which is the Microsoft Translator site. It is an awesome site for parent and community communication, and it helps us create a more inclusive classroom for both students and parents with live captioning and cross-language understanding. Let's go to the Microsoft Translator site. Okay, so that's translator.microsoft.com. And as educators, we would want to click the Start Conversation tab. Okay, it wants me to log in. I'm going to log in as a Microsoft educator. Okay. All right, now it's asking me my name, Rosalind, and my language. As an educator, I'm speaking English. And look at this important note here. Are you using this product in a classroom? Yes. So then I'll click Enter. Okay. And what it's going to do is ask me for permission to my microphone. Okay. And so because I have a mic going on elsewhere, it's not going to use my microphone. These are my join codes that I would give to families. Families would simply come over here and go to translator.microsoft.com, and they would join the conversation using these codes right here. Okay? If you'll notice, it has automatically started translating and transcribing what I am saying. So when a family joins, I'm going to copy this code here, and I'm going to place it in here, join conversation. Okay. My name is Mom, and my language in this case is going to be Spanish. Okay. When Mom or Dad or anyone else joins the conversation, that I'm saying will come up to them, will be transcribed and translated for them in their native language. You saw that they had a chance to choose their language, and everything that I am saying will be translated. This is an awesome tool to have handy right there in your classroom on a Chromebook, right there in your classroom on a device, and you notice that it's telling me, hey, you have company, someone has joined your stream. This is great for me or you or teachers to have right there in their classroom, quick and ready to go. Okay? And again, the parent gets to choose their home language. Everything that the teacher is saying will be translated. Now, if you remember, we clicked the box that indicated we were an educator. And because of that, all current and future participants of this conversation have been muted. Okay, so they'll see translations of our speech, but this is a one-way flow of communication. And that could help the teacher be able to get across their communication and their message. Okay, so again, that's translator.microsoft.com. Okay? And the teacher and the parent would go to the same website, and they would simply indicate whether they are beginning a conversation or joining a conversation. Now let's talk about another part of that. A question that's often asked is, well, is there an audio? Will it read that part aloud? Will it read it aloud? Because we know that some of our families might struggle to read even in their native language. Not all families or parents are going to be, or caregivers are going to be fluent in their native language. This is when the Microsoft Translator app comes in. Very similar features, but a key difference is that it will speak aloud the translated text. It has an audio component, okay? And so you would simply go to the App Store in Android or iOS, Apple, and download it. And this is what the home screen is going to look like, okay? So you have choices to text a message and have it translated. You have an option to speak aloud. You have an option to translate a document. You have an option for a two-way conversation. But really most interestingly is this split screen. So this button right here next to the microphone, where you see two microphones, will allow your device to have a split screen so that you could talk or text, and then a parent could be sitting across from you and they can hit the button and then they'll be able to hear response and they'll actually be able to respond and it will translate for you. So a great opportunity to have a two-way conversation right there. I suggest adding this to a device, even your personal cell phone, so that when you are in the carpool lane and you see a parent you didn't expect to see and you're able to talk to them about report cards coming home, you're able to talk to them about assignments, group work, something like that. This is great for your front office staff to have so that they can communicate clearly. It is a game changer and it provides an opportunity for equity so that our families who are coming into the schools are able to clearly understand the expectations and the grammar of schools. So again, this is great for you to have on your devices, something for you to convey to the front office staff and share with your colleagues that they can have this, they can whip out their phone and they can have a quick translated conversation. Next are PowerPoint captions. Are you aware that teachers can present and have captions going across their PowerPoint in the language of their choice? So let's see that in real-time action. To exit out, to come back over here, and I'm going to start at my landing page, okay? Because this is a part of the Office 365 suite and it's built in. So for my landing page, I would simply choose PowerPoint, okay? And let's say that I'm preparing for the 9th grade Success Academy, all right? And I know that I will have a lot of parents there who speak French, okay? Or maybe I'm inviting all of my parents from a particular community to come in and take part in this particular presentation. So to add the PowerPoint captions, you simply go to Slideshow. Always use subtitles. There's a drop down. You are going to choose your spoken language, which is English for me as an educator, and then the subtitle language. And in this case, I'm going to choose French. Okay. You also get to choose the position of your subtitle. And I would like the subtitles to be at the top because I know that parents may be sitting far in the back. Okay. And now I'm going to go to present mode. Now that I am in present mode, my captions should begin. Okay. I worked on this earlier today and they worked. Oftentimes, however, if my Wi-Fi is not as strong or robust as it should be, it may not relate. Okay. It may not pick up, again, just a facet of Wi-Fi. But if my Wi-Fi were stronger, you would see the captions going along the top here, okay? Exactly as we see it here on this demo slide. We would see the captions at the top. So again, just go to the slide show ribbon, select always use subtitle, choose your spoken language, the subtitle language, and then go into present mode and the captions will begin, okay? So this is great if you're having a parent-teacher night. Again, if you're having a 9th grade academy, if you are having registration, if you are doing some of your wraparound services, I suggest you share this with some of those folk who work in our schools who provide those resources and who work with families in large groups. Next is my favorite of all the tools, Translate, which is built directly into Word Online. When you create or upload a document into Word Online, you can translate the document on the spot into any number of languages. Let's look at it and see it live. Again, I'm going to come back over here to my dashboard. And this is when I can go to Word Online, and it will pull up all of my forms, my Word docs. And so here, you'll see I have a virtual field trip permission form. Perhaps we are in a virtual environment at the beginning of school, and I'm having a visitor come in who's going to share something from the Science Center. And I want parents to know about it so that they are all logged on at the same time and their kids have permission to be speaking with this expert on this topic. All right, so I've created my form. Next, I'm going to go to the Review tab. And there I will see the Microsoft Translate button. You see it right here. I'm going to click Translate. And I'm going to click the tab that says Document. I'm going to let it auto detect because I know that it will realize that my form is written in English, or I could choose the language that it's in from auto detect to what language. Okay? And I might have 3 or 4 families that speak 3 or 4 different languages. So I'm going to do each of them. So for my 2 kids who speak Czech, I'm going to translate. It's translating now. It's taking the same document. And in under 10 seconds, it has translated this document. Okay. So now I'm going to click Edit up here, and it's going to save a copy. And watch what it does. It takes the name of the document, which is Field Trip Permission Form, and then it makes the notation, this is the Czech version. Okay? Let's do that again, because I may have another set of families that I need to support. So again, here's the original Science Virtual Field Trip Permission Form. I'm going to come over here to Review, click the Translate button, Document, and then this time I'm going to translate it from English to Spanish. And there's even a tab where I could say always translate to this language. And again, in under 10 seconds, it is taking this document and it is translating it into the document, into the language of my choice. The entire document has been changed. And again, editing in the browser allows it to save it for me under the original name with the hyphen for Spanish. Okay, all right. So that is an awesome, and they are saved right here in my group of Word docs. So that is also an awesome tool that we all need to keep in our holster, so to speak, for use for our families. And it translates them on the spot. And you can even teach your kids how to do that, how to use these tools. Okay? So just to review, we have looked at Microsoft Translator website, the Microsoft Translator app. We've looked at PowerPoint captions in various languages. We've looked at translating Microsoft documents online into any number of languages so that we can engage our families and our communities, because we know that by engaging our families, we are empowering our students. Okay? And anyone who would like to reach out and connect with me on Twitter, APSIT Rosalind. I'd gladly have a chat about literature, education, kids, translator, Microsoft, NCCE, any of those things, not necessarily in that order. Okay? And that is it.
Rosalind, thank you so much for sharing your passions about Microsoft Translator. It is absolutely an application that I think every educator needs to learn how to use. I know myself, I often find me needing to translate documents into multiple languages, and it seems so easy to do both on a desktop and on mobile.
Yes, very easy, Jeff. Thank you for pointing that out.
Talk to us a little bit about some of the ways that we can reach out to you. I know you write books, you're on social media. You've got a lot of stuff going on down there, don't you?
I do. You can reach out on LinkedIn. I'm Rosalind Washington, the same photo of me in the yellow jacket. You can reach me at my NCCE email, which is rwashington@ncce.org. You can also reach me on Twitter, APSIT Rosalind. Again,
Go ahead, keep going.
I was just going to say that I'm also an adjunct professor at Georgia State, so I love to talk ed policy or research, measurement, statistics, data, all that good stuff.
You know, one of the things that we've been talking about all day here is the fact that our applications are due for the MIE Expert Program on the next Wednesday, the 15th. It's been a long day already. Everybody's seeing here. I got to ask you the same question everybody else is. Did you put your application in?
No, I did not.
But we're going to.
Yes, I am 2/3 of the way there. I'm one of those people who likes to plan and likes to make a chart with lots of little boxes and decide what's going to go in each box. So I'm determined this year to film a little video of myself talking about my journey this year with Microsoft and allow that to be my opener on my sway.
Tell us a little bit about that journey.
Okay. So I'm just really excited to have presented all across the nation this year. I was a featured speaker at FETC back in January and presented on literacy. Really was excited to talk to educators about the role that Microsoft tools can play for teachers of literacy and how you can integrate other tools and other digital resources in that. Presented at NCCE last year. Presented again, just various places, training teachers, presenting lots and lots of tools to support literacy, to support research, to support writing, to help struggling learners, all of that. So I'm going to highlight that. I loved some of the information that Maria shared with us on what to include in your MIEE application. I would also say carve out your niche.
Yes.
Okay? Because as a teacher, I still identify as a practitioner. I'm no longer in the classroom, but I still identify as a reading teacher. And so it can feel overwhelming to talk about all the ways in which you touch education in a given year. But again, carve out your niche, pick one thing. And so I'm choosing literacy, and I'm going to focus in on literacy and even bringing in the book studies that we do at Georgia State, because that's just adult literacy and discussion and all of that. Go on, Jeff.
Oh, it's okay. Hearing a little bit of feedback as we go. You know, if anybody has any questions about the MIE Expert application process, how to be an MIE, or what the Microsoft application process is all about, don't forget to check out all the great stuff that we're here. We're, of course, broadcasting live on Facebook, live on YouTube, live on Twitter. Rosalind, as an MIE, tell us a story about maybe how the community has helped you and maybe how you have helped the community. As we've been saying all day, it's all about what you give is what you receive.
Exactly. I talked a little bit when I opened up my presentation about the group meets and the virtual chats and all of that. And it's really, really meaningful to be in a virtual space with dozens and dozens of like-minded educators who are working every day for children and who are asking each other questions and sharing information, being vulnerable. That reminds me that I too can be vulnerable. So if I have a question about Office 365 or an add-in or a plug-in, I know that that's the space I can go to. And I also wanted to say that I've had the opportunity to present on the Microsoft floor of various conferences, and MIEE offers travel funding for those who are interested in traveling to conferences. I have not personally used that travel funding. My district doesn't allow that, but other districts might allow you to take advantage of that. And I think that's an awesome plus. If you are in a district that allows you to take advantage of the travel funding, you too will be able to go to Seattle for the awesome NCCE conference, or any other conferences across the nation that you're interested in, maybe a more regional one, and share your knowledge or gain information from others. And again, Jeff, I just can't underscore enough how great it is to be connected with other like-minded individuals and just know that you are both MIEEs. I just think about you and I and our conversation, and then to find out later that we were both MIEEs and members of NCCE. It was awesome just to have one more way to connect.
I remember meeting you at FETC and talking about all these great things. And don't forget,
yes,
the MIE applications are going to be due this Wednesday, July 15th. And you can, of course, go on over to education.microsoft.com. Rosalind, thank you so much for joining us today and bringing it today and sharing your passions with our educators.
Thank you.
And I want to bring up our next guest. He is an amazing educator. He is a technology assistant principal at a Microsoft Showcase School. Looking forward to checking that out. He's also was named the 2017-18 Assistant Principal of the Year for his district's learning community. In 2017, he was a National Whitney M. Young Jr. Award from the Boy Scouts of America. Pretty awesome. He's not only a Microsoft Innovative Educator expert, but he's also a Microsoft Certified Educator and Microsoft Office Specialist. Want to bring on to the show today, Mr. Darren Clay. Darren, how are you today?
Doing well. Greetings, everybody.
It is good to see you here. I am so thrilled because you are going to be talking about an application that I've been looking forward to all day. I want to ask, can you slide over just, we're both sitting in front of windows and stuff like that, pun intended, right?
Yeah.
You can slide over. There you go. Awesome. Now, you're going to be talking about an application that I've been trying to figure out how to use, Microsoft Planner. What is it about Microsoft Planner that is awesome for you?
So the thing that really changed the game for me with Microsoft Planner is the idea of creating a digital workflow and being efficient and having a source where you would have built-in accountability, not only for yourself, but your peers, people that you're constantly interacting with in the PLC or school-wide. So for me specifically, with the pandemic, this has been a game changer. We've been able to manage tasks, do project management online in real time, and get interactive feedback in a kind of a central hub within inside Teams via Planner.
I'm looking forward to this. I don't want to spend any more time here. I want to hear about you. I know with myself, I put all my podcasts. Each podcast has a planner. Each one of my classes has a planner. Each one of my this whole event had a planner to it. So I'm going to sit back. I'm looking forward to learn. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Dr. Darren Clay.
Yeah, so with Planner, as I shared, it's really a great kind of starting place if you're really trying to figure not only Office 365 out, but if you're really trying to navigate how you're going to manage yourself in this digital environment. As we go through this, I want you to visualize how you would traditionally do plans and work on projects. When I was first introduced in my first kind of teaching job in education, I had sticky notes, I had chart paper, I had a calendar, and I was able to use that as kind of my safe haven to kind of know what's going on. So just imagine that in a digital environment, and I'm going to walk you through what that looks like. So there's multiple ways to use Planner. I typically try to categorize it in 5 buckets, if you will. If you think about student projects, really a great space for students to collaborate, assign each other tasks, and to kind of mark off when they're finished. Multi-step curriculum activities is really good for that. Project management, whether that be with your PLC or amongst other teachers in your building. Also PLC collaboration, because there's a built-in schedule. So we've used Planner to identify, lesson plan development, to identify who's responsible for field trips this year, things of that sort. And lastly, the most powerful thing, and the thing that I'm working through now, is the task management feature. I actually have a planner for myself, and I use that to manage my tasks and set goals and timelines on when I'm going to complete tasks. Now, when you think about Planner, there's 3 primary ways to access Planner. That's through Teams. You can add Planner as a tab in a channel inside of Teams. And also on the left rail of Teams, you'll get quick access to all of your tasks. The way I'm going to spend the most time with today is through Office 365. And within this kind of umbrella, you can use this as a starting point. So if you're trying to navigate Planner, I would suggest go ahead and start either directly in Teams if you already have a team already built out, or start in Office 365. The quickest way to get there is office.com. Just click on your waffle. You can click on Planner, or you can click on task.office.com. So I'm going to go ahead and pop out there and share what this looks like. So this is a plan that I have built out. And in this plan, it's comprised of buckets. So think of your buckets as categories. So I have a bucket for action plan. I have a bucket for fall 2020 semester. And I also have a bucket for our design thinking PLC and our PD framework. So inside of this plan, before we dive into the board view, I'm going to just highlight there's 3 different views. You can view your board. Remember that cork board with the sticky notes, or that whiteboard where you dropped all those sticky notes, or that calendar where you had kind of your timelines and your tasks mapped out? This is that first view right here. The second view, you're going to be able to look at progress charts where you'll be able to see progress over time that you'll be able to filter by task, by category, and by member, individual team members on your team. And the third view, which is the ultimate game changer for me, Planner actually comes with a schedule. So it comes with a built-in calendar. And if you look at the week view, you can see week by week what tasks you have to do and they're aligned to their due dates. So let's start from the beginning and with the board view. So again, these top kind of titles here, think of these as your buckets. I often refer to them as quite simply categories. And each category or bucket is comprised of tasks. So you create these tasks. So the beauty of Planner is not only are you able to create tasks, but you're also able to provide a preview of the task. I'm just going to show you an example here. So this is a task that Charity is assigned to. Me and her work very closely together on different teams. And it's assigned to this bucket. And I created this task, and I also created a checklist. Now, the power of this is I can filter it by different labels. So I have a leadership task label here. I can set the priority, and I can make it an urgent task, an important task, and a low task, or a low priority task. I can also drop in notes here. So I have a checklist. She's already knocked out one of the things on the checklist. And say I wanted to add a third item, develop plans for August 2020, right? So I've added a third checklist item here. I'm also able to add attachments. So think of this in 2 ways. So you can use this to work with adults. You can also use this to work with students. So think about how you can add a link to OneNote or add a link to a Teams channel, and you can have students be pointed directly to those spaces in a one-stop shop. So you can add those attachments, links, files, and SharePoint links as well. Here's where the magic happens. Say I gave Charity this task. She may not know what to do, or she may have a stopping point, or she may quite honestly be waiting on me to kind of execute something on my end so she can continue this project. She can add commentary as she did here earlier. She said she's working on it. So she pretty much let me know it's in play. You know, she's working on it. I can also add a comment here saying great progress. Look forward to seeing the final product, right? She gets that notification. I hit send. Now, I also have a third person in this group. So I have Anthony in this group. He's a member. He also has a action plan task here. So I've assigned that to him. And just know that anytime you're assigned a task, you'll get notifications. So you'll get those notifications instantly. You'll get a reminder when a task is it's a day out, when a task is due the next day. So you'll get those instant notifications. And we'll get a little, we'll dive in a little bit here on what that built-in accountability looks like. But that's just one example. So he's able to check kind of item by item. He'll check those off. And then once he checks off that the task is complete, I'll get that notification that he completed the task. I can pop out of here. And now down here, I start to see my completed task. So just because you completed a task doesn't mean it kind of goes away or disappears. It's always there for your reference in the future. So that's a nice feature as well. Now, say I was done with the action plans and, you know, we kind of move forward and, you know, we're past that phase of our project. I can actually move this over to the right to kind of get it out of my first glance view. And now it's out of view. And I'm going to continue to move that to the right. So again, I planted the seed with this idea of multi-step curriculum activities, group projects, collaboration. So you should start to see how this can all gel. Now, another cool thing about Planner is you can assign tasks to multiple people. So this task that I created right here is a big task, return to school curriculum planning. It's a huge task. You know, how is you know, our return to school going to look? So I made this task high priority, and I have attached all of our names to this task because I think it's just critical that we all are aligned on this. So there's multiple steps to that. And the other thing you can do, you can take away this first glance on the task here. So right now I have it set to show my checklist of items on the task on first glance, but I can actually change that. Say I wanted to add an attachment and I wanted to add a file. I can pull up that file here. I'm going to pull up a picture of my favorite son, who happens to be my only son. I'm going to add that file, right? And I can add that attachment. And I can take the checklist off the show card option, and I can change that to have the attachment be my first glance when I see that task on my board view. And what that does, that just gives you the autonomy to shift your views in your first glance. So you have that ability to do that. Also, I can add commentary, and you can have that running thread here. And again, this is where the collaboration happens. So just imagine kind of your new workspace where you can have, you know, students collaborating in these different plans, and you can kind of give students the keys to go ahead and collaborate, hold each other accountable, do this project. You guys have the thread, so I can monitor the thread to make sure, you know, if a student wasn't holding his or her weight, that you ask them to complete a task, and I can go back and kind of self, you know, correct that if I need to. But that's one of the beauties of Planner. One of the other things I would like to point out is this feature here where you can create labels. So labels are not only for those folks who are color-coded oriented, you know, you kind of like to have colors associated with different topics and tasks. You have that view. But the other thing that makes it pretty interesting, you can actually filter what you see on your board by label. So there's multiple benefits of using that label feature, if you will. Here as well, just want to point this as well. You can indicate your progress. So you can indicate that you are in progress, as Charity did. As I shared earlier, she was kind of on track. So she indicated that she was in progress and that she was moving forward with the specific task. So you have that flexibility to do that. Now, I know some of you may wonder, so do students have full autonomy in the plan? So the answer is yes. So students can write notes. They can write comments. Your fellow educators can write comments, share notes, and things of that sort. So you have that full autonomy to kind of run the spectrum with the collaboration there. There's really no limits with this. And again, this can all be added directly into your team. It can be added as a tab. So you can have it housed in your team so students won't necessarily have to go out to Office 365. Now, as we start to process this and think about how we can use Planner, a couple other things I just want to highlight here. If you wanted to reuse a task, let's say, so say I wanted to reuse a task, or maybe I wanted to use that same task and just have a different group working on it, which is a kind of a real scenario with our students, you can just copy that task, or you can copy a link to a task. So I can copy this link drop it in my team's announcement. Hey, everybody, make sure you're checking in on this task. Drop it in as an announcement on Teams. I can simply move this task to another bucket. I can make a copy of this task. So if I hit copy task, you'll see it'll ask me if I want to copy the assignment, meaning do I want to copy the individuals that are assigned to this task? 9 times out of 10, the answer will be no, but you might want to keep that same due date, right? So you might want to keep that there, but I'm actually going to drop this in a different bucket here, and I'm going to drop this over to student projects. So I'm going to copy it, and now I not only have it here, but I have it under student projects as well. So as we think about this, I do want to highlight another feature of this board view. And again, you can filter by due date here. You can filter by label. So say I wanted to capture all the instructional planning tasks. It will only show me those. And again, this will help keep you organized as well, not trying to tackle or, take over the whole world in one day. You just want to focus on specific topics. You have the ability to do that there and filter it by there. You can also filter by bucket, of course, and you can select the bucket that you want to filter. So I've showed you kind of the end product. I do want to show you how this looks just starting from scratch, just so you can get a full feel of what this will look like. So borrowing from Tammy Dunbar, she had a real good experiment earlier talking about iron and using magnets and all this fun science stuff. So say you wanted to do some prep work and build students' prior knowledge or use their prior knowledge to engage them in the real live science experiment. You actually have that ability to do that in Planner. So going back to Tammy Dunbar's science experiment, your first task under student projects may be, let's research. I'm going to title this research. And what I'm going to do here is add it as a task. So on first view, there's not much here, right? So whenever you add a task, on first glance, there's not much going on. But once you click on that task, this is where you start to really get particular and get specific on what you want this to look like. So I'm going to go ahead and assign this to my 2 students here, Charity and Anthony. And I don't know if they would ever let me teach them, but we're going to see. And I'm going to make this a very important task. And I'm going to set the due date. I'm going to set the start date to today, actually, and set the due date by Tuesday, because we're going to do our experiment come Wednesday. So the notes I'll say here is this is our first research task. Right? And I want to show that on the card. And I'm going to say research the element iron, right? Because Tammy used iron. I'm also going to say look up the effects of magnets. Right? And I'm also going to assign them the task of let's research, and they should know this as my students, the steps or the scientific method. They should know those steps by now, right? Hopefully they do if I'm a good teacher. So I've added those checklist items, and just imagine how this could look for you. You can kind of build that prep work, because I know the reality of it is when school comes in the fall, there might be a lot of scenarios in which many of you educators are listening in here. You might have to do some synchronous work and you might have to do some asynchronous work. And I think the better that we're prepared to thrive in both environments will just really get us a head start and really set our students up for success. So this is an option where you can create asynchronous tasks and really require students to collaborate. Because in the future, one of your assignments may be work on your planner task for an hour today. And that will give students the autonomy to get flexible with their schedules. They work on their planner tasks, and you can see those end products in real time. So that's just one example of how this could look. So I've added that task, and you see how it looks here. So the next thing I would like to show you is the charts view. So again, this is the board's view. This is where all of our tasks are created. And this is where you get those first glance and you can kind of interact with your tasks. But think of charts as kind of like your data for your planner. So as you see here, I have 4 tasks that have been completed. I have 1 that's late. That's my fault. I didn't turn it in on time. And I have 2 in progress, and I have 6 that are not started. So I get some instant data here. I can also see by bucket here how the progress on my different tasks are, and I can see based off priority. Now, this is where the magic happens. You can actually break this down by student to see, okay, Darren Clay, I see that you got 1 task late. Let me see what's going on. So as a teacher, I can just click here, and it will take me right to that task, and I can see exactly what's taking place. So as I click here, when I click this red kind of bar here, it showed me to my right, this is the task that's late. It's also highlighted in red as 2, as a instant kind of indicator that the task is late. But what if I wanted to see Anthony's task? As I click here, you'll see on the right side of my screen, that's going to change. So if I click to Anthony's task, I can see his task over here as well. So let's go ahead and filter here by due date. Let's say next week. Now I can see all the tasks that are due next week right here. So I have that instant data built in, which is awesome. And again, one of the many hidden gems with Planner is the schedule. So this really gives you a nice quick glance on what's taking place each week. And you can kind of click here and instantly it will pop up that particular task. So there's no kind of back and forth. You don't have to worry about going back to the board view. If you just go to the schedule view, you can actually see different tasks that are being required that specific week or day. So that's a real good glance. So in summary, as we kind of process this and we let this marinate, just want to highlight a few things. So the notification settings. When a task is assigned, you're going to get a notification via email, via Teams, and via mobile push. So there is a Planner app. It's a free app. You can download that on your smartphone. You'll get that mobile push. So you'll get that instant notification. Also, you'll get a notification if a task is late, the morning that a task is due, or if it's due in the next 7 days. So as many of you like to do, you educators just love to plan everything, right? We love to map everything out. You may assign an assignment that's not due for another 45 days. Students will actually get a 7-day reminder, kind of a week's notice about an upcoming task that's due. That would be awesome for all students, really, any age level. I think that's powerful. Last couple thing is the hidden gems. So that built-in schedule, that automated accountability, and those data visuals are just critical as we think about the progress charts and how that could really change the game for not only for you holding students accountable, but really, quite honestly, for them holding each other accountable in many ways and many facets as they start to really dive through with their plans. And also, that looks really that's a really good conversation piece when you're having those parent-teacher conferences. And you have that built-in accountability where you assign a task on a certain day, and that task was not completed by that day. You can kind of show the track record and the trend of that task and how it was completed, or it was complete, or was not completed, rather. So in summary, those are the hidden gems of Planner. I do want to show you just a few more things here as we think about how we can leverage this for other ways. So this is what we call your Planner Hub. So inside the Planner Hub, you'll see all of your plans. So you'll see recent plans and you'll see all other plans. So you'll see your teams groups here as well, and you'll be able to see those. The thing I love here as well, for me in particular, I like to see tasks that I'm responsible for immediately, right? So I kind of know what my week is going to look like. Students can see that as well. So I can see my task here, tasks that are not started. tasks that are in progress, and tasks that have been completed. So you'll get that instant gratification as you complete tasks. You'll kind of be able to see that you're moving along as you're starting to navigate throughout that semester and throughout that particular unit, instructional unit. So you'll be able to see that there as well. And again, a lot of this will be a collaborative effort between your respective teams, your PLC teams, your students. So it's really an opportunity to use that as a start, because I know many of us will be in a situation where our students really haven't worked virtually before, and we don't kind of know, how they'll react to that in many cases. But I think this is a good starting point as you start to try to build that sense of community within your classroom. If you are working virtually, this can be that starting point for you to navigate through. And the last thing I'll show you is just how easy it is to use Teams for Planner. So I have one of my teams here, and within this team, what I've done is just created a channel called Planner Tasks, right? And within this Planner Task channel, I can go here to my tabs, and you're going to have the option to create a planner tab. So you have two options. You can either pull from a pre-existing plan that you created. Say you went to Office 365 and you created there. You have the option to pull from a pre-existing plan, or you have that option to create a brand new plan from scratch. Just to show you, they're exactly, replicas. They're very similar views. I'm just going to create a plan from scratch. I'm just going to title it New Plan. Once you hit save, students will get a notification that that plan has been created under the post, but also the exact same view here. You got your board view, your charts view, and your schedule view. So I can create those tasks. So task 1, add task, click here. This is the same exact view we saw in Office 365. So it's really powerful either way you want to start with this. But also I would encourage you, if you're already using a team, go ahead and just drop it in and add it as a planner within Teams, and you'll have that flexibility to do that there. Also remember, when you're using the calendar view, if you do select a start time, it will show throughout the duration of that window. So if you had a week-long kind of task set along, it would show from that Monday to the following Monday. By default, you're only required to select a due date. You're not required to select a start date. So that's completely optional to you as you start to figure out what works best for you and your respective teams here. So you have those options. You have that flexibility. Just wanted to highlight that, and literally is integrated directly inside of Teams. The last view I'll show you real quick, you actually can add Planner over here to your left rail, which is pretty cool as well, because what happens is you can click here to see your tasks. So many of us and many of our students, by the time fall comes, they'll start everything inside of Teams. Like they'll literally go to Teams to start. They won't even go to a website, because you can drop in any website, any link inside of Teams. So there's kind of not necessarily a need to go to the web anymore. So within Teams, if you have this planner on the left rail, students can see my tasks. So if I'm logging in Monday morning, I can see, whoa, I got several tasks to do, and I need to go ahead and knock these out, and I can kind of match those up with the due date. So you have those three views there as you think about different ways to use Planner. So thank you so much for joining me. And
Darren, that was great. I got to tell you, I learned so much about this. And I'm saying here in the YouTube channels, I didn't know that you could pull up Planner on the left side of Teams. That looks awesome.
Yep. Very nice view.
The way I've been using this, and I want to get your opinion here, is I decided to put all of my podcasts on an individual planner. And so I have every single month, every single show. Can you pull up your planner one more time, the planner website there? Because there's something that I'm trying, and maybe I can get your opinion on it. But I noticed that each of these planners, like if you pull up New Plan, you can actually star. No, like the recent under recent plans. So what I've been doing is I've actually starred each of those plans and each of those plan boards.
Yep.
And then what actually I figured out we could do here, and if you star the other ones, now when you go up to Planner Hub, it actually gives like a dashboard of a dashboard of a dashboard, and you can see everything all over the place. I love that feature.
Yep, and actually that's specific to.
That's awesome. I like that.
Yeah, that's specific to the Office 365 view. This view right here, what you're talking about with the Planner Hub, that doesn't necessarily exist inside of Teams yet. So that this would be the only location that you can kind of see this quick glance with the data like this.
Nice.
Yeah, but it is a nice view.
Darren, thank you so much for your time today. I'm curious, as being an MIE educator, could you talk to us a few minutes? What does the program mean to you? And talk to us a little bit about how you've been interacting with the MIE program over the last few years.
Sure. So if you don't mind entertaining a story,
sure.
My story started 2015, 2016 in a very hot middle school classroom. I was introduced to our district was Office 365 at the time in Atlanta. And, we were kind of getting acclimated. We were going one-to-one. I was sitting right next to my principal at the time, Anthony Newbold. And we were in a train-to-trainer MIE Academy. It was an MIE Academy, train-to-trainer, trainer academy. And it was being facilitated by Sandy Adams and also Anjanette Snell. And by the end of that 2 days, Sandy walks over and she was just awesome. Like, we were ready to go. We were locked and loaded. And she says, you guys are both administrators. Why don't you just take this and run with it? I challenge you guys to do something special in Georgia. And from that point on, we kind of looked at each other and said, well, let's do it. So, fast forward, 4 years later, we became a Microsoft Showcase school. And we also went to ISTE conferences where we met Maria Turner, who just changed my life around and really kind of helped me get a grasp on Office 365. And from that point on, became involved with NCCE. And that first initial training, actually, Sandy was an NCCE trainer, and NCCE brought that training to our district, which all went kind of full circle at the end of the day. So that was my story. This is going on year 5 for me as an MIE expert. So it was a very powerful story. And, at the school level, we went school-wide MIE. All of our teachers got school-wide certification. And we started off with just what we call the core 4, myself, Anthony, Callie Alford, and Alex Larson. We were all MIE experts in our school. And we just took it from there and just try to do something special for kids.
Nice. And I know that you deal a lot with this concept of transformational leadership. Could you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I think at the end of the day, we really got to look at the second level digital divide. So I know the most common level of digital divide that folks are familiar with is this idea of access, right? So you have, we've closed that gap for the most part, where a lot of school districts now are having access. We're seeing a lot of one-to-one environments, but there's this new phenomenon around the second level of digital divide, where you have a digital divide where all students have access now, but there's a divide between the level of consumership or the level of productivity from teacher to student. So what I mean by that is, in some classrooms, you get teachers that are really pushing the envelope with students and having them create products. And you have some classroom where teachers are just basically using drill and practice technology tools, where you go to this website, do a couple problems, and I'll see you tomorrow, right? So my thought process has been, how do we use our PLCs? How do we use the MIE expert community? How do we leverage our teams to really create the space where we have more classrooms that are requiring students to create those digital products, to interact with technology, not just be consumers behind the screen, but actually be productive users of technology. So that's just been my light at the end of the tunnel of what I've been focusing on, for the last several years.
And of course, as a Microsoft Showcase school, it's all about making sure those applications are in. If you're looking to become an MIE expert this year, of course, the applications are due on the 15th, and that starts with our next presentation. Darren, I want to introduce you to somebody who I know you're familiar with in the MIE community, Mr. Henley. Shay Henley, how are you today?
Jeff, I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How are you?
I am doing well. I feel so much more organized after this week. I learned how to be innovative with Office. I learned how to do Minecraft. I learned how to use OneNote to get organized. I'm sitting here in the backstage area going, I never knew that about Planner. I'm looking forward to it. But really, in order to get into this family, in order to make this thing happen, I feel like this is a telethon. I got to tell you. It's all about that Microsoft Education website, isn't it?
It is. It is. That is my landing page. That is my go-to. That is my safety net when I need on-demand training and resources. I mean, it's a plethora of resources there, and I'm so glad I had the opportunity to share those out today.
Darren, thank you so much for your time today. I'm going to let you go, and I'm going to bring Shay back on because he has promised us that not only is he going to bring the passion, he's going to bring the power, and he's going to talk to us about how you can get those trainings, how you can earn those badges. Shay, what do you got for us today?
Thank you so much, Jeff. So I'm going to start off by accessing the Microsoft Educator Center. For those who don't know, you can easily access that by typing in your address bar, education.microsoft.com. Once you get there, you're able to sign in. So as you can see on my screen, I am currently there and I am signed in. You can verify that you're signed in by looking for your initials in the top right-hand corner. So I'm just going to start here first, because this here is very important. When you first join the Educator Community Center, it's going to be probably because you're in a training and someone has given you a code to redeem. If you've attended any of our wonderful NCCE trainings, you already know that we always give out a code. So to redeem that code, I want to just kind of walk you through that process. First, we're going to click on Redeem Code, and then you're going to enter the alphanumeric code that you received from your trainer right here. Once you enter that code, you're going to then click redeem, and you'll get a welcome message or thank you message saying that your code has been successfully redeemed. And then you'll be able to receive that badge and it will show up under your training. So I just want to kind of highlight that because that's a good starting point, because that's what brings most of us to this wonderful site. So I'm going to go cancel out of this right now, and I'm going to go back. Also underneath your name, by clicking here, you're able to see your profile. I'm going to show my profile. As long as there's promise to be no judgment, I've been in here working, so I know I might not have the most, so I just want to put that out there. But as you can see, these are all of my completed lessons. They are date stamped as well, and I can click on it and view the details and see the certificate if one is accompanied by completing this course. So you can see here I have my MIE Expert badge right here. Very proud of this one, and I can print out the certificate if I need to show that to anybody as well. Done some Minecraft journey lessons, as you can see here. The Trainer Academy I've successfully completed. Digital storytelling with Sway. I mean, this goes all the way back to when I first started, and this is what, 2016. I became a community member in August 3rd of 2016. So I'm coming up on my 4-year anniversary. Wow, I did not even realize that until just now, how the time has flown. But don't worry, it's never too late to get started, and that's why we're here today. I'm here to help you get started. Hopefully, after viewing this tour, you're ready to just dive in and get the work in, and we're here to assist you along the way. That's one thing about being a part of this community, is there's always a hand extended and willing to help you, and I just love that. So I'm willing to be that hand for our new users and new community members that come in. But in order to do so, as Jeff mentioned, you got to get that application in before July 15th. July 15th, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to go back out of here, and I'm going to go back to our main page. And I'm going to just start from the top, work on my way from left to right, and then work my way down. As you can see here, the first thing that you want to see is getting started with distant learning. With everything that's taking place in the world, distant learning has become a major shift in transformation in education for all of us. There are several pathways here. And before I get in there, I'm going to talk about the training options first. I'm going to start here because there's two different options that you have. You can sign up and take courses individually. So let's explore the courses first. When you click on courses, you can then see the ones that you have in progress first, and then see the ones that you have not started. So it tracks those. I have a couple more to finish, and I will. But I can see here I can start these different ones, and they all around different subject areas, from 21st century learning to service learning to driving it down to accessibility tools, even going here to address social issues within the classroom, all the way down to coding. And then this one right here, these green icons, background, let me say background, they're very important because these aren't presenter-led trainings. And I'm gonna click on one of those and see exactly what that means. So when I click on that, you'll see that it loads. You can see in the right-hand corner, you get the recognition. So you get 500 points for completing this course. But what I want to point out is the fact that here you have the option to start the course. So when you start the course, after you read the brief introduction, it takes you into the course. And what I like about the presenter-led trainers is that they are teaching you how to present this training, how to share it out with others. A part of being in this community is not just keeping all your learning to yourself, but sharing them out. We learn from each other. We grow from and with each other. So this is a great way to do so. This right here allows you to be that champion on your campus, regardless of whatever role you may fulfill. And you can share your knowledge, newfound knowledge, or build on your prior existing knowledge and share that out with your colleagues. I just love that aspect of it. So these are the presenter-led training. And then you can see here other modules in the course. One thing I love about all of these courses, once you complete the module, there's a quiz at the end that allows you to redeem your points, or earn your points, excuse me, and your certificate if one is attached to the course. And then here it is, broken down very easily. You can look here. Visual summarizing in Sway, 1 to 2 hours. Student-driven fluency, practice in class notebook, 1 to 2 hours. So it allows you to plan because it gives you an estimate of how long it's going to take for you to complete this course. And then you have your navigation models at the bottom. You can go to the previous or you can go straight to the quiz. So I'm going to backtrack a couple steps and go back to training and go back to our courses. I did want to highlight those trainer-led courses. Those are awesome. So as you can see, I have a few of those in training in progress right now that I will complete. And then I'm going to scroll down because as I continue to scroll, you're able to see all the many courses. And this right here allows you to take them one-on-one. And I told you that I wanted to start with courses because once you get into courses, we're going to then explore learning paths. And learning paths are just slightly different. And I'll explain that further in 1 second. So just going to scroll through. I won't take all your time and scroll through all of them, but it is a plethora of courses. There's so much offering. And then if you know what you're looking for in specific, you can just type it in. So if you want to look for training on OneNote, you can go here and type in OneNote. And all the courses related to OneNote would then appear. And I'm just going to let that load. Press enter. Okay. So we're going to go here. So all my OneNote. So you can see these are related to OneNote. Intro to OneNote right here. Getting started with OneNote. I don't have many left. So let's look at the ones for Teams. So when I go to Teams, I can go here and let's say Teams. So here I am. I want to learn about Teams. So here are my All About Teams presenter-led courses. Accessibility through learning with team. And these are all popping up because these are all related to teams. These all are referenced from the keyword that I typed in my search bar, which was teams in this scenario. So I love that right there. I can even look at one of my favorite tools, which is going to be Flipgrid. And let's see what comes up there. Oh, Beyond the Basics and Engage and Amplify with Flipgrid. I've already completed those, obviously, because I love Flipgrid to death. But all these courses right here. So you can use the search bar to type in specific topics, or you can just scroll through and see what offerings are there and go that route. Totally up to you. Now, going back up top to our training tab, I'm going to click on the drop down arrow again. And this time I want to go ahead and highlight the learning paths. So this is where I normally start my work. And this is why I have a lot of courses that are incomplete because I have learning paths that I have started and they are currently in progress, but I have not completed them at this time. And by learning paths, what we mean by that is I can click, let's say, if I want to explore the 21st century learning and design learning path. So when I click on that, there's going to be a series of courses here. First is the description, and then here's the outline. So it lets me know how long it's going to take, how many points it's worth each of the courses within this learning path. And then it shows me if I earn a badge for completing this course. So here are the different courses outlined in this learning path, which is the 21st century design one that I chose here. So when I go through that, I can click on open course and I can take them in any order. It's recommended to take it in order, but you don't have to. You can navigate through it and complete them at your leisure, at your discretion, in the order that you like. The goal is just to complete the whole learning path. So I can go ahead and navigate through these. And this is my learning path. So once I'm done, I would have in total earned 7,500 points. And I know that because it tells me right here in this recognition box. It shows me the badge and it shows me that I would be awarded 7,500 points. That is awesome. That is awesome. There's a lot of work that goes into it, but it's worth it. I love it. The learning paths allow me to just hone in on one particular skill or skill set, should I say, and then I can expand and grow from there. So it's a great option of exploring the learning paths. I'm going to go back to our learning paths and just highlight a couple others. One thing I do want to definitely point out, we have Mastering Microsoft Teams for Remote Learning. I definitely wanted to point this one out given the times that we're facing right now and the challenges that some are having to deal with. I just want to point it out, but this is a great resource if you are new to using Teams for remote learning or just you want to grow and expand on the prior knowledge that you already have. Great way to do so. Great way to do so. Here, course 1, 2, 3, and it just talks about different things. And these are all presenter-led training. As you can see, these are some of the courses that I had already started, but I have not completed. But I'm overall working on this learning path. Some have already been completed, so I got to resume those two. I haven't started this one, but then you can see at the bottom that I have completed this one already, and it lets me know the score and my completion date. So going back up to our learning path, you can also search here. There's a search bar for the learning path, just as it was in the courses. So let's talk about remote learning. So if you want to know all the learning paths for remote learning, you can see this one right here under my in progress. You can see I have this one that's not started, but this is for fostering a dynamic remote learning environment with student-centered tools. And then my completed will show right here on the bottom once I have completed those courses. So you can use the search bar just like you did under courses and find specific topics or learning paths that you want to pursue. Now, going back up to our training drop-down menu, I now want to talk about our webinar and online events because learning paths are great and the courses that follow that are embedded in them are awesome, but sometimes we just want to take a different approach. And this website offers you resources to do so. So we're going to talk about webinars and online learnings now. So as you can see, it took me to a new tab, and I may need to confirm that that is visible right now for us. No, it's not. So let me go ahead and adjust that for you. In 1 second, I just want to go ahead and adjust my sharing options. So here we go, and we're going to do this. Thank you for your patience. So I'm going to show you my edge tab. That's going to be great. And I'm going to go here, and we're going to go here. Awesome. So now everyone should be able to see our learning paths, and I'm going to show you here that you can see under our calendar events various webinars and trainings that we offer. And you can search by date, month, and year. You can search near and far. You can make sure that you're local, and you can also browse by categories to find different events. So I'm gonna just scroll down. Here's some of the ones that came up in March that we had. It was a Microsoft OneNote in this role in supporting remote teaching and learning. Great webinar if you weren't able to make it. This one for UK EDU Day, using Microsoft Whiteboard and Teams for remote learning. Great webinar. In Teams EDU across the board. So you can scroll here and just see the different ones that happen. They're broken down by month right here. So that was April. Now we just moved on into May. So in here, we can just see all the different webinars. So if we want to look for a specific month, let's just say I want to look, okay, we're currently in the month of July. Yes, I'm still having to remind myself of that. These months are just kind of going through. Let's see what we have. Yeah.
We're only seeing your one screen that says all learning paths.
Oh, okay. Let's see what happened here. So you should. Interesting. All right. Making sure I'm able to share more. I'm going to tabs due to the website opening different tabs that you click on different links. So what is the best practice here for showing multiple windows?
Let's go to doing full screen, but then we'll shut down the broadcast window so that way it says just use everything else.
Okay, not a problem. So I'm going to have to stop one more time, ladies and gents.
While he's putting that stuff together, we want to remind you we have one last session coming up with the great Dr. Michelle Zimmerman, the new Dr. Michelle Zimmerman, talking all about innovative and assessment. And I hope you guys have had a great time so far. We are not done yet. We're, of course, still broadcasting live on Facebook and on YouTube, all right here as part of Live at NCCE. And, of course, as Shay's mentioned 100 times today, don't forget that the applications are due on Wednesday. Shay, you're all right there?
I believe so. So we're going to go with this option here. And let's see where we bring. How about now?
There we go. All good. Take it away.
All good. You can see, all right. So here I am. I'm going to type in August, and I'm going to look for events from August 1st. And we're going to go to, I'm going to click on Find Events. Oh, there's nothing scheduled right now. Man, I was looking to fill up my calendar. So here you can see we can just look for it. So let's go back and look for one from maybe last year. Let's see what we were doing this around this time last year. Ah, okay. So we're talking about virtual threats and how to guard your school against them. Microsoft Teams for Education online event there was. And then in September, we had the Meeting Education Leads with Generation Z. So we can see here the different titles. And you can go in and click on it. Even though this is right here, you can go ahead and click on this one. This is the Microsoft Teams for Education. Those in the past, you can get the details from it and organize. You can even call and maybe see if you can get the link to that. And there's also the website here. So just because it's past doesn't mean that you can't access the venue. You can access the content. And you can see here that the venue was online. This is an online platform. So I just want to go back to events and just kind of want to make sure we highlight the fact that you can search for webinars and training events here. There's going to be some that are even local too. So you may be able to find local events too. So let's click on local and see what we may have up. Okay, in the US, maybe you're in Canada. Let's see here. So you can find it in your different, and you can search categories as well. Let's search for in person. Let's see what we have in person coming up. Nothing scheduled as of yet, but we can also click here and look at the calendar. And from our calendar, we can see different events that may be popping up as well. That's popping up on the other window. So going back to our educator and looking at our learning paths, I'm going to go here. We talked about training. I just want to recap. Here are your courses that you can take individually, search for them using the search bar, as well as scrolling to see the new innovative ones that they have. Here you can also explore via learning path. So maybe you want to build on a specific skill set, not just a certain skill or application. You can expand that to a learning path and create a learning path on that. You can complete the courses and earn your badges and points and certificates through this means. Or you can even look online and view the list of webinars and online events, future and past. So I just want to highlight that right there. And I do want to go back to our homepage because there's one thing I do want to point out from the beginning. That's one of our new courses that's being offered. So I'm just going to go back here. When all else fails, I always just go back to education.microsoft. I recommend bookmarking it. It's definitely saved in mine. But I just want to highlight a couple new courses here. We have some options that we've been partnering with NASA and STEM on the station, Skype in the classroom, which we're going to get to in a second. And then here under Learning Paths, you can click on Show All as well. So all of this can be accessed from the main page. So I did just want to highlight that, and that always takes you to the specific page as well. So now we're going to talk about lesson plans. In the beginning, I mentioned sharing. Sharing is caring. That's what they say, right? And a part of this community, there's a lot of caring going on because we all share out our lesson plans, our curriculum. We learn from each other and gather resources to make this PLN such a wonderful network. So I'm going to look at some of the hacking STEM lesson plans because those are some of my favorites. But then we're going to get into the Minecraft ones, and then we're going to take a look at the Skype and the classroom ones as well. So when I look here at the hacking STEM lesson plan, you can see that it's featured lessons there. And one of the ones I'm talking about is this new collection. This is the Celebrating 20 Years of Living in Space. And I'm going to click on this collection because it's going to lead me to another great resource. Here you can see different activities and lessons for hacking STEM. And this is a NASA collection. This one is one I've really been wanting to try. And this is designing astro socks to protect astronauts' feet and microgravity. So here is, you can see that the duration is going to be 5 50-minute periods. It's for grades 6 through 12, students 10 to 18 years old. And the average cost is going to be about $2 per student. One thing I want to talk about as I scroll here, there's always an intro video. You have the teacher resource kit here, but I want to highlight this new edition, which is the available in classroom kit. And the reason why I want to click on that, because you're able to order these kits for the lessons that are unlisted by class and by student. So here goes my Astro Socks kit. I'm going to click on this one. And I haven't signed into my account, but here you can see, here's an individual kit, which you can be purchased for $68.54, or either a classroom kit, which can be purchased as well. You can add either one into your cart. You can click the quick view to kind of see what's included here. You can see ratings and reviews, and it gives you an overview. And that's through Carolina. So I wanted to point that out because a lot of times, like, hey, I want to do these activities. I don't know how to get the materials or what materials are going to be needed. Where can I find them? You can go ahead and find kits through this resource here. So I wanted to make sure I shared that with you. And then here goes some featured kits that they have. The robotic hand is one of my favorite activities. I literally memorized the manual for this one because it's so engaging. Students love it. It's always a hit. So I just want to highlight that. So we have multiple hacking STEM projects in here, and I'm going to go back to the clips there. And under this, we get the Excel workbook, the build instructions, and the material list is also included. For every hacking STEM list, it's going to give you a material list if additional materials are needed. And just kind of opening that, you can see here how many you're going to need for the individual, or if you're doing it in group. And this is based off a group of 10. So it shows you all of this resources and tools that you're going to need in order to complete the task. Great resource there. Going back to our Educator Center, I am going to then go back and let's explore some of the Minecraft education, because you have Minecraft here as well. And I'm going to just spend a minute or two on that. This is going to take us to our education.minecraft.net website as well. And there's a lot of remote learning stuff here. I love the resources that they provide, building skills for the 21st century. Even when I clicked on learning more, I can then find out the lessons details here. And these are the lessons for, there's 2 of them. So we have one of a Lumen City Challenge and Lumen Power Challenge. So I'm going to click on this first one and just kind of see the details that are provided there. One thing I like about our Educator Center, I'm looking at multiple resources on different sites, but all of them can be accessed from the education.microsoft.com website. I don't have to go directly to Minecraft to find a Minecraft resource. I go to that one warehouse full of resources, so you can say, and then from there I can branch out and explore and see different resources within the Education Community Center. I love that. So here go the lesson plans. You even have a download option here, and under the download assets, we can download the materials that we need. We can share this with others. You can even print out the lesson. It gives you a list of skills that you're going to be going over. The supporting files are listed here as well, the guiding ideas and the learning objectives. So all of this information is here for you. So you can even use this during remote learning. So I wanted to just highlight that. And before I begin to wrap up, with the lesson plans, I do want to lastly talk about the Skype and the classroom lesson plan. Doing remote learning, this has been a great resource for myself. I've shared this with my teachers at my school, because even though we're not in classroom, we can still have the classroom come to the students, so to speak, with activity plans and interactive guest speakers and virtual tours. Students can still explore the world even under a quarantine. So I love the fact that all of these resources are here. You can click on activity plans, and activity plans gives you a guide. You can look at this one for all about animals, so for example, and here it gives you everything in a OneDrive that you need for this activity. So here goes the plan. Once it finishes loading, you'll see that everything is detailed in this activity plan, from the objectives, before activity, during activity, brainstorming question, even gives you some ideas, everything that you need to facilitate, connect. All of that is right here. Even after the live activity, details can be found here as well. Once again, this all results back to going to our educator center and being able to find all these resources here. So now, before we begin, we want to talk about programs. The Microsoft Educator programs here. You can look at that one. And that's what brings us all here today. We're talking about the MIE Expert program. Once again, all the details you hear. It's not too late to sign up. So if you have any questions or need further information, this is going to be the place that you go to get that information. You can find everything you need right here. It lets you know the difference between the two. I have had the privilege of earning all 3 of these badges over multiple years. I'm in it. I'm in it to win. I'm in this community for the long run. I'm wearing my community shirt right now for my llamas out there. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I had to wear it.
I love the llama shirt. You know, I look, first of all, I love that it was only about 30 seconds ago you said the phrase "before I begin," because clearly this is that beginning, right, Shay? You come here, you do this stuff, you learn the thing, you get the badges, you sign up. By the way, I forget, when is the applications due?
July 15th. So
July 15th, education.microsoft. Shay, I got to ask you, I mean, look, you brought the power. You brought the passion. What I want to get from you is one story. Can you give me one MIE story, something that says, this is why you cannot wait. Do this program right now.
Okay, I sure can. The community. I'm big on community. I love working with other educators. We host a lot of events. And one thing about our events, you know how you go to a meet and greet, Jeff, and it's just like, hey, I'm the only guy that don't know nobody. It's like the first day of school, right? You're in the cafeteria. You don't know which table to sit at. With them being in this community, there is no wrong table to sit at. You can go sit at any table with any other fellow MIE expert, and you're connected. You feel like you've been best friends forever. And that was how I've been, my experience when I go to TCEA, when I go to ITSE, when I go to FETC, like all these conventions, they can get kind of lonely in there. But when you have this community that you can lean on, you can break bread with, you can share ideas, laugh, and just have fun, that's priceless. You can't put a price on that for me. You know, it goes beyond just online. We actually get to see each other in person and connect. I mean, these people I call friends now, Jeff, over the years. I have gained friends from this. And some of them have been involved to family members. That's the best thing I can tell you about that. Just that connection right there.
It is certainly a family. We've been talking about that a lot today. And, you know, it's one of those things. And one of the things that I want to make sure, the Education Center, the education website is free for everybody. You don't have to be an MIE expert or trainers. Anybody can go there, check out that free Microsoft account and start learning today. Shay Henley, first of all, I have to get you on the podcast sometime this summer. You are awesome, man.
My pleasure, Jeff. I'll be glad to.
Absolutely. And you know what? I want to say thank you. Thank you. And by the way, congratulations on 4 years as being an MIE and getting those badges, man.
Wonderful journey. Thank you so much.
I'm going to, did you fill out your application yet? I'm going to keep asking everybody here.
Am I renominated? Yes, I renominated.
All right. I got 3 today that said yes. So we're all in the same boat, man. I got to let you go, but thank you so much for your time today. And I'll catch you soon, man.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And you know what? I want to say thank you guys one more time. It is 3:00 here on the East Coast. Do not go anywhere. We have one more person, an amazing friend of mine, an amazing educator coming on today to talk all about innovation. This is really a way to wrap up an entire day of learning, collaboration, friendship, family, fellowship. And I hope you guys have a chance to stick around for this episode. I want to bring on today a good friend of mine who is really... She's the Director of Innovative Technology and Learning Sciences at Renton Prep in Renton, Washington. She's a Microsoft Innovative Educator expert. She's a published author, keynote speaker, doctor, and a good friend of mine I want to bring on today, Dr. Michelle Zimmerman. How are you today?
I'm doing great, thank you. Are you able to see my screen?
I'm able to see everything right now. Why don't you get off of the StreamYard tab and we'll be good to go.
Okay, so hit that. Are we good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Still on StreamYard?
Yes, I am. Oh,
okay.
I think I am. Can you see me?
I think it might be stuck on the window.
Oh no.
But that's okay. Everybody sees like a million of us. It's got that awesome mirror effect going.
Oh my goodness. Okay, let's fix that.
Try that one more time.
Okay, share screen. I was just seeing my PowerPoint, so I need to hit application window. Now I can see it. Okay, let's see. Sorry about that. Can you see my PowerPoint slide now?
Absolutely. So let's just do a big reset for our friends here that are watching us live. Guys, I want to bring on today an amazing friend of mine, Dr. Michelle Zimmerman, talking all about innovation. Michelle, what is this?
This is a digital image created by one of my 9th grade students in response to Contemporary World Problems class. Instead of doing the final exam as something that was just the standard way we would have done final exams, specifically because we were remote, I wanted one of their things to be a way that they could communicate what they were feeling in that moment, bringing social and emotional learning in a way that they could convey something non-verbally and still evoke emotion from the viewer. And so this is what he submitted. And I found it really compelling because it gives this feeling of almost this otherworldliness at the same time as we're all in this together. And then there's this little bit of a feeling of a mohawk that goes along with, or I think they're talking about mullets, with this idea of haircuts that have had to be done at home. So there's so much depth in this piece in just one image. And so I wanted to be able to talk a little bit about types of formative and even summative assessments that can happen remotely, regardless of where we are. Because we know it's really difficult that you can't just all of a sudden change something that was a proctored exam and expect it will replicate itself the same way when students are at home. So we need to get creative in how we're understanding their own personal learning. Post-traumatic growth is a big thing right now, and I was really thankful for a friend who not only pointed me to this idea of gold repair when something breaks, that instead of trying to hide it or push it to the side, we want to be able to highlight those pieces in our history and let it become something of beauty. And it fit along with this idea of this book that another friend recommended to me, talking about how we can gain from chaos and disorder. Instead of being fragile and shattering during those times, what can we do to grow stronger, just like bones grow stronger through stress and tension? This type of resilience goes beyond resilience. It helps us to become stronger and resist those shocks along the way. And I see this in terms of the idea of assessment, because we can think about education like a conveyor belt. We can think about the types of assessment we normally do, and that user experience for families and students who are engaging in remote learning, or that quick switch between in-person and remote learning. But it also gets us to start questioning what do we do when the external motivators are no longer there in the same way, and the direct translation of what we're doing in school doesn't work in the same way. So it really required us as a staff right away to say, what are the things that we need to do to bring unity to the school, to look at learning in a different way? And that several of these sessions that have gone before have been perfect segues into this, the idea of getting scheduling and planning in there, the planner tool and app, using Microsoft Teams to be the primary communication hub, being able to have that type of communication with families and contingency plans for staff all in one place. Those things helped us support that idea of assessment. And I put this here, even though it's a lot of text, but it came to the point of getting ideas from the 9th and 10th graders of how to acclimate some of the younger students to be able to communicate over a device. And it started just by some of the 9th and 10th graders being really playful once they were in their homes, and they would pick up objects around them and hold them up to the computer screen and say, hey, look, I made this a couple years ago, or this was a glass blowing experience I had. And then it made me think about the types of show and tell kids would do in class. And when we worked with early childhood, my mom and I co-taught for a while, that became really important in public speaking skills. So I had the 9th and 10th graders develop a protocol for helping teach some of the younger kids to do a show and tell where they would model it first, and then help those kids engage in that to gradually get them into that process. That became a formative assessment for them, strangely enough, for something like AP Computer Science, where they were working on algorithms and protocols. How can you create a series of steps and ideas to be replicable by someone else and then take it and be able to build onto it? So it gave the teachers a base, and it wasn't just giving them a place to say, we want you to try just something like a show and tell with your class, figure out how to do it. It was them taking the forward step and movement and then figuring out how to make it build off a bowl for another teacher to take it and make it their own. Other things that were playful, like themed dress days. I heard a lot of schools doing these, but having the kids come up with those themed dress days, it gives us an interesting insight into some of their emotional states by the types of things that they chose to either wear, whether it was like a hat day or monochromatic day, and give them a chance to talk about those. Sometimes it would give us insight into someone who's really playful or for a while and then decided not to engage in another moment. It gave us a chance and an inroad to ask, how are you doing? How are you feeling during this time? And those types of formative assessments are atypical because they're not just on academic content, but they're getting across things that have to do with communication and social emotional skills in ways that we may not have been able to check in on otherwise. So this whole thing with assessment and remote learning and data has been a huge dilemma and question. So we started to dig into that more and look deeper into some of the components. We've been looking at these for a while at our school just because we didn't want to keep assessment just as standard and normal. We know that even planning for uncertain futures and the things I've been looking at for artificial intelligence and where is that balance between the human-computer interaction, we want kids to be able to contribute skills to society that go beyond being able to memorize and have a base knowledge. Those skills are still important because if you don't have that memorized content and base knowledge, it's harder to innovate and create because you're trying to juggle too much information. But these questions have been important to us along the way and trying to determine what things really help us understand the knowledge that kids have. This becomes valuable too because it's easy for someone to pass a device over to someone else in their home and have them take an assessment for them. And you won't know whether it's their knowledge or it's someone else's knowledge. So there are a couple different things where I pulled ideas and resources together. There's a PBS video on the origin of grades, and I'll share the collection for this in case you want to look into it more. Jeff, what are some things that you've been seeing with assessment across time?
You know, I've been finding a lot that teachers need to be thinking outside of the box when this comes to assessments. And the problem that I'm finding is when they have to think outside the box, they're really not sure where that box is. I mean, for the last 6 months, the box has been a moving target. And I think for the next 6 months, the target's going to move even quicker. So how do you come up with 3 or 4 or 6 different plans to build these assessments for when, you know, for a lot of teachers, just using the technology is difficult.
Absolutely. And I would say that that's one of the things I felt was the most valuable for me when I didn't ever think I was going to be a full-time researcher, but I thought, well, I need to go through these data analysis courses anyway for that purpose. And I found out that understanding how to look at data, whether it's qualitative or quantitative, has probably been the best resource for me to try and understand what am I actually looking for and how do I apply this information to make sense of it. I wanted to pull this quote out from The Little Prince because there's a section in there that really helps us to refocus on what it means to be a kid. And I loved this image that one of my professors from Education, Leadership, and Policy Studies at UW brought to my attention during this pandemic. And it was from Harvard Ed Review in 1969 on architecture and education. And this idea of a child going through these really creative concepts and it may be looking like a stream of consciousness. And then you see another adult next to that child and you're not quite sure what those forms or shapes are, but it made me think of that Little Prince section where grownups love figures. And you want to know what about like the data and the numbers and how many of something. But they never ask you, what does his voice sound like? What games does he love best? Does he collect butterflies? Instead, they want to know, how old is he? How much does he weigh? How much money does his father make? Only from these figures do they think they have learned anything about him. And I think this is compelling too, because in a time where we've really been trained to look at specific types of quantitative data, whether they're standardized tests or end of course exams, we're now being challenged to say, well, this isn't working in the same way that we anticipated it would. So now what do we do and what do we look for? And I think that really speaks to what you're just saying, that there's a moving target. Where is that box and where are we going? So we've been working with this and having our staff try to imagine different ways to present the competencies that we'd been shifting to instead of that standard 100-point scale only, and then using things like digital ink to figure out different ways to represent it. And we have had this assessment system. I pulled up just the proficient because we want them to land at this. And for me, it was interesting because this became a test for us. Did this assessment system work, whether they were in class in person or offsite and virtual? Were there gaps in it? Did we need to readjust for that time frame of remote learning? And as a couple of the educators and I went through it, we noticed that a lot of these things would still work across distance, like accepting constructive critique, attempting to apply change, being able to produce mostly accurate self-evaluation and reflection. When students are able to do that, they're taking an ownership for their learning and being able to say, yes, I was able to complete these tasks. And in that, we've been gradually having the kids look at things like next generation science standards, Common Core state standards, ISTE standards for students, and saying what things have adults hoped we can do, and what things do we feel like we've met, and what evidence do we have to support that we've actually met those. In that way, it's starting to prepare them to be able to do like self-evaluations in the real world in workplaces, especially if they're working in a world where they will be remote at some point and there's not someone who can walk by their desk and say, are you on task? So some of these things actually transition better for some of the assessment than we originally anticipated when we developed this for unknowns. Things like being able to join discussions in class, group meetings and projects. If they shift remote, we can know if they've joined not just because there's a static image of them and they could be off doing something else, but because we can hear their voice or we can see them type something in chat. And that gives us a little piece of formative assessment to their engagement. Some of the things like respectfully cooperating and communicating with others, or accepting responsibility for actions, preparing for class daily and following directions. When those foundational skills are there, we see students produce higher quality work and more consistently. So we still use that as our anchor, but then pulled some of these things in. I really loved this diagram of who do I want to be during COVID-19. We pulled these into our assessments, looking at, are we at the place of fear right now? Are we at the learning spot? Are we in this growth zone, which would go in with some of that anti-fragile, trying to build strength, just like the resiliency, but just grow stronger beside for just resilient. And then pulled that into the tools we were using. We know Flipgrid is an absolutely amazing tool, but just like any tool, that kind of tool can be potentially isolating. For example, if you ask kids to comment on another student's work and just say, choose some students to work on, you may not realize it as a teacher, but students can have ways of being able to target one student by intentionally leaving them out and not providing feedback. Just like you could in the classroom of saying, I don't want to sit next to you at this table, it just transitions to another format online. So we've asked kids to let us know if they're feeling something bad or if they don't know who to tell. I've told kids that even if they tweet it, I will be able to see it and I can help follow up with it. So by having this as, interestingly enough, a social media formative assessment, it brought my attention to some things that we could revisit as a staff and to look at how do you reduce clicks in social distancing with some of those kinds of communications with students and use the tools to the best of their ability while working in some of that social emotional. Jeff, have you noticed some of those kinds of things start to occur more during remote learning, or do you think that's pretty much standard of what happens whether you're in person using the tools or remote?
I think remote learning certainly has accentuated some of these things, because it is the haves and the have-nots, or the I have Wi-Fi, I don't, there's a lot of things that you notice that start to bring up, the further and further we get into distant learning.
Yeah. And that goes into this other challenge of how do you take an environment where it was intentionally built to have children work in close contact with each other, to problem solve, look through design thinking and build empathy and social justice when it becomes remote. And that same professor, Roger Soder from UW, directed me back to this one, Those Places They Call Schools by Robert Coles. And I found it really compelling when I read it. This is a lot of text. I will share some of these out too. But there were echoes from this time of kids saying, this is what I wish school could be like. And we're seeing parallels of that right now with calls for social justice and really, can we hear people's voice? So this is another example of one of the formative assessment pieces for the end of the contemporary world problems. The image on the side is a microphone and different faces with voices that aren't being heard or spoken. And I found this one really compelling because this was from a student who said she doesn't necessarily take the chance to speak out when she even has the chance, but she speaks out through her art. And that's not something that we would have been able to see in another kind of test. So as I went through those places they call schools, I looked at different quotes that the author captured that they said that kids really wanted. Something like, I'll tell you one thing, I tear down this building. There's nothing to do but that. Then if I could build a new school, I'd make it pleasant-like. I'd get rid of all the desks, every one of them. I'd have us sit around a table and maybe we could have cookies. I'd have a teacher be better. She could laugh a lot. And there wouldn't be a clock up there making noise every minute that goes by. We can open and close windows and they wouldn't be stuck like now. We could have a big rug in there in the room, and if you fell, you wouldn't get hurt. So it was interesting to see these comments from back in the 1960s and some of these same challenges we have right now with COVID. Will the windows open? Will we have the air circulation? What do we do about desk spacing? And looking back to evaluate what we've done this year in the spacing in our school to try and reach those things that we've heard kids say over and over again across the years. I looked at things like Billy and his friend who built hideouts and forts in the same, the places they call schools, and wishing that they could have something like that at school. During remote learning, one of our teachers, PE teacher, said, well, how about having the kids do a Friday fort challenge? And it gave us a chance to bring in design thinking, and they could have their own space wherever they were living, even if it was a small apartment, to give them something that was not only novel, but hand-built and balance some of that humanity and technology and give them a chance to feel closer, even though they couldn't do those high fives like normal.
I love that idea. That is I'm just looking at that, taking that all in, Michelle. That is an amazing idea.
And this was another quote from one of the kids in the place they call schools, asking the kids to draw or design architecture of a school building they wish they could be in. And the student said, I can't draw, not even a straight line with a pencil and a ruler to do it. A good school would have a good road going through it, and under it you could see cars and stores and people, and they'd be looking at you. And they wouldn't just have to take a bus to go way out into nowhere. This is also one of the questions with busing right now, and how do we keep social distance and still get kids to where they need to be? So you can hear these questions echo over decades. And this idea of, I can't draw, but I'm trying to figure out to communicate, at a time where people are saying, how do we make sure the arts still remain in schools? I argue that that can be part of a non-traditional formative assessment. Give them a chance to start drawing and practicing, even if they say, I can't even draw a straight line. The girl in the top corner is doing a grid picture. That's where you connect geometry with parallel and perpendicular lines, doing a coordinate system grid, so you've got math there. And then being able to look at those points and plot those points and then translate it over to a new page and looking at the details of the human face. You could do anatomy and physiology, the shape of the human face structure. And you can see that with digital ink that you can do something similar. The bottom corner picture was an example of a collaborative project as part of the Showcase Schools. When we had a group visit from Korea, I had students research the things that were possibly common between the Seattle area and the city that the visitors were coming from in Korea, then to find a way to communicate an idea and then replicate that into art. So those kinds of things are ways that you can assess kids' knowledge of even abstract ideas and concepts of things that have to do with geography and culture and social studies. The student who's on the bottom left, that was a challenge that she did, and hers was presented in the Wing Luke Museum in Seattle, and it's a film canister. On that film canister is a collection of areas in Seattle and some of her family's history. She found out that her grandfather lived in one of the historic hotels in downtown Seattle while he was working in the cannery industry and fishing, and she thought she was the only one in her family who really loved the arts and photography. She found out that he gave up his love of photography so that he could support his family when they moved to the United States. And she felt this deeper connection with him, not only looking at her culture and history and background, but being able to create something non-verbally that could honor him. And for me, that showed a depth of her learning, understanding, and assessment across multiple different domains. We're going from a place where we were, again, very hands-on and up close to trying to translate it to remote. The top left picture is an example where we're really working on merging technology and hands-on outside. So for this upcoming year, we're trying to do as much outside as possible and still leverage technology where kids can record some of the phenomenon they're seeing around them, still interacting with other students, obviously with more social distancing. But we've piloted those things early on instead of just taking a test on buoyancy and hearing and learning about it by hand, documenting and recording those things and sharing out their understanding verbally. We know we can adapt some of these things, whether they're at home or whether they're at school, because they can still use a sink and some of those basic supplies that they can find out around home. So it's a matter of trying to be creative with these. But going from something really colorful to a format like this, our goal then is how do we really maintain that human connection where something was in face-to-face in person into something that they can look at a screen like this, and yes, all those tools are there, but it may not have the same look. We worked on remote learning with PE and had different ways of doing assessment with Flipgrid. And then I have a collection here, and this is where you can have that bit.ly, that will help you see the timeline of what we did and how we started transitioning for those different types of assessment and examples and photos and videos. Being able to have kids really take a concept like base 10, this group was working on hexadecimal for AP Computer Science, and I realized there were gaps in knowledge for base 10. So I had them create a tutorial to meet some of the Common Core state standards for 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and 4th grade with base 10. And that meant they needed to understand what those standards were and then create something that would be a tutorial for those younger kids. They built it in Sway, and then they used the Microsoft Forms embedded into that Sway to test those students' knowledge to see how effective they were at teaching. And that gave them feedback right away where they were playing with data and assessment and knowing that data can only give them a certain amount of information, and it helped them revise how they would collect data and assessment. So by teaching some of those students things that would cross over with math and statistics and qualitative and quantitative while helping another class, you have the chance of leveraging some of your students' knowledge to support some of the younger grades as well. You can see collections of some of these works. Some of them are collaborations that have to do with cultural studies and social justice. The top group were looking at the salmon, who the indigenous tribes that are around our area have had experts who come in to talk about the salmon in the river that's right by our school. And so those younger students created original stories with digital ink with their older buddies, more challenging at a distance, but it still can be done, where the kids would create digital ink pictures of that scientific process, and then the older students would be the editors for that work. And so here are a couple more, and you can see some of these had to do with Rosetta Tharpe and Shout Sister Shout. That type of non-traditional assessment was having them create a music video, since that was part of her legacy. Rosetta Tharpe was one of the forerunners who was inspiring a lot of the really famous pop singers and rock singers at the time, but she didn't get credit for her influence until more recently. Instead of taking a test on that social studies, culture, history, music, they created videos that had specific criteria that went in with those. And this would be another non-traditional one using different types of tools. It was a setup with multiple Surface devices and then using Stream to live stream this documentary, Between the Folds. And Between the Folds has a combination of paper folding like origami, and then brings in science and technology, things like how do we fold something into a smaller space for a satellite or for an airbag? How do proteins fold, and how do those go together? So as part of the formative assessment, we had multiple things going on at once. You can see that they kept their cameras on, and we were able to see them watching the live stream. We could watch different nonverbal expressions. The co-teachers and I who were working on it, two of the teachers, I'll go back for a second, are in the screen on the bottom from different locations. So we could have one computer that was talking across us as teachers to check in from 5th through 10th grade, and then one computer and a mobile device answering student questions. Simultaneously, if you look at the 9th and 10th grade general group, there's a group B, C, D. Each one of those were small breakout groups. So when we paused the documentary, we had them join those pre-selected channels so that they can talk with each other about a question that we posed to them. And along the way, we were able to drop in questions into the chat and see who would respond to those, how they would answer those, and that became an interesting formative assessment approach. For the younger kids who are reading Call of the Wild just before we went remote, my mom is also a teacher, was wanting to be able to take the new version of Call of the Wild and be able to help them see that as well as the book. So after finishing reading the book, she used OneNote, and she also was able to highlight some of the pages using the ruler so that you had like you would have a bookmark under it to help keep your place, but then live streamed the video. And then having captions on there gave them another set of reading practice so they could watch the words going across the screen so it would continue with their reading groups. And so seeing those formative assessment questions happen along the way, you could see the kids' engagement and how they were talking about it and the things that they were seeing and learning. Those were 2nd, 3rd, and 4th graders in that group. And then finally, this one is an example of digital ink as part of those visual designs. These were earlier phases that they were working on before they did the Contemporary World Problems one. Some of them used various different things to represent abstract concepts, and those are a few of what they ended up looking like. In this case, they were looking at the story of Easter and how they chose to represent it in an unexpected way. We looked at iconography, and their goal was to not do iconography. So we wanted them to do something that was, you would look at it and you wouldn't necessarily think Easter right away, but it would be able to tell something about their thoughts and opinions surrounding those concepts and stories. We want these all to be anchored to the global goals for sustainable development. And as we're going through different assessment pieces, as teachers, we're having them think about how they could link to something in the bigger or broader world instead of just this is something to turn in for the classroom. It's not necessarily good enough to say we have helped them through this crisis and we have helped them continue on with their academic progression unless we can see and help them see that there's a meaningful purpose at the end of this to give them hope for something that they can contribute in a larger way. Knowing that these things existed before this crisis, but not only are you going through school, but you're building skills that can ultimately help someone else in the future. Which things are you most passionate about? And so with that, we also started looking at things like fashion design and science and technology, wearable tech. How would you design a solution, even if a vaccine isn't ready right away, to help people get back into society safely? If face masks aren't enough, what have fashion designers already been playing with like the apocalypse and post-apocalyptic fashion? What actually exists out there in hazmat or personal protective equipment? What are ways that we as humans have shielded ourselves from the environment? And isn't that funny that sci-fi talked about us wearing spacesuits at some point? So looking at pop culture and things that people are willing to do and wear, having them come up with a specific intended audience, an idea for creating a business starting from scratch, working as they're a remote team trying to develop this was a huge challenge over distance, but it really gave them work-life skills and really delving into what would happen if you started a new business and how would you research those component parts. We do have 2 videos that show the things that worked and one that said everything that fell apart and didn't work across time and what they learned from that. So that became a larger formative assessment from everything from writing resumes to practicing interviewing across distance, to taking on different roles of project management, designers, manufacturing, researchers, and then the people who are in the technology departments. And I wanted to bring it back to this of looking at the developers, students, coaching, assessment environments, and teachers as a Microsoft Innovative Educator Expert and as part of the Showcase Schools program. This has really helped us develop this kind of interaction. We've had direct access to some of the developers in Microsoft that we wouldn't have had otherwise. They really do listen to the kids in the classroom. They really do listen to teachers. They want to make the tools usable and the best possible. So it's not just for the classroom in a K-12 solution or college or university, but something that these young people can see and use in a corporate setting, in their own personal business, in their life to help organize and plan if they decide to be a stay-at-home parent. And all of those pieces together help inform professional development, help us inform that kind of multimodal assessment that hits on different types of, whether they're more visual and drawing or whether they take standard tests really well. There are multiple modes of assessing that learning. Looking at the environment, yes, it's changing drastically around us, but there's still ways to have assessment that can help us understand their knowledge and what they're struggling with and what they need to work towards. That also works in with that motivation theory piece, because if kids are at a point right now where the only way that they've been motivated is by a quantitative number and their self-worth and identity has been reduced to that, all of a sudden, if that's removed and they hear adults saying, well, you'll either get an A or an F, it's just automatic. The kids who tried really hard and their identity was built in that all of a sudden go, well, what's the point? Why did I put myself through all this work for nothing? And those who are saying, well, I didn't need the effort anywhere, like, yes, this doesn't mean anything. And it starts getting kids to question, well, what's the point with any of this? It gets teachers to question, what's the point? So if we can create something that helps support motivation that becomes more authentic instead of just extrinsic, it'll be a long road, but it is possible. We'll better position them for being effective in the workplace when they don't have that extrinsic motivator, when pandemics hit and everything is in chaos. It'll give them a chance to build resiliency and be able to self-evaluate better. And it'll help us to become better teachers as we really look to see what do we ultimately want them to be when they get out of our classroom, not just for this year, but for their life. What do we want them to remember and feel like that they experienced? What was worthwhile and what was just busy work? And it's a big, hard challenge, which is why all of these pieces are blurry together and there's no single linear answer. But there are ways to keep building these things and working towards it, even in the middle of challenges for us. Part of that MIE expert community, I've had the opportunity to talk to so many brilliant people around the world, seeing that the challenges that we're facing here in the United States are common in all different locations. It seems like everywhere I go feels like someone else has it all figured out, because there's an easy way for us to get around saying, here's all the best stuff, without saying, these are the things that failed, these are the things I struggled with. So I've been trying to bring hope in that way of saying everyone is struggling with these same things. Everyone is scared that they're going to mess up in some way. Everyone is hesitant to try something, or what if I ruin a child through this? But the people who are willing and fighting for this are ones that I'm saying don't give up hope, because I know what it feels like to keep wanting to give up hope, or that it's too hard or it's too inertial. But having that broader perspective, being part of the MIE community, gives me a lot bigger perspective that I'm not alone in this. And seeing things across time, back to the 1960s, the 1900s, kids have been asking for the same thing. And you as an educator have a chance to give that to them in a way that maybe no one else will, including parents at home. Last piece is, we were prepping for what if 40% of the jobs are lost by AI in the next 10, 20, 30 years. We're finding now that this global pandemic has taken more jobs faster than AI has. So that question goes back to, what are the pieces that we're helping them prepare for when there is an unknown future? What are the skills that make them the most valuable? The things that make them stand out from a machine? Because yes, machines will be able to process things memorized faster and quicker in one specific domain. But your students have the chance to transfer that knowledge from one domain to another, and to be able to show curiosity, to ask questions that a machine wouldn't think to ask, has a chance to bring in culture and empathy and respect, and to want to bust through and decrease biases and social injustices. Machines can't do that. You have the chance to inspire kids to do that every day, and types of formative assessments will show them what you value and why you value it. If you value quantitative the most, that will be your focus. If you value them being able to transfer their information and show the process, that will be the focus. And they'll learn from what you model and what you see as valuable in their lives. So I'd like to end there.
Wow. That certainly gives you a lot to think about, Michelle. Thank you so much for all of that. I mean, I'm reflecting on school, reflecting on the kids, reflecting on finding that box. You are amazing.
Thank you.
Talk to me a little bit about your MIE experiences. If there's one thing that you look back on and said, that is what the MIE program means to me, what would it be?
Ooh, that's hard to do just one. I'm going to combine this one. I never thought I would have the opportunity to talk with Satya in person. And that happened because of the MIE program. It happened because there was a room where they said, hey, there's some developers, go talk to them. And I didn't know who those people were. And I talked to Chris Prattley at that time and said, do you know how amazing Sway is? Look at all these things on here. This is what I love about it. And he goes, yes, I developed it. And I was like, oh, a little bit embarrassed. And then I pulled out a video for the innovation of future technologies. Have you seen this video? And he goes, yes, I helped with this and this. And I was like, oh. And he said, I would love you to be able to talk to some of the developers about what you're seeing in this. And one thing led to another. And he asked if I had availability to speak with a group of people. I didn't know who it was at the time, but it gave me a chance to speak directly to him and to his executive team. what I valued about that the most was being able to hear how deeply Satya cared again about education, that I was only supposed to have a few minutes to talk, but he asked such deep, thought-provoking questions that experience, along with people like Robin, who really value educators, kept me going with this program, even through times that I felt like things outside or in school were overwhelming or hard to deal with just because of some of the challenges. That community kept bringing me back because I saw how much they deeply valued the kids and how deeply that impacted kids who were maybe not feeling accepted by family members or peers. And they saw someone in a corporation, saw them, heard them, applied their ideas and put it into practice. And I saw the impact it had on them. So for me, that's something that really encapsulates that whole process and community, that it gives you a chance to have voice in a way that you might not otherwise. It gives you a chance to see how you could fit in an organization, even a field trip to the Microsoft campus. One of the girls was like, I really don't like technology, but we came up to one of the receptionists and she was so welcoming to the kids. She came over to me and whispered to me, she goes, that's the job I want. She made me feel important. She made me feel like I belonged here. And I want the job that she has.
Well, you know, that's what this is all about, right? Like, that's why we put these things on today. That's why when we talk about the MIE program and the Microsoft Education family, it is all about valuing everybody from every part of life. And I want to say thank you, Michelle, to you for being passionate, sharing all of this stuff. I want to say thank you to Tammy for coming back here to help us wrap everything up. And Shannon, you know, we started this journey at 9 o'clock this morning and had so many amazing speakers. And it is all due to the great work that's happening, not only from the MIE community, but the NCCE community. Thank you and the entire NCCE family for helping us to put this together.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff, for having us, and happy anniversary to you. So look at Tammy Dunbar. She's so good. But thanks to all of you. And that was just a wonderful way to wrap it up, Michelle. It's a scary time, but it's so exciting because it's really making us rethink, reconstruct what we do and recreate it for students, right?
Yeah.
So super exciting. So thank you all.
And this isn't the last conference that we're going to be doing. You know, as we sit here, oh my goodness, Tammy's got things going. But as we go through and we wrap up today's conference, I want to remind everybody that in 2 weeks, on July 25th, we are not only going to be here, but we're all going to be going beyond the boot camp. We're going to be doing an entire day full of Google Apps for Education. You've seen level 1 tests. You've seen level 2 tests. This day is going to take us beyond everything. We're going to be partnering NCCE and TeacherCast and the Google Educator Global Group. It is going to be a fantastic event. But Shannon, you've also got another event to talk about. Tell us a little bit about the NCCE Conference 2021.
Yeah, we certainly do. And I'll let Tammy chime in just a minute. But we're super excited that this year is NCC's 50th annual conference. And so even though we don't know exactly what that's going to look like, just like all these educators have shared here today, we encourage you to share at our conference. So no matter what it looks like, we're going to have a conference and it's going to be great. And so Tammy shared last year, Michelle's shared for years at our conference, and her and her family are faithful supporters of our conference. Do you guys want to say anything about that?
Michelle?
I've been so happy with, again, the interaction and the voice that they've given students in my school. Kids who haven't had the opportunity to be able to travel to some of the other conferences, being local, gave them, again, a voice where some of them were terrified to speak in the public arena, whether it was in their classmates or just in general in front of adults. And they saw that they could be successful, and it completely changed their outlook on things. And that happened because of the NCCE conference.
Oh yeah, and your students are absolutely amazing. They are so impressive. I've seen them NCC. I've seen them at BLC over in Boston. They're incredible. And the other thing, Shannon, are the connections that you make. It just blew me away, the sessions that I was in at this past NCCE, the connections made with the people who were there participating. I'm still emailing with people that I met there and having ideas and talking. So it's just a great, great audience at NCCE because all of the educators are there because they want to learn more so they can do better for their students. So yeah, save the date, NCCE. And if you want to present like Michelle and I have done in the past, you can go to the ncce.org website, and it's ncce.org/conference 2021, something like that. And go ahead and submit a proposal.
Guys, I want to say one more time, thank you out there for being in the audience. Thank you for all the presenters of helping out together. After we're finished with this, we're going to be chopping up all the stuff, making YouTube videos, using that hashtag. Hi, Tammy.
Hey, and thank you, Jeff, Shannon, and Michelle, and I all want to give you a big round of applause.
Yes.
You've been here for 6+ years,
birthday,
and you're
Jeff.
amazing. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, thank you guys for being here today. And you know, the one thing that I've learned over the last 6 hours of doing this is you can be as innovative as you want. All you have to do is find that box, define what it is, and then think outside of it. If you need a realm to figure out how to do that, you've got Microsoft Planner. If you're looking to figure out a way to keep everything moving at the same time, you've got OneNote. If you're looking to figure out how to learn how to do this stuff, of course, you've got the Education Center over at education.microsoft.com. And the most important thing you can do is be innovative with those Microsoft 365 resources. There's so many great things happening. Don't forget to check out everything over on the education.microsoft center. Get your MIE stuff out there. And one more time, thank you guys on behalf of all of our friends, our presenters, NCCE, Microsoft Education. My name is Jeff Bradbury, reminding you guys to keep up the great work in your classrooms and continue sharing your passions with your students.